Lily did not hesitate. She took her daughter's hand and started running away from the scene. "Everyone run," she shouted, seeing their professor panic like that after just hearing that man's voice had them scared, so they followed her without looking back. They did not have time to see the looks of the new arrival or to notice the fact that he was not alone. Fenrir Greyback was accompanied by the rest of his pack. "What are you all standing there for? Go kill the boy," he screamed. "Master, these things are very dangerous. We need to be careful." The two werewolves who had been fighting the golem approached their leader. The two Death Eaters were now facing Fenrir and his pack of werewolves, so they failed to notice that the half-destroyed golem had been using its remaining arm to crawl toward them. One of them only heard the noise that the marble construct was making when it was already next to them. This was due to all the noise on the bridge caused by the students yelling and the werewolves shouting at each other. "Move." Death Eater tried to warn his partner, but it came too late. "Ah, my leg." He had already been grabbed by the ankle. The powerful marble hand crushed its bones without resistance, making the man let out a blood-curdling scream that caught everyone's attention. "Shit, move away, you fools," one of the werewolves yelled. The only standing Death Eater had assumed that this was another late warning directed to his partner, but then he felt two hands grabbing onto his shoulders from behind. The other one? No. In all the chaos, he had somehow forgotten about the second golem that had arrived with Lily and Daphne. Several werewolves rushed at them as fast as they could, but the golem only needed 1 second to destroy the Death Eater's shoulders before it began to squeeze his body tighter, breaking his ribcage and turning his internal organs into pulp. A river of blood came from the bottom of his still white mask as the golem continued to compress him like it was trying to make juice out of him. They did reach in time to save the other one, as the broken golem only had one arm to work with, and it was much slower to cause any lethal injuries. The one-armed golem had managed to break the masked man's ankle and bring him down to the ground, but then failed to grab hold of his head as it intended and could only reach one of his arms. The werewolves were able to separate the golem's remaining arm before it could do the same to the Death Eater, and then they unleashed their full fury on the construct, breaking it until it was nothing more than small pieces of white marble. The other golem suffered the same fate under the assault of over a dozen powerful werewolves. No matter how strong and fast it was, there was nothing it could do against the overwhelming numbers. It still was able to injure several of them, something that truly surprised their leader, who watched the fight in unusual silence. "What are those things?" I don't remember Dolohov mentioning them during the meetings we had. He had several conversations with the wizard, who had provided as much information about the castle as he had, all about their defenses, the professors, the headmaster. They had gone over every possible thing that could pose a problem. The golems and sets of armor of the castle were indeed mentioned as a distant possibility. They could only be activated by the headmaster or vice-headmistress McGonagall. But those were nothing like the constructs he was just seeing. "Well, can someone tell me what in hell are those things?" Fenrir growled. He did not like surprises, and especially not at this moment. This mission was very risky, and that is why he asked to double the payment, but this feels like someone made a grievous mistake in calculating the danger. "We don't know either, Master. There was one of them with the boy who lived. That one took down both of the trolls we had with us. The other was apparently following Professor Potter and that blonde girl," a werewolf said. "Could the headmaster have put some bodyguard golems on the boy?" Fenrir considered the possibility. "That seems likely, Master, but whatever they were, they are gone now. We destroyed them completely." The large man pointed at the golem's remains with a satisfied smile. "Yes, well, now please." Fenrir was interrupted by the Death Eater's screams of pain. "Now we just need tea." He was interrupted again. Fenrir huffed in annoyance and approached the injured masked man. "I need a healer, please. It hurts." The Death Eater had his ankle and arm completely shattered and was in agony. Fenrir grinned. "I don't have healers in my pack, I'm afraid, but let me give you something for the pain." "Tea, thanks." "Ooh." Fenrir's powerful fist impacted the Death Eater's face, breaking his mask into pieces as well as the man's face before being bashed against the floor. The injured Death Eater made no more noises after that. "Now, as I was saying, now it is time to hunt." Fenrir howled loudly, followed by his pack. "A hunt?" they all exclaimed with excitement. "Who was that? Why are you so scared, Professor?" Ginny asked. "Yes, why are we running so much? We left Goalie 2 behind," Lyra complained. "Fenrir Greyback, I have encountered him before," Lily said with a grave tone. "He is the most dangerous and ruthless werewolf that I know, and he is not someone you want to fight." The castle is changing again, Luna observed as they went through another set of staircases. They could all feel the walls shifting and changing. I had no idea the castle could transform so much. Lily looked back at where they came from. She could not see or hear anything yet, but she had no doubt that Fenrir and his pack were coming after them, so she could not slow down. But as soon as she got off the stairs, Lily stopped in her tracks. What in Merlin's name is this? Those stairs should have led them to the 4th floor and come out right next to her defense against the dark arts class. She was then planning on using a secret passage that would lead them outside after passing through a long flight of stairs on the east side of the castle. Instead, they found themselves in a narrow corridor with only one way forward. This one looks very familiar, even if the walls are a bit changed. Lyra looked around. The writing supplies storage, Lily said as they passed by a room with a very old wooden door. She then realized where they were. This is the last floor of Hogwarts, she said with worry. There was no escape from here. If their enemies found them now, they would have nowhere to run. The entrance to the training room is right there. Ginny pointed to the only painting remaining on the walls, depicting some trolls trying to practice ballet. Right. Over there is the room of requirement, Lyra exclaimed. The other paintings are missing, Astoria noticed. Usually there would be several more decorations on the wall, but now there was only the one painting that pointed towards the secret entrance to the room of requirement. I think Hogwarts wants us to go there, Luna said. Yes, let's go. They will never find us there. Ginny hurried to open the entrance by pacing around. Lily didn't understand anything. She had never heard about this room they were talking about. What are you doing? She told Ginny after seeing her pacing around in front of an ugly painting. There is a secret room here, Mom. We can use it to hide, Lyra explained to her. Once we go inside, the entrance will disappear. It is the perfect place to hide. There is a room here. Neville had no clue about what those girls were talking about. Really? Lily had learned of many of Hogwarts' secrets thanks to James and the other marauders, but never heard of a hidden room on the 7th floor. Was there a place like that in the castle? Could it be they never found it? Her eyes opened widely when she saw a door forming out of the stone walls. Ginny did not waste time opening it and went inside. Luna and Astoria followed behind. Lyra pulled both Neville's and her mother's hands. Come on, let's go. As they entered, they were all surprised by the contents inside. Even the 4 girls who were used to being here had never seen their training room in this state. Ginny, what did you ask when you opened the entrance? Lyra asked before closing the door behind her. A good place to hide, Ginny answered. The room of requirement had taken its original form. The entire massive chamber was filled with rows and rows of shelves, all filled to the brim with things. It did seem to be somewhat organized despite the amount of items stored, but it still gave them an overwhelming feeling. There are plenty of good spots for hiding, so it wasn't wrong, Luna said. Where did all of this stuff come from? Neville looked around in shock. I don't know. We have never seen the room like this. It usually looks like a large training room with target dummies and stuff like that, Ginny explained. And my brother never explained much about this room either. He just asked us to never tell anyone about it, Lyra added. So remember, when he asks, we tell him it was Ginny who revealed the secret and not me. Okay, said Luna while Astoria assented with her head. Whoa, wait, don't tell him that. Ginny didn't want Harry getting mad at her. I won't tell anyone if that helps, said Neville. I mean, if Ron knew about this place, he would have us skipping class and coming here all the time. What? Lily raised an eyebrow. Neville had somehow forgotten there was a professor present in the room. No, I mean, we would never do that. Lily ignored the panicked boy and examined the entrance. There was nothing on the stone wall, but as soon as she got closer, a door appeared in the same place as it was before. Don't open it, Ginny hurried to say. As long as we are inside and the door is closed, no one else will be able to enter here. Yes, Harry always made us all enter together. He said that as long as someone was using the room, it would not show for anyone else, even if they knew it was here, Lyra explained. That sounds very useful, Lily agreed. Let's hope that is enough to lose them. I think I heard something, Lyra exclaimed. Only 10 minutes had passed since they entered the room of requirement. SHH, be quiet, Ginny told her. What do we do? They can't find us here, right? Neville asked. Everyone be quiet. Lily got closer to the door and tried to pick up what was going on outside. Sniff, sniff, it must be around here, she heard someone say from the other side of the wall. Keep looking, they are hiding somewhere close. Hearing the voice of Fenrir made Lily's blood run cold. She made a gesture of silence to the children. Their only chance was to make sure they didn't reveal the existence of this secret chamber. But what if they actually find it? She had no doubts that Fenrir would have a way to enter here if he discovered where they were. She kept silent about it since she didn't want to worry the children, no more than they already were. "Harry, where are you?" Her son seemed to always know what to do. Now she wished she could talk to him. Lily heard the steps and voices getting more distant. "Are they leaving?" she thought with an increasing sense of hope. A few moments later, she could no longer hear anything on the other side. Lily let out a sigh of relief. I think they left, Bombarda." The walls trembled and shook when the spell impacted them. Lily lost her balance and fell backward. "Mom," Lyra shouted and ran to her. "Fire again, all of you," Fenrir commanded. Lily stood back up with the help of her daughter, and knowing what was coming, the two of them moved away from the wall. "Run, go hide somewhere," Lily told the children, but before anyone had time to do much, a bombardment of exploding charms hit the walls of the room. The stone wall blew up into pieces that flew everywhere, leaving a giant gaping hole. The group stared at the entrance with frightened eyes. How did they find us so fast? Ginny could not understand it. "There is no way they knew about this place," Lyra added. "Ha, you lot are truly underestimating the senses of a werewolf. You think some hidden wall is going to cover your scent." Fenrir walked inside, stepping over the remains of the wall as the smoke cleared. Following behind him was what remained of his pack. Leaving the 3 who died at the hands of Lily and the marble golem, there were still 25 werewolves plus their leader, Fenrir. All of these large, fierce men were now standing in front of Lily and the students. "What are you after, Fenrir?" Lily decided the only thing left was to try and reason with this savage man, or maybe gain some time at least. Cruel grin appeared on the werewolf leader's face. "All your deaths, I'm afraid." Lily clenched her teeth to keep her composure. "Did someone hire you to do this? I can double their offer. All you have to do is go away." "Oh, I have no doubt you could do that. I heard wonders about the Potter fortune, but my word is more valuable than that, and I know better than to betray someone like the Dark Lord." Fenrir may be quite fearless, but he was aware of how powerful and cruel the Dark Lord was. It would be stupid to make an enemy of someone like that for some coins. The Dark Lord, Lily then realized. All these men thought they were working for Lord Voldemort. None of them knew of Lord Parkinson's deceit. She was considering if it would be possible to convince this man that he had been lied to. But she had no evidence of her claims, and they would sound like nonsense to his ears. Is there something I can say to him that could change his mind? She wondered. The Potter boy is not here. That is too bad. Fenrir glanced at Lily. You wouldn't happen to know where he is? We have some business with your son too. You are also after my son, and you think I would help you find him? I'd rather die. Lily screamed at him with rage. Her wand was held firmly in her hand, but she was hesitant to use it. The moment she fired a single spell, all of those werewolves would rush at them without delay. You will die, don't worry about it. The rest of your family will soon follow, so go ahead. Use that wand in your hand, Fenrir chuckled. I'll give you the chance to fire the first shot. A set of steps were then heard behind them. I think I will take you up on your offer if you don't mind. A black-haired boy, wearing elegant robes, came walking into the chamber with steady steps. Fenrir and his pack turned to face the new arrival with a great deal of disbelief. This was because they had not heard or smelled his approach, even now when they could see him stand in front of them. They could not sense anything from him. Harry's green eyes scanned the room until they landed on Lily and the rest. You gave me a lot of work. I have been trying to find you for a while. Harry, Lily exclaimed. Daphne sighed in relief. We are safe. What took you so long? Lyra shouted. You are Harry Potter? Fenrir asked. I am, but first. Harry moved his wand and pointed it up. Magna Custodia. A flash of light came out and moved immediately towards its target. The werewolves didn't know what that spell did, so they were all on high alert, but they soon realized that it was not aimed at them, but at Lily and the other students. The ball of light stopped right above the student group before it opened up like a large curtain. It enveloped them inside a translucent filament. A protection charm? Neville asked. The girls had seen this before and knew how strong this protection was. But for Lily, it was the first time, and she was shocked when she saw symbols appear on its surface and move around. Runes? You combined runes with this charm? It's like a miniature ward, Lily realized. Just stay in there. That thing can protect you from almost anything, Harry told them as he used his wand to tap the wall behind him. All of a sudden, the hundreds of stone pieces scattered around started to move back to their source, repairing the wall in the process and sealing the entrance. What are you doing? Fenrir could not understand this boy's actions. He sort of understood using some protection over his loved ones, no matter how futile that was. But he had no idea why he was now fixing the broken wall. This room is no good for combat. Change it. Harry told no one in particular, but the room seemed to listen to his words and started to transform, even while everyone was still inside. There were many noises of confusion coming from the werewolves until their leader began to put order. "Shut up, keep your eyes open." All the clutter in the room disappeared. All the shelves and all the items stored inside were suddenly gone. The room of requirement was now completely empty. There was just one massive chamber with nothing in it but people. "Much better," Harry said, as the wall also finished repairing. "Harry, what are you doing?" Lily cried. Because she knew her son, and it looked like he was getting the stage ready to fight all these werewolves on his own. "Let me help you." Lily tried to leave the protective bubble, but much to her shock, she found out that she was unable to. "I can't leave. It's for your own good. I made the protection go both ways so it also protects the outside from you. This means that nothing goes inside or outside of that barrier," Harry revealed. "Like that sanctuary thingy you gave Holly?" Lyra asked. "Something like that. The shield will go away in around 10 minutes, so sit down somewhere and relax while I take care of these intruders." Harry glanced back at the werewolves and Fenrir. The werewolf leader had now recovered his confident grin. "I will admit, that was an impressive demonstration right there. You even frightened my pack a little bit. But you say you will take care of us." He started to laugh. Soon, the entire pack joined in. "I have heard that Gryffindors were heroic, reckless, and stupid. But you really take it too far, boy. You come here alone and think that you can beat me and all my men by yourself." Fenrir growled at him in a menacing way and showed Harry his fangs. "I will eat you alive. And when did I say I came here by myself?" Harry pointed at the ground. The stone tiles began to move. They began to ripple as if the surface of the room had been turned into some thick liquid. "What is happening?" Ginny asked. "I have seen that before." Lily recalled a recent moment that remained engraved in her mind. "The marble golem. There are more than two. Of course, it makes sense that Harry also had one for him," Lyra realized. "I don't think one of those golems is going to make much of a difference," Neville commented. "I don't think there is only one coming." Luna noticed how large the affected area was. Her senses were going crazy, but she was unable to understand exactly what was happening. She just knew that Harry was the one causing it. "How many are there?" Daphne started seeing dozens of white hands pulling up from the ground. Fenrir's expression quickly changed. His honed instincts were screaming at him about danger. His men panicked when they saw those white marble bodies emerge from the ground. It wasn't just one or two. All around them were dozens of those golems continuing to emerge. "This can't be. How many of those blasted golems are coming out?" Fenrir went and grabbed one of his men by the throat. "Didn't you say they were unique constructs made by Dumbledore? He could not have created so many." This was one of the two werewolves who had initially faced off against Lyra's group at the wooden bridge. "I don't know, Master. I just thought that." "HMPH." Fenrir threw him on the ground. He knew that the blame was not on his men. They could not have known this if he was going to be blaming someone for this. That would be Anthony Dolohov. He was their contractor and the wizard who was supposed to supply all the necessary information. The white marble golems stood all around the small group of 26 werewolves. In total, there were 100 golems, but 2 of them were currently in a state of self-repair and could not answer Harry's call. There was one extra golem that Harry did not call here. That one was a special case, and it would have been a terrible idea to bring him to this location. "Master, if the boy is the one controlling these things," one of his men told the leader. "Yeah, if we kill the boy, those golems should become useless, right?" Another one added. A glimmer of hope appeared in Fenrir's eyes. "Yes," he shouted, "this had to work. All they had to do was kill Harry Potter and then victory would be theirs. That's a lot of golems. Where are they even coming from?" Ginny asked. "They are coming from the ground, did you not see it?" Luna told her. "Luna. That's not what I am. Are we really trapped here?" Neville was starting to panic, tapping his hands against the translucent barrier. "You are safe in here, and Harry said it would only last for a short period of time." Daphne tried to calm him down. "I assume this charm consumes a lot of magic, even for Harry. But then what? What if the werewolves come for us after this shield disappears?" Neville asked. Daphne smacked him on the head, making the boy let out a painful yelp. "Think about it, Longbottom. You have seen what those golems can do, and you still believe those werewolves have a chance of victory? Even without the golems, Harry would not lose," she thought. The more Daphne learned about magic and improved herself, the more she realized just how ridiculous Harry was. People who called themselves talented or geniuses had no idea how impossible his feats of magic were, at least for a single wizard. She had seen him use magic that was meant to be cast by large congregations of wizards or an entire cabal of witches. "That's all right, Neville. The golems will take care of these scary guys, Lyra told him. But why are none of the golems moving? Shouldn't they be protecting Harry? Ginny was beginning to become concerned. The werewolves were approaching Harry with a lot of care. Their eyes kept going back and forth between the large group of golems. Ginny is right. They should be moving. Lily could not help but think that maybe there was something wrong with them. Was her son trying to call a bluff on Fenrir? That did not seem like him. She tried to catch a glance of his face, but could not see him anymore among the crowd. Fenrir did not miss this, and he also started to think that perhaps that boy was trying to deceive them into an early retreat by making them think they were completely outmatched. After all, creating so many of those high-quality golems should be impossible, even for someone like Albus Dumbledore, much less a third-year student. The golems surrounding them could be still incomplete and were incapable of fighting at all. That would be a clever ruse then. Fenrir examined Harry a bit closer. He could not smell any fear on him, or anything at all for that matter. What a strange boy. Too bad we have to kill him. I would have liked to add him to my pack. The first few werewolves were now almost at arm's reach of Harry. They were now much closer to him than the golems were to them. So, with no more hesitation, they pounced at him. Some of them tried to grab him in order to prevent him from casting any spells, while others threw curses and disabling charms at Harry. Harry had nowhere to back up. His back was almost against the wall where the entrance used to be. After repairing it, the door had disappeared, leaving a clean wall behind. All around him were nothing but werewolves. The golems had all been positioned in an outer circle around the werewolves themselves. The men present could not be considered of the intellectual kind, but even they realized immediately that this was a very stupid decision. Instead of having some golems next to him to protect him, he left them all outside, and he stood alone, surrounded by enemies. You have nowhere to run, boy. Come on, you are mine. The two large men moved at a very impressive speed, considering their sizes. Their curse had given them many benefits, and an increase in physical strength and speed was one of them. But they would all soon come to realize that Harry was not as trapped as they thought. With a nimble motion, Harry lifted his wand in the air, and in the next instant, he was gone from the spot he had been standing. This was so sudden that the two large men did not even have time to stop, and ended up having their bodies hit the wall with tremendous force. Where did he go? Fenrir shouted. Find him. Harry, how did you get there? Lyra was the first one to spot her brother. He had somehow moved several feet behind the group of werewolves and was standing right in front of some of his golems with a confident smile. They all heard Lyra speak and turned around, finding Harry without problem since he wasn't trying to hide. When did he get there? How did he move so fast? The werewolves didn't understand. Apparition. Fenrir had been very close to Harry when he used his wand. That spell was something everyone learned when they were still in magical school. It's impossible to use apparition inside Hogwarts, Master, one of the werewolves dared to say. He had graduated over a decade ago but still remembered something that basic. Many of them had attended this school before becoming what they were now and were also aware of this rule. I know that already, Fenrir growled, but I know what I saw that was apparition. The big wolf is right. I did use apparition, Harry told them. Before they could ask any questions, he spoke again. His tone now sounded a lot less friendly and contained. Because you see, his eyes shone with an eerie green light. I am the lord of this castle you so foolishly decided to intrude, and none of you will ever leave this chamber alive. After saying that, Harry vanished again. He's gone again, Lyra exclaimed as she saw her brother vanish. Did he apparate again? No, that was not apparition. He didn't even move his wand, said Lily. I think he used a disillusionment charm or something like that. He's not gone, just invisible. Daphne had some experience with this. He's always using those tricks to startle me. Ginny glanced behind her and at Daphne. You two meet alone very often? Daphne raised an eyebrow. And what if we do? Girls, this is really not the time for this. Lily stood between them. Leave it for another day for Merlin's sake. The werewolves went crazy trying to look for Harry. I can't track him down. Why can't I get any scent from him? Where is he? Could he have actually left? A werewolf that was a bit more distant from the rest asked. All of a sudden, he could feel some movement behind him. What the? A small breeze of wind hit his skin. He's here, he's her. Everyone turned towards the source of the commotion just in time to see the werewolf's head being separated from his shoulders. He's over there. Fire everything you have. They used a wide variety of spells that impacted all over the walls and ground. The assault ended after a few seconds and was followed by a disturbing silence. Did we get him? One of the werewolves asked. Someone stood at his side. No, I don't think you did. The large man frowned. What makes you so sure it's you? He pointed at Harry. He answered by pointing his wand at the large man. Incendium. Iridescent flames washed over him, melting his flesh and bones. The werewolf could not even scream, and instead, he just let out a brief whimper before being consumed. Once again, they all turned towards the source of the noise and just managed to catch a glimpse of Harry as he disappeared. 2 down, 24 to go, Harry said. They fired spells at his previous location, but he had already moved. Even with their enhanced senses, the werewolves were not capable of finding his location. This is because Harry was using a new ability of his. After awakening as the true master of death, he was now able to use powers related to the 3 Hallows. The Elder Wand improved the strength of his offensive magic. The Resurrection Stone allowed him to speak with the dead, and the Cloak did what it had always done. It gave Harry the power to become not just invisible but nearly untraceable, leaving no sound or smell. As the old tale said, not even death could find him. The werewolves grew more desperate as they saw their companions die one by one. Harry would move around and throw deadly spells at them. They could not see him or track him down, so they were not able to fight back. After a short period of time, only 17 of the original 25 werewolves were left alive. Fenrir growled with rage. "Show yourself, you coward! Let me see you so I can rip you to pieces!" "Ah!" another werewolf screamed as his body was set ablaze. 17 down, the voice of Harry resounded in the chamber. "Master, we can't keep this up. Even without the help of those golems, he is going to kill us all at this rate. We can't even fight back." Fenrir could not argue back. He knew his pack was right. They could not win if things continued like this. He looked around. The golems did not move an inch. "It looks like I was right about that at least." His eyes then moved to the wall they had previously broken to enter here. It was completely repaired, but they could always break it again to escape. But he did not want to escape. Fenrir Greyback has never run away from an enemy before, and he just thought about a way to force that boy to show his face. He glanced at the translucent protective bubble near the middle of the room, where Lily and the students were standing. "We are not running away," Fenrir exclaimed. "But master, there," he pointed at the barrier. "We break down that protection and take those girls. Potter will not dare to lift a finger against us anymore." Fenrir revealed his idea to his men. Their eyes opened widely at the realization. Of course, his mother and sister are in there. If we get them, he will have no choice but to stop hiding. Fenrir smiled. "Now you see it. Go on then, go break that barrier. Put everything you have left." As he said that, Fenrir's growl became louder and fiercer, like the one from a savage beast. His body grew in size and began to change. "Master is transforming. Let's follow him." Several others also began to change into their werewolf shapes. These were the elite soldiers from the pack, and there were 5 still remaining alive. They all began to transform and howl. It was time to fight back. "Harry is killing those guys left and right," Luna said. "I can't believe he is so ruthless. How can he kill them with such ease?" Neville could not understand it. Harry and he were the same age. How could he be so different? "Hey, my brother is not ruthless. Those werewolves deserved this," Lyra snapped at him. "No, I didn't mean it that way," Neville hurried to say. "Mr. Longbottom," Lily glanced at him. "I understand how you feel. No one should take a life without a second thought, but don't be so quick to judge my son. He has experienced things that even I don't truly understand. He may have become more desensitized, but he is not without feelings. He does what he does in order to protect others." "They are approaching." Astoria pointed ahead. "Missy, Big Missy, the bad wolvies are coming here." Dobby tried to get their attention. 5 transformed werewolves rushed at the barrier, and without wasting a second, they jumped at it, slashing it with their sharp claws. "Oh no, they are going to break the shield." Neville took several steps back in a futile attempt to get away before he was smacked in the head. "Ouch! Calm down, Longbottom. For Merlin's sake, have some grace. You are the heir of an ancient noble house." Daphne couldn't believe she had at one time been troubled with the decision of choosing between an alliance with the Potters or the Longbottoms. "But look," he pointed with his trembling fingers. The werewolves continued to slash at the barrier with their claws, over and over without signs of stopping. The shield showed no changes, other than the runes becoming more brilliant when the charm was hit. "The barrier is not going to break after a few hits, and besides, they have all made a deadly mistake already," Daphne said. "What mistake? What do you mean, Daphne?" Lyra asked. "Haven't you noticed that many of the golems are missing?" The blonde witch asked. They all appeared to be surprised, but when they actually took a few seconds to glance around, they were able to ascertain Daphne's words. Right when they were wondering where those golems could have gone, they saw several figures emerge from the ground and lunge at the werewolves. 24 white marble constructs appeared out of nowhere and surrounded the savage beasts as they tried to break the barrier and took them by surprise. The golems were now the ones who had the numerical superiority and knew how to perfectly work together. While some of them grabbed onto their legs, others took hold of their arms. The werewolves struggled the best they could, but were ultimately ripped into pieces, as they had previously done to those 2 golems. Their howls of agony filled the chamber while the rest watched. Fenrir stood frozen in place while his transformation receded and allowed him to recover some of his human features. He had been ready to jump in and help his pack if Harry showed up to attack them. The last thing he expected was for the golems to move now. They can move. He now realized the unnerving truth. There was nothing wrong with these golems. They were all perfectly functional. That boy has deceived us. The golems are functional, Fenrir shouted. Hey, come on, I never said they weren't. You just jumped to conclusions, so don't blame me for your own stupidity. Harry came into view near the end wall. He was kneeling down, with his wand tapping the ground. 12 left. Get out of there, Fenrir screamed to his remaining men, trying to warn them. It wasn't like they didn't make the attempt. All the werewolves tried their best to get away from Harry, even if they were not sure what he was about to do. The entire chamber shook, and dozens of sharp spikes formed from the stone tiles. They shot upwards, as fast as bullets. The spikes pierced the bodies of the men while they screamed and were pulled into the air. Fenrir saw something forming beneath him and moved away. As he did this, a spike came out, faster than he would have ever expected possible for magic to do. When it was all done, Fenrir had been the only one quick enough to avoid the stone weapons. This can't be happening. He now truly regretted not giving the order to flee when there was still time. No, he should never have come to this place. Now his pack was dead. All of them were dead. Their blood was staining the floor of the chamber, and he was alone. One left. You must be the leader. Harry did not seem one bit affected by the sight. He walked among the corpses and all the gore, among the scenery he had created with his magic. Despite all of that, Harry's expression had not changed one bit since the beginning. I heard them call you master or something like that, Harry commented. He stopped walking when he was a short distance from Fenrir and stared at the werewolf. So you must be Fenrir Greyback. He had long forgotten the face of this man. In his past life, he had only seen him very briefly, but he did recall the name being said many times. Among other things, this was the werewolf who attacked his uncle Remus when he was a child and cursed him. That alone would have been enough for Harry to kill him, but now he came into the school and harmed his family. You killed my pack, Fenrir accused Harry. You will join them soon enough. But first I have a question for you. Who hired you? He asked. Let's just be done with this. Fight me, Potter. I have nothing else to tell you. Fenrir howled as his body transformed again. This time he seemed to become even bigger and fiercer than before. You will tell me what I want to know, one way or another. Harry pointed his wand at the giant beast. Full men. Fenrir twisted his torso, bending his head away from the lightning as it passed by. High temperature generated by the spell was still enough to burn his fur and skin due to the proximity, but this one did not seem troubled by the pain. Fenrir's eyes turned blood red, his claws and fangs grew in size, and his fur started to lose its color, becoming paler. The werewolf master was now in his most powerful form. In this berserk state, he was twice as strong and fast as usual, with the large downside of losing his sanity and becoming unable to tell between foes and allies. Fenrir charged at Harry with such speed that he almost seemed to disappear as he moved. He then performed a diagonal slash, aimed at Harry's chest. The sharp claws ended up clashing against a yellowish shield and cut it apart. But as he did, more layers of the shield were created. Seeing the faint smile appear on Harry's face behind the shields made Fenrir react. He used now both claws to attempt to break Harry's protection. Grrrr. Fenrir used his full strength with both arms and smashed the shield into particles of magic that soon disappeared into nothingness. Harry was prepared for this. He lifted his wand and vanished from the spot, only to reappear a good distance away. So that's it? You are fast and strong, but you fight like a savage beast, said Harry with a mild grin. How can he be so calm while facing a monster like that? Neville asked. He has seen worse things. Daphne recalled the monster they had to escape from during their second year. This werewolf was not that scary compared to that. Not that she would like to be the one fighting against him. That's right, my brother is the strongest wizard, Lyra cheered. Master Harry Potter is the greatest, Dobby cheered. Okay, Neville didn't know what to say to that. Grrrr. The werewolf chased after Harry, moving as fast as his legs allowed him. The group watching thought that he was going to use the short period of time he had before Fenrir reached him to transfigure the ground or create some stronger protection. But much to their surprise, Harry did none of that. In fact, he did nothing and instead remained still, as if he was just waiting for the beast man to arrive. "Harry, what are you doing?" Daphne could not begin to guess what was going on inside his mind right now. Harry extended his right hand, and his wand disappeared from view, retreating back into its holster. But it was quickly replaced by a small metallic stick that grew in size until it became a long staff made of goblin steel. He held the artifact by its head, leaving the sharp tip pointing forward. When Fenrir arrived at his side, ready to turn him into bloody shreds, Harry tapped the werewolf's chest with the tip of the staff. Lily and the students were extremely worried when they saw Harry letting that massive beast with razor-sharp claws and fangs get into such close distance. Fenrir, who at this moment could not think of anything else but to kill the person in front of him, did the first thing his instinct told him. He slashed once more with his claws, only to then find out that he had no claws or hands. Harry pushed the tip of the staff with more force and made the werewolf take a step away from him. The beast man was in complete confusion while it looked at the stumps where his powerful claws had been just seconds before, not able to comprehend what could have happened to them. "See, this is why it's a bad idea to give up your sanity and ability to think in exchange for a bit of power," Harry told the werewolf, who obviously did not have the capability to understand him. "Where did his hands go?" Luna asked while she watched with interest. "What did Harry do?" Lyra turned to her mother for answers. "I think that he is using human transfiguration." Lily recalled some of the things written in that book they found back at the Potter Vault. As long as the caster was able to overpower its opponent, it was possible to transfigure another person against their will. Fenrir's decision to use that transformation probably only made it easier for Harry. She assumed that it would take less work to overcome the will and magic of a creature with a simple mentality like a savage beast, instead of a fully functional wizard or witch who would understand what was happening and could fight back. "I think this battle is already over," Daphne said. "Over," her sister nodded in agreement. Fenrir growled furiously, showing Harry his fangs. His legs bent slightly as he prepared to attack again. "You still don't understand, do you? Go on, attack once more." Harry encouraged him to try again. Fenrir still moved at lightning speed even in his condition. The next instant, he was right next to Harry. His eyes were focused on Harry's neck. His jaws opened widely and he took a bite, only to find out he had no mouth. Fenrir jolted when he realized what was happening and tried to distance himself from Harry. In his current state, he was more like a wild animal, guided by its instincts. And right now, those instincts were telling him to get away from the threat. "He's transfiguring his body before he can do any damage. How can he do it so quickly?" Lyra asked, her voice trembling. "It's not just fast. He's doing it under the pressure of having a monster like that just inches away, ready to rip him apart. Transfiguration requires complete focus. Otherwise, it wouldn't work at all," Daphne added, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and admiration. "Human transfiguration sounds very scary. To change someone's body with just a touch," said Neville, his voice barely above a whisper. "It is, but it has many downsides. Compared to the many deadly curses one can use from afar, this type of magic requires one to be right next to the target," Lily explained. "I don't think there are many wizards out there who would dare to stand that close to a werewolf to use transfiguration. Would need to have absolute confidence in your skills to even attempt something like that." "Right, I wouldn't want to get close either," Neville agreed, shuddering. Harry walked toward the retreating Fenrir. "There is no escape from this room." The werewolf scrambled away from him, fear clear in its previously fierce eyes. Harry frowned at the sight. "I wanted to make you suffer more than the rest since you were the one in charge, but right now, you are nothing but a scared beast. You can't even talk, can you? I mean, even if you had a mouth." Fenrir got to his feet, turned around, and started running away from Harry. He used apparition to get in the beast's path and hit him again with his staff. Fenrir's legs started to shrink until they disappeared from view, and he tumbled down, but the beast continued to move, using the stumps of his arms to push his body around. "This is pathetic. I guess this was your way to prevent me from getting answers. Then again, I may be giving you too much credit." Harry glanced at the desperate beast moving away and knew there was nothing else he would get from him. "I will have to use another method. Let's finish this then." He pointed his staff at the scared creature that had once been the mighty Fenrir Greyback. "Fullman, Sparks jumped around the surface of the staff before converging and forming a large bolt of light that impacted the back of Fenrir's head. The protective charm around Lily and the students disappeared. "Harry, are you okay?" His mother was the first one to reach his side. He glanced at his mother and the rest of the group with concern. "I should be the one asking that. I'm sorry it took me so long to find you. The paintings were going crazy trying to track you down. In the end, I had to lead all of you here." "Wait, it was you who changed the castle? We were so lost," Lyra exclaimed. "Not exactly me. I just asked Hogwarts to bring you here," Harry answered. "Is the castle really alive?" Luna asked with interest. "That's what that lady in the painting said," Ginny confirmed. "Yikes, there is blood everywhere." Neville was trying his best to avoid stepping in any of the werewolf remains splattered all over the chamber. "Dobby," Harry called. "Master Potter Harry, sir, what can Dobby do?" The elf hurried to answer. "Call the other elves. I need you all to clean the castle. There is a lot to clean. You can use the Chamber of Secrets as a disposal place. There is an abundance of room in the waters," Harry said. "Right away, Master Sir." Dobby disappeared with a loud pop. The Chamber of Secrets? Neville had heard tales about it, but didn't know that Harry had found it. He was about to launch into a barrage of questions, but then stepped on someone's intestines and was brought to reality. "Bleeg. Ah, careful, Longbottom. Don't you dare vomit on my new shoes." Daphne moved away from the boy as fast as she could. "You can leave now. The castle is safe once more. There are no more invaders." As Harry said that, the door reappeared. "Harry," Lily asked, wondering what he was planning, "I need to have a word with this man." He pointed at Fenrir. "I don't think he's going to talk much without the head," Lyra pointed out. "Oh, you're going to use that thingy?" Luna asked. "Yes, I will use that thingy," Harry answered. "What thingy?" Lyra didn't understand anything, as usual. "Just wait for me outside, I'll be there in a moment," Harry insisted. Lily knew him well enough to know he didn't want them to see what he was going to do next. "Okay, come on children, let's go out. This is no place to stay anyway." There were corpses and blood everywhere. She was already surprised by the fact that her daughter and the rest were not freaking out more. The only one who reacted in a more normal way was Neville. "Bleeg. Ah, my dress." Ginny jumped away. "Your dress is half burnt anyways," Luna reminded her. "Gross." Astoria moved quickly to the exit. "Mom, help me bring Neville out before he gets more sick," Lyra requested. "Just close your eyes, Neville. Come on, grab my hand," Lily said. Once they were all out, Harry approached the remains of Fenrir. "Speak to me." Fenrir Greyback. A large amount of green smoke manifested over the corpse of the werewolf master. The visage of Fenrir began to form. "What is? Am I alive?" The spectral figure moved its head around in a confused manner. "No, you are very much dead. Didn't even put up a proper fight," Harry told him. "You." Fenrir's eyes locked on Harry's. "You killed my pack. I'll make you pay for this. You don't seem to understand your situation. I suppose that dying doesn't improve one's intelligence." Harry shrugged. "But unlike yours, my time is valuable, so let's get to the point. Who hired you?" "Anthony Dolohov," Fenrir answered without hesitation. "Dolohov, so it wasn't Parkinson directly." "But he is one of his men, if I recall correctly," Harry muttered. "Wait, why did I say that? I never meant to." Fenrir was more than confused. Why did he even answer his question at all? "Did you have contact with any other Death Eater?" "I only spoke with Dolohov until today when we were joined by some new recruits." "What is going on? I can't keep my mouth shut," Fenrir shouted. "You don't have a mouth and spirits cannot lie to me." "Next question, what was your mission?" Harry asked. "To kill Neville Longbottom and Harry Potter, to inflict as much chaos as possible in Hogwarts, and to avoid a confrontation with Dumbledore if possible." Why? Harry knew Parkinson would want him dead, but this was a terrible way to accomplish that. As for killing Neville, well, he is the boy who lived, so it would probably help Parkinson to have him gone. Even if Neville didn't ask for it, his name carries a lot of weight, and in the future he could easily become an influential figure who could oppose Parkinson and take his position as minister. "They pay me well. I didn't ask why. Stop this. Release me of whatever this magic is," Fenrir answered. He still did not seem to understand he was dead. "One last question. Where can I find Anthony Dolohov?" This man was just a hired hand. Harry wanted to know more about Parkinson's plans. He would have to ask Dolohov. "I don't know." Fenrir clenched his teeth but still answered. "How did he contact you?" "Through a common acquaintance. We would arrange our meetings in some abandoned old house." "Tell me about this acquaintance of yours." "Damn it, Potter. His name is Marcus. He is the owner of a tavern in Nocturne Alley called Macabre Concoctions." Harry remained silent for a moment, considering all the information he had received. It was at least enough to continue his search. Fenrir shouted slurs at him when he finally realized he could not escape either. Harry merely waved his hand, "Go back," and the spirit disappeared. He left the room of requirements but only found his mother waiting for him. "I told them to go directly to the infirmary," Lily informed him. "Did anyone get badly hurt?" He needed to check everyone properly. "No, but Ginny had a few burns that will need to be looked at," Lily said. "And before you say anything, it's not your fault. I promised to protect them. They could have died because the ones responsible are already dead, aren't they?" Lily interrupted him. "Not all of them. I know who hired them," Harry said. "Then tell your father and have him arrested," Lily suggested. "My father is being suppressed by Lord Parkinson. He won't be able to arrest anyone, much less one of his associates." Associates? So he was behind this. Lily already suspected it, but did not want to say it out loud. "Yes, who else would be behind a plan like this? My father can't do anything in this case. His hands are tied, but mine aren't." Lily frowned. "Harry, you can't fight everyone by yourself. At least speak with the headmaster about this. The order is also trying to put a stop to him, but things are complicated at the moment." "I know, politics. I'm tired of them. Maybe I should just go to Parkinson and have a private conversation with him. He is still in the Great Hall, isn't he?" Harry began to walk away. "Harry, have you gone mad? He is the Minister of Magic. Do you have any idea what would happen if you even aimed your wand in his general direction?" Lily was not sure how serious her son was about this. He opened the doors of the Great Hall and walked inside, with Lily following close behind him. The hall appeared to be in commotion. The music had stopped, and all the professors were close together, discussing something with worried expressions. When they heard the doors open, most of the people inside turned to the noise and saw him and his mother enter. Dumbledore and McGonagall stood up from their seats and went to meet them. "Mr. Potter, what is the situation?" The headmaster waited until he was close enough to avoid raising the volume of his voice. "Lily, did you find the missing students?" McGonagall asked with concern. She gave her a warm smile. "Yes, everything is fine. The students are in the infirmary, but they have no serious injuries. The situation has been resolved." Harry glanced at Dumbledore. "The intruders are gone. Where is our beloved Minister of Magic? I would like a word with him." Harry scanned the hall but could not find the man in question. Dumbledore gave a sigh of relief. "That's good to know." But the minister left in a hurry, along with his full entourage and the auras he brought with him. "It was around 10 minutes ago. What did you want to speak with him about?" "He had a bad feeling." "We better discuss this later," said Harry. "Shall we end this party then? The students are anxious to return to their dorms, I believe," McGonagall suggested. "It would be best to wait 10 to 15 more minutes. Give the elves a chance to clean first," Harry told her. "Oh," Dumbledore muttered, knowing Harry as he did. He had a good idea what they were cleaning. "How are you feeling?" "Much better." Ginny looked very energetic this morning. Madame Pomfrey made sure there wasn't even a mark left. "That's impressive." Harry knew how difficult it was to remove every trace of a wound left behind by a dark curse, and the fire that had hit Ginny was such a spell. Dobby's potion also helped a lot. "Say thanks to him when you have the chance." "I will." Harry looked around. The infirmary was almost empty this morning. His sister and the others were discharged after a quick checkup. Ginny was the only one who had to stay overnight. "I'm surprised they aren't already here." "I told them not to come," Ginny said. "Madame Pomfrey said that she will come to check on me in 30 minutes, and if everything is fine, she will let me go. There was no need for them to come visit." "I see. I'm sorry you got hurt," said Harry. Ginny raised an eyebrow. "Why? Were you the one who shot that fireball at me?" "No." "Then you have nothing to apologize for," she said with a stern tone that reminded him of her. "It was still my sister's recklessness that got you and the others in trouble. As her elder brother, it is my duty to—" "Lyra is my best friend," Ginny interrupted him. "If she gets in trouble, I will go help her, as I'm sure she would do the same for me." "Fair enough. I won't insist on it then." "Still, it was a very scary experience," Ginny said while staring at her bed sheets. "I know." "Will every year be like this?" Ginny asked. "I have no way to know that, but I will tell you one thing. I will always try my best to keep you all safe." He was not very satisfied with his performance last night. He wished he could have done things differently so the girls had not been exposed to so much danger. Harry spent the entire night thinking about how he could have done things differently. Maybe instead of tracking down the intruders, he should have continued to search for his sister along with Daphne and his mother. Once everyone was secure, he could have been free to hunt them all. Or maybe, "Harry, what happened last night? Did it have anything to do with, you know who?" Ginny asked with hesitation. "What makes you think that? There have been a lot of rumors circulating around the school, and the Slytherins have been acting very strange lately. So, is it true?" Were those men working for him? Is that why they were after Neville? Ginny asked. Kind of. Is a bit more complicated than that. Harry didn't really want to explain too much. It would only serve to worry her more. Ginny was smart enough to notice this and didn't ask more questions. He then kept her company until Madame Pomfrey returned. I'm taking a few days off school, Harry said. The headmaster leaned forward in his chair. We are almost at the end of the year. What do you need to do that is so urgent? There are a few people I need to find, Harry answered. Dumbledore's eyes seemed to shine for a moment under his glasses. Do these people have something to do with what happened yesterday? Yes, Harry simply said. The old man sighed. He already expected this reaction after hearing all the details from Lily Potter. Your mother is worried that you will do something reckless, like going after the minister. I told her to be at ease. I told her that her son was not someone foolish enough to do something that would certainly put him and his family in so much trouble. Tell me, Harry, did I lie to her? Harry shook his head. It is not Parkinson that I'm after, at least for now. Those werewolves were hired by a man named Anthony Dolohov. The face of the headmaster changed to one of displeasure. Oh, that is one nasty individual, one of the worst ones, and unfortunately very gifted with magic and very willing to use it to accomplish his goals. He is also one of Parkinson's closest allies, Harry commented, and you know where to find him? He will probably be hiding right now. We can expect the same from the rest of the members. After last night's failure, I doubt Minister Parkinson will be in a hurry to try anything else again. He may want to take a different approach. So your suggestion is to take things easy and wait. 'Cause our enemies will likely try to lay low for a while, Dumbledore frowned. I wasn't going to suggest taking it easy, just to use this time well and prepare. You and your order can do that without me. I think I will try a different approach. He stood up from his chair. I will be back before the school year ends. Dumbledore sighed in defeat. I know I can't stop you, so I won't even try, but before you embark on your reckless hunt, I do have one more question before you leave. A question. And what would that be? Harry stared at the old headmaster. You moved the marble golems that rest inside the castle foundation. How did you do that? I can connect with them while touching the main arkstone and give them orders. I assume all headmasters had been able to control all the castle defenses. Did you never try that? Harry wondered how that was possible, since the old headmaster always liked to know everything. Dumbledore stared at Harry. His eyes shone under his moon glasses. I have spent years studying them and trying to make them move, and as far I know for the previous headmaster's records, this is the first time those golems have moved from the castle foundation. You are the first one they obeyed. That's odd, Harry muttered. Very much so, and very interesting, Dumbledore added. Nocturne Alley was particularly quiet that night as Harry made his way to the bar mentioned by Fenrir. He was not familiar with this one, so he ended up taking a lot of wrong turns until he finally spotted a half-broken sign with the words "Macabre Concoctions" written on it. The bar, if it could be called such, was located at the end of an alley with no other exit. The exterior was extremely dirty and unkempt, with a broken window and a large variety of stains, from blood to other things. Unlike the entrance to Miss Yafel's shop, this was not the work of a spell to conceal its true form. Harry was sure of that. This place was, as some would call it, shithole. I doubt they get many new clients, he commented before pulling on the door handle. The old wooden door opened with a loud creak, alerting everyone inside to the new arrival. There was little light inside the bar, but it was enough for Harry to at least count the number of patrons. There were two large individuals sitting at a small circular table on the right side. One dark-robed person sat at the far end of the sitting area, their face darkened even further by the hood they wore, making it impossible to even tell if it was a man or a woman. One last patron was sitting at the bar, a short, bald man wearing something akin to leather armor, drinking some green liquid from a large cup. And finally, there was the barman, a chubby man with dark red hair, a short beard, and cruel eyes. Harry hoped this was the person he was looking for. That would make things simpler, and he wasn't even sure how much useful information this man could have. All the patrons had their eyes fixated on Harry. It wasn't clear if this was because he was a new face in this place, something very uncommon, or because he was still a minor and should have no business in a bar, much less one like this one. Under their intense gazes, he made his way to the bar and looked at the large man behind it. Are you Marcus, the owner of this place? That depends. Who is the one asking? The barman was experienced enough to avoid antagonizing anyone until knowing who he was dealing with. His first instinct was to kick this child out of his bar, but if he turned out to be the pretentious son of some important pureblood lord, he could get in a lot of trouble. The other patrons seemed to be thinking the same. They looked at Harry with interest, but no one had made any comments yet. A normal schoolboy would not have come to a run-down bar in the deepest part of Nocturne Alley, and judging by his elegant robes, this was someone from a wealthy family. "Harry," he answered. The barman's displeasure became more evident. "And what family are you from, Mr. Harry?" "That is not important, and I asked the question first. Are you the owner or not?" "I don't have all night," Harry said. The bald man at his side let out a chuckle. "You heard him. He doesn't have all night," he said in a mocking tone. "Boy, if you don't tell me which family you belong to or who sent you here, I will begin to assume that you are a mudblood who stole those clothes from some proper young lord," the barman said. The two large men who were sitting at the side table were now standing up. Their eyes never left Harry. The bald man got his face closer to him. "You don't want to know what we do with mudbloods around these parts, so you may want to start talking, little boy." Harry nodded. "Very well, I will tell you who I am." He stared at the barman. "I am the little boy who killed Fenrir Greyback and the rest of his pack. Now I am looking for Dolohov, and I have been told you may know something about that." There was a moment of silence in the tavern while the patrons tried to process what Harry had just said. Following this, the bald man and the other two started to laugh at the top of their lungs. "What a jokester we have here," the bald man exclaimed. "Did you hit your head? A toddler like you killing Fenrir? This kid is crazy." The only ones who had remained serious were the dark-robed figure at the back and the barman. It wasn't that they believed what Harry claimed, but the news about Fenrir Greyback's death was not widespread yet. Marcus, the owner of the bar, had only learned about it that same afternoon after receiving a message from Dolohov explaining briefly what had happened at Hogwarts and saying that he was going into hiding for a few weeks. As far as he was concerned, the only way this boy in front of him could know something about it was if he had been involved somehow, perhaps a witness. "How do you know about Fenrir?" Marcus asked, with a deadly serious expression while pulling his wand out. The men stopped laughing when they saw this. "Wait, is it true? The Werewolf King is dead?" the bald man asked. "That can't be." "Yeah, there is no way. Who could kill that monster?" "Silence," Marcus shouted. "Grab the boy." The two large patrons stood behind Harry while the bald man got closer. He gave Harry a smirk. "Do you have a wand, boy? Hand it to me and do it slowly." The man reached with his hand and grasped onto Harry's shoulder with a lot of force. Harry responded by grabbing onto the man's wrist. "I don't like being touched." The strength of his grip increased until they all heard a loud crack. The bald man immediately started to scream. "Ah, let me go." The barman pointed his wand at Harry while the two men behind him tried to hold him. "Stupefy." The red spark appeared to impact on Harry's chest, but upon closer inspection, they saw that a small yellow shield had appeared in front of him, blocking the spell. Marcus glanced at Harry's hands. One of them was resting on the bar, while the other one was still holding onto the bald man's wrist. Wandless magic? He could not believe that a boy this young had that much mastery already. Marcus was beginning to get worried, but he could not take back his actions. Now he had no other choice. He had to capture this strange boy and call Dolohov. The wooden counter at the bar came alive all of a sudden. "Whoa, the bar is moving." Marcus knew what was happening. He first opened his mouth to warn them, but instead opted for casting a protection spell for himself before it was too late. From the wooden surface of the bar, several protrusions formed and aimed at the men before they shot outwards at tremendous speed. "Ugh, arg." The two large men grunted in pain as they were hit on their chests with something akin to a battering ram and sent flying. Marcus was pushed back against the shelves of the bar, but thanks to his protection charm, he didn't suffer much damage. "Ah, let me go," the bald man continued to yell. Harry used his free hand to grab onto his bald head and brought it down onto the wooden counter. Instead of smashing his face against the hard wood, his head sank into the material like it was a liquid. Once inside, Harry ended the transfiguration, leaving the man with a broken wrist and his head trapped inside the counter. "Damn it all," the barman moved his eyes towards the dark-robed individual sitting in the corner. "Yaxley, you better give us a hand. This boy is not normal." "Tusk, so you knew it was me." The man stood up from his chair and glanced at Marcus. "Of course I knew it. I know everyone who enters my place. Now do something," Marcus shouted. Yaxley lifted his hood and looked at Harry. "You said your name was Harry. I presume your last name is Potter." "Potter, Harry Potter." Marcus was surprised to hear this. He knew about the Potters and their son, who was a rumored genius at Hogwarts. "Is it true? Did you kill Fenrir?" Yaxley asked. "And the rest of his pack," Harry answered. "Not many would believe that. but that was a very impressive demonstration of magic. Yaxley moved his wand to point at the two large men on the ground. So you are Corbin Yaxley, one of the men who left Azkaban recently. I suppose you also are one of Parkinson's cronies, Harry said. Yaxley frowned. I am no one's crony. My allegiance has never changed. Is that so? I still have some questions for you. You must know the locations of many of their hideouts. Harry walked towards him. You will tell me everything you know about the Inner Circle members. The dark-robed man was visibly unsettled by Harry. He pulled out a white mask from his robes. Sorry, Marcus. I only came here to meet someone. I have no business fighting this person right now. Harry glanced at the mask. It was similar to the ones Death Eaters typically used, but what caught his attention was Yaxley's words. It was obvious that the man was planning on escaping. A portkey. Harry reached the most logical conclusion. His wand appeared in his right hand, and without hesitation, he called upon one of his most deadly spells. Divulsa. If he could not keep him here to answer his questions, he would rather kill him now than let him escape. Purple-colored curse managed to touch Yaxley's robes at the last moment, right before he activated his portkey and disappeared. Harry wasn't sure if that would be enough to kill him. Tusk, one got away. You bastard, Marcus screamed with frustration towards the empty spot left by Yaxley. Akio. Harry ripped the wand from Marcus' hand with such force that it almost sent him over the bar. To bypass the anti-summoning protections placed on wands, he had to put a lot of power into that spell. But that had never been a problem for Harry. Can't let anyone else get away. He approached the wooden counter where the startled barman was trying to keep his composure. The bald man continued to struggle to free himself. He was starting to run out of oxygen, and the two large men were starting to recover from their tumble. They groaned and complained about the pain as they stood back up. Now, what would it take to make you talk? Harry said in a cold tone. The sound of footsteps echoed over the stone tiles of the alleys as two individuals ventured further into Nocturne Alley at a brisk pace. One of them was a woman with olive skin and amber eyes. She was wearing a discreet dress, but even then, she could not hide her extreme beauty from the few onlookers in the alley. Had she been alone, many would have already approached her. The reason they didn't was because of her companion. Those who had lived in Nocturne Alley long enough were able to develop a sixth sense to detect dangerous people who should never be offended. Those who failed to develop this sense did not live too long. This place hasn't changed, the one next to the beauty spoke with a mix of nostalgia and displeasure. No one could see their face because it was well covered under a black hood, but the little skin that could be seen was extremely pale, almost white. And by the voice, it was easy to tell this was also a woman. It didn't change much, my lady, the beauty answered with utmost respect. She was usually aloof and arrogant, but in front of this person accompanying her today, she did not dare to try anything. Lady Zabini did her best to contain her nervousness. Her life and her son's depended on her doing a good job and not making her angry, and from what she had heard, that was not an easy job. Is it too far? Black-robed woman spoke again. Just a little bit, my lady. It is near the end of the alley. It's a very private place. The black-robed lady made a sound of annoyance, but did not speak again, and just continued to follow the figure of Trisha Zabini as she navigated through the narrow corridors. After a few more minutes of walking, the two of them entered a corridor with no apparent exit. It's just at the end, my lady. Would you stop with the my lady already? It makes my skin crawl. I am done with all of that noble bullshit. Lady Zabini started to panic. I am so sorry, I have been told not to use your name or last name in public. She stopped and considered Zabini's words. Ah, that's right. If the wrong person learns of my identity, it could be trouble. Just call me Miss then. As you wish, Miss, we are here. Lady Zabini indicated towards the old wooden door leading into a certain bar. What a shithole. That bastard Yaxley better have some compensation prepared for asking me to come here. The black-robed woman pushed the door open and went inside. She then stopped after taking no more than 2 steps. Lady Zabini almost collided with her. There was barely any light here, and the other woman had stopped all of a sudden. Miss, Trisha peeked her head and glanced around the bar. What happened here? That's what I was going to ask. She pulled her hood off, freeing her long black hair. She did not look a day older than 30, even though she had been around for much longer. Her previously violet eyes were now completely yellow, even more so than Lady Zabini's, to the point of being her most distracting feature, only followed by how pale her skin was. To the knowledgeable about dark creatures, those 2 features combined in such a young and attractive individual would be a clear indicator of her true nature. Lady Zabini, however, had other worries at the moment. The meeting she had helped arrange appeared to have been ruined. The bar was a complete mess. Broken bottles, chairs, and tables were everywhere. She saw two large men lying on the ground, and they did not seem to be breathing. Another person had their head stuck inside the wooden counter, and the one she recognized as the barman was resting on top of the counter with his face down. There was no trace of Yaxley, but as far as she knew, he could also be somewhere in the middle of all this mess. "Are they dead?" said in almost a whisper. "Those three are dead." Her yellow eyes moved to the barman. "That big boy is still alive. What about Yaxley? Could he be somewhere in here? Maybe he is injured," Lady Zabini said. "No, there is no one else in here," she said with absolute certainty. Lady Zabini knew better than to ask how she could be so sure, but it was easy to reach the conclusion that it was due to this person's unique skills, or as some people called them, dark gifts. "Go on, wake him up." The miss pointed at Marcus, the barman. "I need an explanation for this." "Immediately, miss." Tricia hurried to approach the bar. Once she was closer, she could see that the two large men on the ground were lying in a pool of blood. They seemed to have been stabbed with something. Ugh, she had to cover her nose. The scent of blood and death was almost asphyxiating at this distance, and she had to literally walk over the two dead men to reach the unconscious barman. Lady Zabini averted her eyes away from the man encrusted inside the counter. She would rather not think about how painful his death must have been. Instead, she focused on the unconscious large man. By his clothing, it was evident that this person was the barman. This must be Marcus, the owner of the bar. She had never been here, but at least knew that this bar had no employees because the owner trusted no one. So this person could only be the owner. Lady Zabini then realized something else. "I think this man has been hit with some powerful mind spell, perhaps an obliviation. I don't believe it is going to be possible to wake him up for at least a few hours." The other woman made a sound of displeasure. "Fine, bring him, we'll take him with us." "Huh, you want to take him?" "There," Zabini asked. "Do you have any objections?" She raised an eyebrow. Lady Zabini felt her blood run cold. "No, I'm very sorry, miss. I was just wondering how I can carry him. He looks very heavy. You are a witch, aren't you? Surely you know a spell for that." "Right." Tricia thought that it was better to be taken for incompetent than a traitor. She pulled her wand and cast a levitating charm on the man's clothes so she could move him with ease. "Let's go outside. I'll activate my portkey there," the other woman said before walking outside by herself and waiting a few feet away from the door. Lady Zabini struggled to pass the large man through the door but received no help from her companion. Not that she expected any. Despite not being someone used to physical labor, she did not speak a single word of complaint, and eventually, she made it to the woman's side while hanging onto the floating man. "We are ready, miss," she muttered as she cleaned the sweat from her forehead. "Yes." The dark-robed woman pulled a white mask out and held it in her left hand. "Grab onto my arm, dear," she instructed. Lady Zabini did so and then waited to feel the pulling sensation caused by the activation of a portkey, but instead she heard the miss speak again. "Before we leave, we better clean this place. I don't want to leave anything for the auras." "Miss," Lady Zabini did not immediately understand the meaning of her words, not until she saw her pull a wand and point it at the bar. "Fiendfa." Harry spotted a small wooden shack standing near the top of a mountain. He had to fly through almost half the country towards the northern area to find this house. The barman had given him clear directions under the Imperious Curse, so he had no doubts about finding the house, but he could only hope that Dolohov was still hiding there. It was still nighttime, but dawn was only a short time away. He pulled on his firebolt broom and landed a good 300 yards, 270 meters, away from the actual house. Even before using any detection spells, he could tell there were several wards around the small home. If I alert him about my presence, he may run away like Yaxley, and then I will lose my last source of intel. I need to be cautious with this one, Harry thought. He could set up a rudimentary ant apparition wards around the area, but that wouldn't stop portkeys since they work very differently. That would require a different array setup that he didn't even know how to create. Runes weren't exactly his specialty. He had just learned a few arrays from his old friends, but after spending 15 minutes performing a thorough examination, he was confident he could at least break through Dolohov's defenses without being detected. Other than the charms meant to repel muggles and animals, there were only 2 protective wards in place. One was simply a detection ward that would alert Dolohov if anyone got too close. A bit ahead of that one was a shield ward. It wasn't very strong, but its purpose was probably just to stop any intruder for a few minutes while he escaped. Passing by the first defense was a simple matter for Harry. His body vanished when he activated his invisibility. While using this power, he should be completely undetectable, so the ward would be unable to pick up his presence. Harry walked forward and could feel the foreign magic pass by him as he crossed the ward. No changes, I think I'm good. He never had the chance to try this method of bypassing a detection ward. He had a lot of confidence in his chances of success, otherwise he would have taken a different approach. But at the end of the day, any method would have some attached risks. Okay, now I need to break through this one. The second ward was a protective one that would physically stop him from advancing. He pulled his staff out and got it closer to the ward. Expulso. The jewels shone brightly as Harry channeled a large amount of magic through it. He then heard a loud crack before the protective ward started to shatter like a dome of glass. That must have alerted him. I must hurry now. Breaking that barrier was always going to make noise, so he had been ready to rush after it went down. Harry maintained his invisibility as he moved. This would at least give him the upper hand to capture Dolohov alive, or at least prevent his escape. Once he was very close to the house, he spotted someone turning on the lights, and a few moments later, he saw a man opening the curtains and looking outside. His wand was already in his hand. Confringo, the window, along with a large part of the wall, exploded in a cloud of fire. Aguamenti. Harry heard someone groaning in pain inside the house as he put down some of the fire before going in. He did not need the entire house burning down before he could even talk with the man. Who's this? Dolohov moved his eyes frantically around the room, pointing his wand and yelling, "Show yourself, you bastard, I'll rip you to pieces." His clothes were burned, and he had to cover half his face with his free hand. Harry walked around until he was behind him. Imperio. Dolohov became stiff as a table when the curse hit him, dropped the wand and turned around. Harry removed his invisibility. The man turned around but struggled to avoid the other command. Why you? P. Potter, he gritted his teeth so hard that they started to make unpleasant noises. The grip on his hand remained firm as his entire body trembled and shook. You have a strong mind. Harry was genuinely impressed. There weren't many who could resist his imperious curse to this degree. Depulso. Harry gave his wand a flick, and a powerful wind pushed Dolohov's hand away, finally taking his wand away and sending it flying in the air. Ark, he screamed. Some of his fingers were bending in strange ways and were clearly broken after receiving the brunt of the magic. The pain seemed to have been enough to give the wizard the final push, and he was then able to completely throw off the imperious curse. Get out of my head, get out of my house, he yelled. No, Harry simply answered. Dolohov made a swift move with his left hand, and another wand appeared in it. This was his spare holster, and it wasn't the only one. He had been prepared for an attack. His left hand moved like lightning as he unleashed 4 spells in quick succession. 3 of them were restriction charms, while the last one was a dark curse. Harry deflected the charms and used his enhanced speed to avoid being hit with the curse. This one passed by him and ended up dissolving part of the wall behind him. Was that the organ-dissolving curse or the corrosive one? And you're using your offhand. Very impressive. He knew this man was a skilled duelist, but even in his late 40s, he seemed to be in good shape. It's too bad you tried to murder my family, otherwise I would have humored you with a proper duel. Dolohov refused to show his fear to this boy. He shifted his weight to move sideways while throwing more curses at Harry. Harry moved around, avoiding them, and then tapped his wand against one of the wooden walls. Let's end this. The numerous bookshelves next to Dolohov exploded in a rain of sharp shards that stabbed his entire left side. The man grunted in pain and lost his balance, eventually falling onto his broken hand. Fuck, that looks like it hurts a lot. Harry approached him slowly. The older man glanced at Harry with pure hatred in his eyes and was somehow able to push through the pain just long enough to pull a small object from his robes. Harry reacted immediately. Dismember. Dolohov let out a blood-curdling scream as half his arm became detached from his body, along with the small object. You bloody monster, Arg. Dolohov clutched his stump against his chest. Harry scoffed. You hired an entire pack of werewolves to massacre a school filled with children, but I am the monster, sure. They were only there to kill Longbottom, and you. Dolohov was starting to have trouble speaking. The light in his eyes was becoming dimmer. And anyone else who was present at the time. But that is not the only reason for my presence here. I want Parkinson. I know he is the one behind all of this. Haha, Arg. Dolohov tried his best to laugh. You want Lord Parkinson, and you think I can take you to him? Keep dreaming, boy. Harry didn't really expect this man to know the location of Parkinson's main house, just to point him in the right direction. What about Lord Knott? He is the one who is closest to him. Dolohov remained silent for a moment. His eyes were starting to close as he had already lost too much blood. I'm not going to tell you, any. His eyes closed and his chest stopped moving. Great, Harry rolled his eyes. It's a good thing I have this. Speak to me, Anthony Dolohov. Green smoke started to emerge from the corpse. Harry got off his broom and took a better look at the house in front of him. The place was massive, with a main building surrounded by 5 tall towers, all made of grey stone. This is a bloody castle. I didn't know the Rookwood family was this rich, Harry commented. It was around midnight, and he could not see any light coming from any of the windows, indicating that everyone was likely asleep at the moment. It seems like waiting for the cover of night was the right decision. He did not know much about this wizard family, only that its lord, Augustus Rookwood, had been in Azkaban for a very long time. He was one of the few followers of the Dark Lord who got out recently. This was also the only location that Harry was able to get out of Dolohov. It was unfortunate, but the man did not have much useful information. Parkinson must have had little trust in him because he was not told much. Harry could now only hope that Rookwood would have something more to offer. He anticipated for the wards on the castle to be many times more powerful than what he found at Dolohov's place, as it was expected from the home of an old noble pureblood family of wizards. But when he scanned the surroundings, Harry could not detect any kind of active protection. What is going on? This made him more worried than encountering powerful wards. This either meant that the protections were different than anything he had encountered before, and he would not be able to break them, or something unexpected had happened here. He was being cautious in his approach. First, he threw some rocks and other physical objects, but was able to reach the wall of the castle with no issue. Then he tried some spells, but once again, he encountered no resistance at all. It was like there was nothing at all protecting the home. This should not be. Did they disable the wards? I cannot think of a single reason Rookwood would want to do that. He tried to think of more ways to test this, but he had run out of options. The only thing he could do now was to try and enter in person. Okay, let's do this. Magna Custodia. Harry then created a layer of his most powerful defense around him and began to walk forward towards the main entrance. He advanced very slowly while making sure he scanned the surroundings for any change. But after 5 minutes, he arrived in front of the door and nothing had happened. No changes, no movements, and no magical reactions. He gave his wand a flick and the door opened. Nothing. Once more, nothing had happened, so he stepped inside. The entrance hall was completely dark. Not a single candle or chandelier was lit. Usually you would keep some lights here, just in case someone had to leave or you had an unexpected visit. Everything seemed to indicate that this ancient castle had no active magical wards, and that could only suggest one thing. Someone got here before him. He did not find it odd before, but now that he found this out, I can't detect a single presence in this castle. He was now able to pick up magical signatures in a very large radius, but he did not feel anything while standing at the entrance of this house. It was like the place was completely deserted. Lumos. A small bright sphere illuminated the hall. A bit of moonlight was able to get into the entrance hall, but the upper corridors were pitch black. There were some torches on the walls, but all of them were off. Something happened here. The more time he spent here, the more he had this feeling. Even if Augustus Rookwood was the only member left of his family or the only one who lived here, there should be at least some servants working here. A castle this big would need, at a minimum, 3 house elves or 24 squibs to keep it in decent shape. Harry looked over the furniture and decorations as he walked. There was no dust on them. The wooden floors were clean and polished. This home had been well cared for until recently. It also makes no sense for the wards to be... Wait. His green eyes moved to a double door to his right. It appeared to be the entrance to a dining hall or another large room. But what caught his attention was that one of the door handles was missing, and there were slash marks on the wooden surface. He could even feel the traces left behind by the cursed weapons that had been used. Harry pushed the door open and aimed his wand inside. Someone had a bad time in here. There were clear signs of a fight in the living room. It must have been fancy at one point, but now it was filled with broken furniture, pieces of glass all over the floor, and several large red stains near the end of the room. So, somebody attacked Lord Rookwood in his house, but where is he? If he had been killed, the body should have been here. Considering the amount of blood on the ground, if it all belonged to the wizard, he was most definitely dead. But there wasn't a single corpse in the dining hall. He decided to check the rest of the castle. This is going to take a while. By the time he had visited all the rooms, including a few hidden ones, it was already dawn. The only interesting things he found were a stash of illegal artifacts and a couple of dead house elves. Very hardworking house elves, Harry was sure of that. There was no trace of Rookwood or anyone else. He did find the point of entrance. They used one of the windows of the West Tower to gain access to the castle. Other than the dining hall, that was the only part with signs of a fight. Harry then used his last resort. "Answer my call, Augustus Rookwood." There was no immediate response. "So, he is alive? Someone took him as a H? What?" The green mist started to manifest in front of him. He had only used this ability a few times, but it had never taken this long to show any sort of reaction. The mist began to group together and form a human figure, as it usually did, but it was now moving very slowly, like it was struggling to create the visage of the dead wizard. "Augustus Rookwood, are you there?" Harry asked. For a moment, the mist began to form the face of a middle-aged man. Harry recalled the face he saw in the newspaper months ago. It was definitely him. The spirit appeared to look at Harry and then opened its mouth to speak, but before a single sound could come out, the mist lost its shape and dispersed. Wait, what? That had never happened before. Calling a spirit would take a toll on his magic, but despite that, he would be able to maintain it for a long time. This could only mean that this was not a failure on his part, but instead, it was on Rookwood himself. The soul, whatever they did to him, they must have also damaged his soul. He personally knew a few ways to accomplish that. There are spells out there that are capable of attacking more than just the body. There is even an entire branch of magic dedicated to affecting the soul. It's called soul magic, but its main purpose is not to destroy souls, but to find ways to make them stronger. It is commonly believed that the soul is tightly associated with one's magic, and is also the reason some people are able to use magic at all, while others just can't. There is another branch of magic whose practitioners normally delve a lot into the study of the soul, necromancy. Necromancy and soul magic go well together, and sometimes you need the latter to make the former work at all. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Whether this was the work of a necromancer or someone else, it doesn't get me closer to my initial goal. He came here looking for information about the other Death Eaters, and especially to Lord Parkinson. Now he was left empty-handed, with no more leads to follow. He did not know where to find any of the other members of Parkinson's inner circle, and he couldn't exactly walk into a Wisengamot meeting and kill them there. There is another way. He did not want to use this method, but the only other person who could lead him to where he wanted to go was Pansy Parkinson. He had no qualms about using Draco Malfoy to access his house. But Pansy was innocent. As far as he knew, she had no idea what her father was doing behind the curtains. With a sense of defeat, he returned to Hogwarts. "Can you pass me the sausages?" "Sure, aim." Neville almost dropped the plate on top of Ron when he saw Harry standing so close to him. For the past 2 days, he had been having nightmares about that night. He would find himself being chased by those masked men and werewolves then. Harry would appear along with all those white golems and they would kill everyone. There was always so much blood. "Neville, you look a bit pale, are you okay?" Harry asked. He was somewhat worried about the boy. He knew that his sister and the others were a bit more used to dangerous situations, but Neville had lived some fairly peaceful 3 years of school. Other than that one time he almost got killed by spiders. I'm fine." Neville took a deep breath and recovered a bit. "Oi, be careful. Don't drop the plate on top of my head," Ron complained. "Sorry." He quickly apologized and passed the plate to Harry. Harry sat down and began serving food on his plate. I missed this." He noticed the stares of Lyra and Ginny. They were obviously wondering where he had been for the past 2 days, but were familiar enough with him to know they were not going to get a straight answer if they asked here. "Harry, where have you been? You missed the final charms test." Hermione leaned forward. "I had a lot of diarrhea," Harry answered while taking a bite. "You," Lavender said. "Too much information," Parvati added. Hermione moved a bit further away from him before looking at his plate. "Then I don't think you should be eating fried sausages and fried eggs." Harry moved his eyes away from his plate and scanned the other side of the Great Hall where the Slytherin table was placed. He was looking for one particular student, but no matter how much he stared at the Slytherin students, he could not find her there. As breakfast ended and the students started to leave, Harry stood up. He could feel his sister's piercing green eyes focused on him as he moved. "I'll tell you later," he said to her before leaving. After taking another turn into a long corridor and making sure no one was around, Harry used his new favorite ability and became invisible. Steps became silent, so there was no need for extra charms. He hurried his walking to catch up to a duo of Slytherin students and got closer to a particular blonde girl. "Hey," he said as he placed a hand on her shoulder. Daphne reacted by pointing her wand behind her. "Depulso?" Whoa, Harry was not expecting that reaction, but he was still able to move his head away. "Wait." He turned his invisibility off and showed himself. "It's me, Harry." Harry glanced back at the wall. There was a large chunk missing. "Merlin, were you trying to take my head off?" "I already knew it was you." Daphne's light blue eyes met his. "Otherwise, I would have used a stunner." Harry raised an eyebrow and glanced at the other girl who was standing next to Daphne with a smirk on her face. "She is mad at me." "How should I know?" Tracy told him. "But if she is, then you must have done something." "That was some nice wand work. I see you have gotten used to the holster," Harry told her. "What do you need?" Daphne stored her wand. "Well, I am looking for one of your classmates, but she seems to be missing. Do you know where Pansy is?" Harry asked. "Oh, by Merlin's balls, Potter. Daph is already angry and you come here to ask her about another girl?" Tracy snapped. Daphne frowned. Once again, she did not know what he was planning, but she was sure that he wasn't looking for Pansy to ask her out. Wait, she could only think of one reason for Harry to need that girl. Tracy. She turned to her friend. "I need to speak with Potter alone a bit. I'll see you later in class." "Okay, you go kick his ass." Tracy stuck her tongue out at Harry before leaving. "How old is she again?" Harry asked. "Come." Daphne dragged him into a nearby empty room and closed the door. "Daphne, this is a broom closet." She then placed a privacy charm. "Where have you been for the past 2 days? Is that what got you angry, that I left without telling you?" Harry asked. "After what happened, you disappeared for 2 days and no one knew where you were. How can you be like that?" "I told the headmaster I was leaving, and I'm sure he informed my mother. I didn't tell anyone else because, well, let's just say that time was of the essence." He tried to explain. "You had time to visit Ginny at the infirmary," Daphne pointed out. Ah, he now understood. "I had to check on her. Ginny had been hit with a dark curse. I didn't visit anyone else because no one else was hurt that badly." Daphne stood silent. "I haven't told anyone what I have been doing for the past 2 days, but I will tell you the details and why I am looking for Pansy." "You will?" Daphne was surprised by this. Harry was always so secretive about everything. "Sure, get yourself comfortable. We are in a broom closet," Daphne reminded him. There was barely any room for them to stand, much less to sit. "You should have chosen a different room. This is going to take a while. We have potions class in 10 minutes, Daphne said. "Snape is not going to miss me," Harry shrugged. "Now where do I start?" "Right, let's begin with my conversation with Fenrir." "What do you mean by conversation? You barely talked to him. I was there, Harry." "Oh, I meant the conversation we had after he died," Harry said. Daphne stared at him. "I guess we are going to skip potions class then." "I can't believe it." Daphne said. "Which part?" Harry asked. "The part where you decided to go all vigilante and hunt down those men. Death Eaters, and I only managed to hunt down one of them before I got stuck again," Harry clarified. "You went alone to raid the ancient home of a pureblood wizard family. You do know how dangerous that was, right?" Daphne exclaimed. "Are you seriously worried? You know that I can take care of myself." "I know you are strong, but you are not invincible." "No one is," Daphne said. "I assure you, I am very much aware of my lack of invincibility, more than you can imagine." Harry said the last part in a low tone. "Now, I did my part. Now can you answer my previous question? About Pansy? Why are you looking for her?" She stared at him with knowing eyes. "You think she is going to take you to her father? At this point, she may be my only way to reach the rest of them, other than assaulting the Ministry of Magic," Harry told her. "She may not be my best friend, but she does not deserve to be used like that." Daphne had a serious look on her face. "I don't like it either, but what else can I do? Wait for Parkinson to organize another attack on the school? Maybe next time he will send people to my house. I already tried following my father's advice and taking things slow. It doesn't work for me," Harry said. Daphne remained silent for a minute. "I can't help you with that." "Daphne, it's not that." She shook her head. "Pansy left the school shortly after you went missing. She said that her family was taking their vacation a bit earlier than usual and that she would finish her last school tests during the summer. We probably won't see her again until the next term unless she speaks to me during the summer." An early vacation? That sounded to Harry like the minister was running away from something. The question is, what is he running away from? He could be afraid of someone pinning the blame for the attack on Hogwarts on him. After all, it was a party organized by the minister in person, and everyone allowed access into the school was approved by him and his ministry. Or he is running away from whoever attacked the Rookwood Castle and killed Augustus. "Harry," Daphne shook his head. "I was thinking." I wish you did that more often before jumping into some reckless actions again. But we already missed potions. If we don't leave this broom closet, we are also going to miss the next class. Wanna go on a trip? The old man looked a bit tired as he returned the stare. Harry, tomorrow is the end of the year feast. I'm very busy with all the preparations. Oh, but I think you will find this one very interesting. Harry leaned forward on the headmaster's desk. This managed to pique Dumbledore's interest. He was confident that Harry would not waste his time with something useless at least. Very well, tell me more about this. Where do you want to go? A cave, Harry simply said. A cave, Dumbledore repeated. I have to assume you don't mean for us to go spelunking for fun on the second to last day of the year. There is more to that cave. It is located on a cliff at the end of the Thames River, west of London. It is fairly close to the orphanage of a certain former student of yours. Tom Riddle. Dumbledore's face changed completely. Riddle, and what did he do in that cave? That's what I want to find out. Why don't we go take a look? Harry suggested. You must have known about this place for a long time. Why bring it up now? Why haven't you gone there before? Dumbledore asked what was on his mind at the moment. Harry shrugged. There was no point. Back then we were looking for the Horcruxes, but there is something else I want to check this time around. Harry said, I see. Dumbledore sighed. Very well, I will accompany you there. He stood up from his chair. I assume you want to depart as soon as possible, considering how little time we have left. Harry pulled his wand out and held his left arm in the air. Hold on to it. We are leaving now. It was a good thing I was yet to put on my pajamas. Dumbledore commented. Yeah, it may be a bit cold for that, Harry said as the old headmaster grabbed his arm. Let us go then. Harry lifted his wand up and the next instant, they were gone. When they opened their eyes, they were on a rocky cliff. It was a cold and windy night, and as usual in these parts of the country, it was raining. Dumbledore made a noise of displeasure before using some magic to protect himself from the weather. Lovely place this is. Yes, he knew how to choose them. Harry pointed ahead towards a darker area in the rocky walls. If my memory doesn't fail me, the cave should be over there. Let us proceed with caution then. If this cave was used by the individual that you claimed, then I have no doubts about the presence of powerful protections. Dumbledore warned him. As they approached the cave, the presence of magic became more obvious. There is a powerful anti-muggle ward set around the area, Dumbledore noted. It should be in that hole over there. Harry pointed at a nearby opening, just tall enough for a person to pass without bending down. Should be. Had assumed you had been here before, at the very least in your previous world, Dumbledore said. I did, but it's been too long, and you were the one who brought me here that time. I'll say we are already lucky I managed to apparate this close to the target, Harry chuckled. Considering your mastery of occlumency, I doubt it was luck, but let us not dwell on that. Dumbledore glanced at the pitch-black hole. Yes, let's. Harry made a hand gesture. Old people, children, and women first. Isn't that what the Muggles like to say? Dumbledore laughed. You want to use your headmaster as a shield? Well, I do recall doing absolutely nothing the last time I was here, so you either removed any protections by yourself, or there was nothing dangerous to remove. I would still be extra careful with any detection charms put in place by him. Fair enough. Dumbledore scanned the entrance, using all the detection spells he knew. He was being very thorough with this. He didn't want to miss anything. Harry left the work to the headmaster. The old man was much more knowledgeable than him about these types of things. I am done. There is only a detection charm placed near that wall. It seems a bit light on protections, Dumbledore commented. Not really. How many people know about his real identity and his past? The only reason you found this cave the last time was because you spent a very long time studying his early years of life, when he still lived at that orphanage. Harry spoke as the headmaster cleared out the charms. Once he was done, he stood in silence for a moment, considering something. I remember that orphanage well enough. It was an awful place. No child should grow up in a place like that. There was a tinge of sadness in his voice. Yes, growing up with no parents or anyone who cares for you is rough, Harry spoke from personal experience. Maybe I shouldn't have left him there. I always wondered if I had done things differently. Please stop that nonsense, Professor. Having a bad childhood doesn't excuse becoming a murdering psychopath, Harry told him. Yes, I suppose you are right, Dumbledore said. I suppose you are right, he repeated. Come on, let's open this thing. Harry cast a Lumos charm. I believe that wall can move. Dumbledore glanced at it. I was going to suggest the same. He tapped it with his wand. After feeding it a bit of magic, the wall moved aside, revealing the real entrance to the cave. Very impressive. Dumbledore stared at the insides of the cavern. It was much bigger than he expected. There was a large lake that went all around it, with a small rocky island in the middle. Dumbledore's eyes moved around before landing on the small island. I assume that what we came to look for is there, Harry smiled. It used to be the first time around. And now, Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Usually he was the one with answers and not the questions. He hid one of his Horcruxes on that island. There is a magical fountain that needs to be emptied first, Harry said. What, did you know about this since the beginning? Why did we wait this long to come here? Dumbledore exclaimed. Because it was a fake. Sirius's brother was one of his most trusted men, but he betrayed his Dark Lord in the end. Regulus Black took the Horcrux from here and left an imitation. The real one should have been hidden in the Black household, Harry explained. But it won't be there anymore. Is that what you think? Otherwise, you would have already tried to gain access to that house. I think at this point it is very safe to assume that Voldemort has recalled all his Horcruxes. The Ravenclaw diadem was missing, and so was the diary. We did find the ring, but there was no soul in there. Very well then, we are not looking for a Horcrux. What did we come here for? Dumbledore questioned him. Harry approached the waters and waved his wand over it. Pyros. Several balls of fire appeared and were sent flying to several spots before they stopped and remained levitating over the lake. Harry knelt down and stared at the dark waters. He could still see nothing. It's too dark. Is there supposed to be something there? Dumbledore looked too. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be looking for. Help me out a bit. Use your most potent light spell inside the waters. I need to make sure. Dumbledore nodded, even if he still was not sure what Harry was trying to find. He did detect traces of some very unpleasant magic inside this cavern. They both manifested large spheres of light inside the waters. Everything became as clear as if it was day, and they were able to even look at the stones at the bottom of the lake. Other than stones, there was nothing in there. They are gone. Harry now was lamenting not coming here before. But perhaps he had taken them years ago. Why Inferi? Harry answered the question before Dumbledore finished it. An army of Inferi. We are here once more to say goodbye. Another year has come to an end. The headmaster began his speech. Harry was not paying much attention. He was thinking about the next step. Everything was indicating that Voldemort's return was imminent. If he was bold enough to get that close to London and retrieve his Inferi, that meant he was done, or at least very close to be done, with whatever preparations he had been working on. His eyes scanned the Slytherin table. Pansy had not returned to school. If he is back, her family is going to be in great danger. It did not take much to anger Voldemort. He could only imagine what he would do when he came back and found that Parkinson had been acting as Dark Lord in his place and deceiving everyone in the process. The other Death Eaters would either hurry to return to his side or be killed for their betrayal. Things were about to change. He was sure of that, but didn't know what the best thing to do now was. Neville was still here, and Voldemort would surely come after him. So as long as he kept a close eye on the boy who lived, it would be a matter of time before he stumbles upon some of his followers at least. And the winner of this year's Quidditch Cup is Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall proclaimed with joy. Everyone at his table started to celebrate and cheer. Harry stopped his inner musings and glanced at Ginny. She looked so happy right now. But how long would that happiness last? He was willing to do whatever it took to protect her. And not only Ginny, but now he also had a family. And there were also Luna, Astoria, and Daphne. He moved his eyes to the podium. Dumbledore was standing next to McGonagall with a smile on his face, but Harry could tell that the man was very worried. They had decided to avoid informing the Order yet, at least not directly. The old headmaster had shared some ideas with him about how they could get more information about what is happening in the Ministry. That was very possibly the first place that Voldemort would try to control, because as long as he held a firm grip on the Ministry, there was not much that the Aurors could do against him. It was the same thing that Parkinson had done, and it worked great for him. Of course, Parkinson did not have the ability to remain in power for much longer. The Gryffindor table erupted into cheers again when the headmaster announced that they had also won the House Cup. Apparently, it had been a long time since the same house won both trophies. You look very grumpy. Hermione touched his shoulder. Do I? Harry glanced at her. She gave him an inquisitive glance. You usually look very serious, but there is something more this time. You are always too observant, Harry admitted. Did something happen? Gryffindor had just won the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup. You also have one of the highest grades in our year. I bet they would make you a prefect next year if you were a bit older, so I suppose that something did happen. But I can't talk about it right now, Harry said. You can't? I mean, what could it possibly? Harry, come on. Lyra pulled from his other side. We are making a toast. She handed him his cup. He will have to leave his worries for another day. Ouch! Harry grabbed onto the girl and lifted her up. Ah, Holly yelled when she was tossed over his shoulders. Harry, be careful. Lily gave him a side glance. You are getting a bit too big to throw yourself at me like that, Holly. Next year you may bring me to the ground. Harry shook her a bit and this made her giggle. I'm only 6, she said defiantly. Almost 7, Harry reminded her. It would only be 2 months before her birthday. Stop it, Harry, everyone is looking. Lyra was becoming embarrassed. They had just gotten off the train and all their classmates were still around. Bah, leave it. She looks so happy now, Lily said. She knew that this year had been particularly difficult for her youngest daughter as she had spent most of her time alone in the house. Yes, and you have no reason to complain. James glanced at his daughter who was still clutching onto his arm. You did the same to me. Lyra became more embarrassed. But you didn't lift me up like that. I see. If that is what you want. James went to lift his daughter up. No, stop. Lyra panicked and began to struggle, trying to free herself from her father's grip. You are all very lively. Molly Weasley approached them. All her children were right behind her. Molly, so good to see you. Lily greeted her friend. They hadn't seen each other that much during this year. Your family is also very lively, especially those two. Lily pointed at the twins. Hey, we haven't done anything, George exclaimed. Not today, that is for sure, Fred added. You put a spider on my breakfast. Ron shouted. Come on, Ron, it wasn't even a real spider, Ginny chuckled. Her youngest brother was often the target of the twins' pranks, but they never took it too far with him. Still, you did not hesitate to crush it. Lyra glanced at her friend. It was kinda scary. While the children were talking, Molly got a bit closer to Lily. Lily noticed this. Is something wrong, Molly? No, well. There was something I wanted to discuss with you and James when you have time, Molly said, looking a bit nervous. Of course, you can come visit any day you want. James is usually home after 5 in the afternoon if you need him there too. Lily wondered what could have the fearless Weasley matriarch so preoccupied. Then I'll visit you in a couple of days. How are things going? Harry sat down in front of the desk. Shouldn't I be the one asking, since you know? I am the father. James rested in his chair. You look stressed, Harry pointed out. James sighed in defeat. I don't know how long I can keep going. Things at the ministry are becoming more tense. People have started to become divided into factions. That's not new, there have always been factions in there, Harry commented. Yes, but not like this. When Fudge was minister, not everyone liked him, but even the ones who didn't agree with him. James seemed hesitant to continue. What is going on? Tell me. Harry leaned forward on the table. There has been talk of starting an uprising to remove Lord Parkinson as minister, James said in a grave voice. Why now? What's the hurry? They have begun replacing ministry personnel. In just a few months, there may not be anyone left working at the ministry that disagrees with Parkinson. Are they going to fire you? Harry asked. They haven't touched the Aura department yet. Madam Bones still has a lot of authority left. But they have begun with other departments, like the misuse of Muggle artifacts. Arthur Weasley, James shook his head. More than half the department has been replaced. I suppose it makes sense. That is Parkinson's way of doing things, but this is for the best. Harry surprised his father with those words. James glanced at him. For the best? Do you not realize how serious this is? Once there is no one left to oppose the minister's decisions. He would basically have full control of the country. I do understand it, but it won't matter for long. Let the minister do what he wants. I was going to suggest that you get out of there anyway, Harry said. Out of the ministry? Like quitting my job? James was baffled. Not just you, but everyone who, as you said, disagrees with the current minister. It would be best if all of you got out of there as soon as possible. Okay, what are you not telling me? James asked with suspicion. Voldemort is back, and I mean the real one this time. Harry just dropped that bomb like it was nothing. James remained silent for a few seconds like he was trying to process what he had just heard. What? Maybe, Harry added. Maybe, so you are not sure, and Dumbledore is also in this. You are going to have to explain that a lot better. Let's see. Harry tried his best to inform his father of everything he had learned during the last month. Minister being the mastermind behind the attack on the school, Harry tracking down Dolohov, what he saw at the empty castle, and finally what he saw back at the cavern. You went after Dolohov alone? James shouted. That's not even remotely the most important part. Did you hear what I said? Harry asked. I heard everything, James muttered. Do you know something about Rookwood's disappearance? Have any other lords from Parkinson's faction gone missing? James made an expression of displeasure. There's no way for me to know. I have been stuck at a desk for months. The investigators won't share anything important with us since they are all in Parkinson's pockets. Moody must be going crazy. Harry could not imagine that man doing desk work for months. Last week, he burned his desk. This is the 5th time it got destroyed. James had a tired smile on his face, but going back to what's important, just because Rookwood went missing and some undead disappeared. In Fairy, yes, well. You don't know exactly when those things were taken. Voldemort could have taken them before leaving the country, or, who knows, maybe some other dark wizard stumbled upon that cave and did something to them. This is not hard evidence, Harry, James explained. I know it's not. That's why Dumbledore doesn't want to share anything about this yet. He doesn't want to cause a mass panic. That's understandable. If someone of his status suddenly started to make declarations about that dangerous man coming back, this is something that everyone has been fearing since the day of his disappearance. Everyone was dreading his return. James realized something. Is that why you don't want me in the Ministry? You think he is going to attack there first? Harry shrugged. It's just a possibility, but between the fake Dark Lord and the real one, all of you are going to be in danger. My job has always been a dangerous one, and I have accepted the risk. I will not run away, and I'm sure that my colleagues would agree with me, James said with conviction. If that monster is coming back, I will be there to receive him. Harry wanted to tell his father that he didn't know what Voldemort was truly capable of, but to be fair, he also didn't know what this version of the Dark Lord had been up to, if he was anything like the one Harry knew. This Voldemort would also be obsessed with achieving immortality by any possible means. Above all else, what that man feared was death. The fact that he recalled all the scattered pieces of his soul from the containers where he had previously placed them must mean that he had found another solution to his dilemma. What kind of answer has he found this time around? What kind of monster have you become now, Tom? Harry pondered. The next 2 weeks passed in relative peace. Harry had received letters from Ginny, telling him that her mother had finally allowed her to fly her broom at home, now that she had demonstrated her skills during the school year. She sounded happy, and now that she was with her family, the ugly events during the end of the year were starting to be forgotten. He also received a letter from Daphne. She wanted to let him know that she would likely be hard to reach during the entire summer because she was going back to Madame Yafel's shop to continue her apprenticeship. That girl is going to become a scary witch in the future, Harry thought. Daphne was already extremely talented at practical magic, and Morgana Le Fay was the most dangerous witch Harry had ever met during his previous life. Had she been free from the curse and able to move around? It may have been her, the one who ended up killing Voldemort. If Daphne learns from someone like that, it's hard to say how far she will go. Harry would have loved to enjoy a couple of months of peace and quiet after that eventful end of his 3rd year. But this time, the silence was doing nothing but making him uneasy. Dumbledore has not contacted me yet. That must mean that nothing has happened. He had given the headmaster all the information he had. Keeping secrets would do nothing but increase the danger of the situation at this point. He had also told him to keep a close eye on the Ministry and inform him if anything happened. It's been almost 3 weeks since he killed Dolohov and since someone had taken Lord Rookwood out, but none of the newspapers wrote anything about it. There was also barely anything written about the invasion at the school. A short article on the lower corner of the 5th page, written by some nameless author in the Prophet, had said something about a small incident that had occurred during the minister's party. The article only made a passing mention of one student getting hurt by a careless accident, but said little more than that. It was obvious that the minister had used all his power to prevent the public from finding out. This was made easier thanks to Harry's actions, who eliminated the invaders away from prying eyes and then used the castle elves to clean up the evidence. Other than the rumors about his sister and her friends being attacked by some masked men, there was nothing to show. The headmaster didn't even attempt to get the real story out, as it would do nothing but bring panic into the public while also damaging his own image, since Minister Parkinson would surely spin the story to make him seem like a senile old man who is imagining things. Shit, he accidentally put too much pressure on the quill and ruined the page. I need to focus. This is important. He had been having a hard time doing that for the past few days. His mind is always working on the many possibilities, but he had to try. This was also necessary. He glanced down at the large tome where he had been writing for so many hours already. Harry took a letter opener from the other side of his desk. The blade was completely dull, but a quick transfiguration changed that. The now sharp utensil did a clean job at removing the ruined page. I was almost done with that one. Now I have to start again. Harry grumbled and his stomach started to make noises. What time is it? He had already forgotten how long it had been since he had eaten lunch. Just then, the door to his room opened without a knock. Hey, his sister poked her head inside. Good, you are dressed. You could have knocked. Harry was sure that his sister had been taught everything about manners and etiquette. She just chose to ignore them. She chuckled. That's boring, and I had my hands busy. Look. Lyra came into the room while carrying a silver tray. On top of it was a plate with a delicious-looking sandwich and a glass of orange juice. Mom said she didn't want to bother you when you were working, so I missed dinner, huh? He took a glance at the large mechanical watch that was hanging from the wall on his right side. It was already 30 minutes past 8. His family usually had dinner at 7 o'clock. Thank you. Can you leave the tray over there? Harry pointed at the coffee table that he placed near the center of his room. Whoa, it's been a while since I entered this room. Lyra rested the tray on the table and looked around the neatly organized bedroom. I try to keep it clean, Harry commented. He knew well why his sister had not come into this room often. The previous him was not fond of visits. I like it, she said with a smile. Her eyes then moved towards the book on Harry's table. Are you studying already? That one thick book too. It reminds me of the one Hermione is sometimes reading. I'm not reading this book, I am writing it, Harry corrected. You are writing a book. Lyra was surprised to hear this. She didn't know her brother had such hobbies. What are you writing about? She got closer to take a better look. What I am writing is not exactly a story. Harry closed the book to show her the cover. It was made of blue-tinted leather with the silver silhouette of a hippogriff placed in the middle and the letter P at the top. Is that the symbol of our house? Lyra had seen that one before, that day when she went to the basement of the Potter Manor. This is a grimoire, the House Potter grimoire. A grimoire, isn't that the book that contains all the family magic? She recalled a conversation she had with her friends about that topic. Ginny had told her that her mother's family, the Prewetts, used to have one, but it was lost when they were attacked by dark wizards. Astoria mentioned that her family still had their own grimoire, but she was not allowed to read it until she was older. Luna's family also had theirs, and she had actually read it but apparently didn't understand anything because it was written in Old Gaelic. That is correct. Harry stood up from his desk and went to the small coffee table to eat his dinner. Our house used to have one, but it was lost a long time ago. There is nothing recorded about what happened, so it remains a mystery. Lyra sat next to him on the couch before realizing something. But wait, why are you the one writing it? Shouldn't it be Dad the one who does that? Harry smiled. Both of our parents have already written a few pages of the book, but it's up to me to fill the rest. I have yet so much to write in there. Is that what you have been doing all week? Lyra had barely seen her brother since they came back from school. He always seemed to be busy with something. Yes, you could say that this is going to be my summer project. Harry took another bite of his sandwich. This is really good. What sauce did they put on the turkey? Lyra gave Harry a look of suspicion. Are you writing those weird spells that you use sometimes, like that giant fireball that killed the basilisk? I will write down every bit of magic I know. That's why. It will take a while. He was telling mostly the truth with that statement. He wanted to make sure that all the knowledge he had accumulated during his lifetime did not go to waste. This wasn't just his personal knowledge, but that of many others who had contributed. Without their help, Harry would not be the wizard he was today. He did not want all of that work to be wasted. The only exception he was making was his knowledge about demonology. That was not a branch of magic he was willing to let anyone learn. It was just too dangerous, that knowledge. He would take with him to the grave. What's the hurry? You just finished your 3rd year. Lyra could not understand why he was writing this now, instead of doing it after graduating at least. This time is as good as any other. It's not like I'm going to learn much more with a few years at Hogwarts, Harry told her. Lyra did not miss the implication of what he was saying. Is this like one of those things you promised you would tell me, you know, about yourself? She had not forgotten about that promise. Been keeping up with your occlumency training? Of course, go ahead and look for yourself, she said with confidence. Harry would rather not do that. He had not forgotten what happened the last time he went inside her mind. But he did make a promise to his sister, and he was not going to break it. Once he was done with his dinner, he pulled out his wand and glanced at her. Okay, lay down, get comfortable, and look into my eyes. As soon as she did, he pointed the wand at her forehead. Legilimency. Lyra had not been lying when she said she had been practicing. He could read her surface thoughts, but her memories were no longer moving around in plain sight. She had locked them behind protections with the use of occlumency. Of course, if he really tried, he could certainly break down those defenses, but for a second-year student who had just begun to practice, this was a really good result. I'm impressed. He really was. Unless the attacker put in quite a bit of effort, they would not be able to steal her secrets. You are? Lyra snapped back to reality and heard his words. Harry chuckled. I really am. You have clearly put a lot of effort into learning occlumency. I did, she smiled with joy. All those hours she spent meditating seemed to have paid off. But don't get overconfident. You have just begun to learn that discipline and are still a long way from becoming a master at it. Promise me that you will continue your training. Of course I will. For a moment, Lyra had a strange feeling. Her brother's words sounded like he was planning on going away. Harry? Yes, your reward, he said. Yes, then, will you answer anything I ask? Lyra's face became more serious. She had been thinking a lot about this, and the questions had been piling up. Instead of just sitting here and answering stuff, let's do something better. Like what? Lyra gave him a dubious look. You are not backing down now, right? Harry pressed his wand towards his own temple. Why don't you take a look into my mind and see for yourself? What? Lyra exclaimed. You want me to enter your mind? Lyra asked again. There are some things that, unless you see them for yourself, you won't be keen on believing them. I'm afraid that explaining my, let's say, special circumstances with words, well, it won't be enough. Is it that incredible? I knew it. You're a time traveler, right? Lyra stood up from the couch with excitement. Calm down, Lyra, you'll see soon enough. You need to sit back down. Right, she calmed down a bit. So what do I have to do? Normally you would use legilimency on me, but since you haven't learned it yet, we'll have to do it differently. Harry pointed his wand at her. Hold on, isn't that the same as before? You will enter my mind, Lyra said. It is a bit more complex than that. A mental attack like legilimency works by establishing a connection between both minds. The one doing the attack will always have the advantage, but if the other person is skilled enough, they could use that chance to turn the attack back to the aggressor. You mean that I can enter the mind of someone who is attacking me? Lyra had never heard of that before. It is possible, and I will put aside my defenses to grant you entrance, so it will be very easy in this case. Now, let's begin. Harry used the same spell again, but this time, instead of trying to access Lyra's inner mind, he opened the connection even wider while removing any resistance on his end. A moment later, Lyra's mind was diving into his. When she regained her senses, Lyra found herself looking at the moon and stars. What is this? When did we leave the house? We didn't. Look around you. As she heard her brother's voice, she looked ahead of her and was shocked by the view. Whoa, what in Merlin's name happened here? She appeared to be in the middle of a large city, but everything was in ruins. Most of the buildings were half collapsed, and there was fire everywhere. What city is this? She asked. We are less than 20 blocks away from the River Thames. If you look towards the east, I believe that St. Paul's Cathedral is that way, and if you keep going in that direction, you will reach the Tower of London, or whatever was left of it. This is London. Lyra did not have the chance to visit these big cities very often, but she was somewhat familiar with London at least. This is not your London, this is, or was, my London, Harry told her. Lyra made a confused expression, but when she turned around to look at her brother, she could not find him. Harry, where are you? Look to your right. She now realized that the voice of her brother was not coming from anywhere in particular, and then remembered that she was inside his mind. When Lyra followed his instructions, she found a small group of young people walking through the ruined streets of the city. She had no idea who they were at first, but they began to walk directly towards her, and as they got closer, their faces became a lot more familiar. Are they? No, they look older. They are older than the ones you know, around 8 years older in fact, but you can still tell who they are? Harry asked. Of course. Lyra sounded a bit offended by the question. One at the front of the group was a tall young man with short dark hair, brilliant green eyes, and a pair of circular glasses. He was wearing a dirty brown trench coat, but no matter how ragged he looked or how much older he was, she would never fail to recognize her own brother. That's you, Lyra smiled. You look so old. I was only 21 back then. Harry's voice sounded slightly bitter. And the other ones, she pointed at the bushy-haired girl at Harry's side. Hermione, wow. She looked so pretty, even with those dirty robes. A bit behind Harry was a red-headed man with slightly long hair and a very unfriendly expression. Is that Bill Weasley? Or Charlie? That is Ron Weasley, Harry answered. That's Ron. You were friends with him? Lyra raised an eyebrow. From all of Ginny's brothers, that was definitely her least favorite, and considering that Percy was one of them, that was saying a lot. I was. Harry did not deny it. I don't know who the last one is. On Harry's other side was a tall and strong-looking man. He had short brown hair and a chiseled jawline. The man was wearing something that resembled more armor than a wizard tunic and carried a sword on his hip. He is kinda handsome, though. You do know him? That is Neville Longbottom. What? That's Neville? Lyra was completely shocked. Is he really going to look like that in a few years? I can't give you any guarantees. This version of Neville has gone through a lot already. Version. Lyra took a step back when she noticed that they just kept coming closer to her. Wait, Neville. She put her hands forward as to stop him, but the figure of Neville continued forward and passed right through her as if she wasn't there. This is just a memory, remember? You cannot interact with them in any way. You can just watch. The voice of her brother resounded everywhere and made her feel a bit foolish for her actions. Right, I forgot. Lyra turned around and could now see the backs of the group. Where are they going? As she asked that, the top of one of the nearby buildings exploded into a rain of fire and debris. Some massive figure came crashing down and landed close to the group. The creature reminded Lyra of a gorilla. She had only seen its picture in books, but this one seemed many times bigger than those. Its fur was also of a different color. This one was bright red, just like its eyes, and it had 4 arms. That thing roared with pure rage and everything around began to shake and break. To answer your question, they came to kill a demon. A demon? Lyra almost jumped from the shock. But demons are not real, are they? Demons are very much real, Lyra. They just don't exist in the same realm of reality we do, the detached voice of Harry explained to her. Then what is that one doing here? Lyra pointed at the creature. The other Harry and his friends had already started their fierce fight with the demon as Lyra and he spoke. That one, and many others, were brought here by a madman who only cared about achieving his goals, no matter the price. Lyra then realized that something was missing, or more like someone. Where is Ginny? What about Luna and Astoria? What about me? Why aren't we helping you fight that thing? If her brother was already in his 20s during this time, that meant that she and her friends were already adults too. Luna was busy working on something else. I never met Astoria, so I don't know what she could have been doing by then. As for Ginny, she was killed almost 2 years before this happened, Harry said with a bitter tone. What? Ginny died? Lyra turned around, but of course her brother was not there. Can you explain that better? There is not much to explain. She was killed at the beginning of the war. Back then, we didn't even know there was a war at all. We all thought that it was over. We were so wrong. What about me? And Holly, Mom, Dad? She could only guess the worst now. Calm down, Lyra. It's not what you think. Lyra's eyes did not move away from the battle. She could never have imagined that she would see something like this. Then, this is the future. Is this going to happen to our world? She had reached a dreadful conclusion. What you are seeing right now is not your future. This is not your world. Lyra's eyes opened wide. Not my world. Correct. Since humans began to manipulate time with the use of time magic, there have been countless fractures in our time and space continuum. As a result, many different realities and timelines have been born. What you are seeing before you is just one of the many possibilities. Are you saying that this is like a different reality? Lyra asked. Yes. A grim reality in which Voldemort, at his lowest point, decided to open a gate to the netherworld and bring a host of demons to destroy the world. To you, this is just a different reality, something that didn't happen and will not happen in your world. But to me, this is my past, my old home. You, Lyra realized, these were Harry's memories, so he had to have lived this before. You came from another world. The burning city around Lyra began to vanish into smoke, along with the figures of the demon and the ones fighting it, and it was soon replaced by a different landscape. It wasn't exactly a better one. This one was a completely barren land, devoid of everything. There were no signs of life or buildings or anything at all. Even the sun was looking dim while washing over the gray dirt and stones. You are correct. Lyra detected that the voice of her brother was different, and it was now coming from behind her. When she turned around, she found herself face to face with a tall man. He had short dark hair, an unkempt beard, and wore some ragged clothes, filled with holes and covered in that gray dirt. It looked like this person had gone through hell and somehow came back. But a quick look into his bright green eyes was enough for Lyra to know that she was in front of her brother. You look like shit. Don't let Mom hear you say that, Harry chuckled. So, this is what you really looked like? Lyra asked. This is what I looked like by the end, yes. Lyra moved her eyes around the area. There wasn't much to see. And where are we? We are in the same place as before, but around 20 years later than the battle you saw, Harry explained. 20 years, Lyra muttered. By this point, most of the planet looked like this. They destroyed everything. The few remnants of humanity had to hide underground. You didn't beat the demons, Lyra exclaimed. She could not imagine her brother losing a battle, not even to something like a demon. No, I'm afraid not. This was not something that could be won in the first place. The moment Voldemort opened that gate, he doomed us all. You know who did all of this? Lyra had heard terrible tales about the Dark Lord, but she could never have thought he could destroy the world in such a way. Did you at least kill him? I did, I think at least. You are not sure? Lyra asked. No, you see, that's when I died. You died, but wait. I'm not a ghost, Harry hurried to add. That's not what I was going to say. Lyra looked offended. I don't understand either how it happened. I remember dying in this world and then I woke up in the body of a younger version of myself, in your world. Lyra stared at him for a while without saying anything, but then, all of a sudden, she smiled at him. I think I understand now. I just have one question. Is it about what happened to your original brother? I'm sorry. No, of course not, Lyra interrupted him. Why would I care about that ungrateful brat? He tried to kill me. Oh, Harry had not anticipated her to care so little about that. Then what question did you have? To be fair, I have 1,000 questions. But remember that day in the basement when my friends and I snuck in? Yes, I do remember. That was very reckless. One of my golems almost killed you, Harry said. Yes, that day. Lyra looked a bit embarrassed. That day I asked you if you were really my brother, and I told you to never doubt that, Harry added. Did you really mean that, or was it something else? Of course I meant it, Lyra. I'm not the kind of person who likes to manipulate others with lies. You should know that by now. Harry looked down to meet her eyes. I may have come from a different reality, but I am still Harry Potter, the son of Lily and James Potter, and for as long as you consider me your brother, that is what I will be. Lyra jumped at him and gave him a crushing hug. You have 1,000 questions, huh? Well, if there is anything else you want to ask while we are here. Lyra shook her head. I think I'd rather not ask. She wanted to ask about what happened to her parents and the other versions of herself and Harley. But Harry never mentioned any of them, and she had a good idea as to why. Let's go back then. Sensing that she had seen enough, Harry pulled her out of his mind. A minute later, Lyra opened her eyes. How was it? Harry asked. I feel a bit dizzy, Lyra answered while holding her head. That is a normal aftereffect, but that is not what I meant. Lyra lifted her gaze to look at him directly. You have learned what you wanted to know about me, right? Harry asked. I suppose I mean. That explains so much. No wonder you can do all that stuff with your magic, Lyra exclaimed. I did go through a lot, yes, Harry nodded. And you are like super old, Lyra added. Pardon? Harry raised an eyebrow. I just wanted to thank you again, Lily. Marley, I already told you that's unnecessary. James just gave him a recommendation, nothing more. Lily felt a bit overwhelmed. Molly Weasley had already thanked her 12 times and sent a large number of cakes to their house. After finding out that Arthur had lost his job at the ministry, James spoke to Lord Greengrass, and this one agreed to give the man a good position in one of his businesses in France. This new job took away more of his free time since he had to travel to another country, so he could not be at home as much as he would have wanted, but it also paid 3 times more than his previous job, so the family was now a lot more relaxed when it came to money. And I insist. We would have been in a lot of trouble without your help. I brought another cake, a chocolate one this time. She pulled a small wooden box from her bag, and this one grew several times in size before Molly finally placed it on the kitchen table and opened it up, revealing a delicious-looking cake. Cake! Holly became excited and went to fetch some plates. Lily glanced at her youngest daughter with worry. She was going to get extremely fat if things continued like this. Is Lyra here? Ginny asked while standing next to the table. She is in the backyard. I believe she is with Harry, Lily said. Ginny hurried out of the kitchen. This was the first time she was able to visit the Potter house since the beginning of the summer, and it had already been a month since classes ended. She opened the door to the large back garden and was welcomed by a pleasant breeze. Her eyes moved over all the greenery and found someone sitting on the bench that was placed beneath the apple tree near the center of the garden. As she got closer, Ginny realized that the person in question was not Lyra, but Harry instead. He was reading a book while also writing something in a notebook. She stood there for a few seconds, not sure of what to say. Ginny felt a bit conflicted about interrupting him while he seemed so concentrated. But then Harry turned to face her and greeted her with a kind smile. It's been a while, how have you been? Ginny returned the greeting with her best smile. Were you looking for my sister? I believe she was taking a bath, but she should be done soon. We had a practice scheduled. Practice? You mean like the ones we did during the school year? She saw Harry give a short nod. Do you mind if I join? Not at all, please. He offered some room to sit down, and she happily agreed. How is your father liking the new job? Well, I think he would like to spend more time near home, but he does like to work in that shop. He says there are several Muggle-borns who know a lot of interesting stuff. I mean, interesting for him. Harry recalled the man's obsession with anything made by Muggles, including rubber ducks. Next month, we are going to be spending some time in France. Harry noticed that she seemed upset about something. Are you not looking forward to that? Oh, it's not that. It's just the Quidditch Cup finals are on August 25th. Ireland is going to play against Bulgaria, and I'm going to miss it, Ginny exclaimed. The Quidditch Cup. That brought up some memories for Harry. In his past life, he did go watch that game Ginny was talking about. There are going to be a lot of important people watching that game. He was getting a bad feeling now. Chapter 278, Recap. Author's note: this extra chapter is going to be a summary of the important events that occurred since the beginning of the story. I wanted to do this before starting the fourth arc so everyone is more or less on the same page. If you don't feel like you need any reminders, feel free to skip this one. Arc 0, let's begin at the beginning. Our main character originates from an alternate reality where demons invaded the world and destroyed everything. Let us call it Universe 1. In Universe 1, things were mostly the same as in the original universe, until around the fourth year. For several reasons, Dumbledore never made the connection between Harry and the Horcruxes. Not knowing that the boy who lived was supposed to die, he took Harry under his wing and trained him the best he could, discovering that Harry had a great deal of talent for transfiguration. During the sixth year, Dumbledore still died, killed in a Death Eater ambush, leaving Harry and his friends alone to deal with the rest. In the seventh year, Voldemort threw an all-out attack on Hogwarts, the last place he needed to control, but this time he had to face a much more prepared Harry. It was a tough battle, but eventually Harry came out on top and killed Voldemort after destroying all his Horcruxes, not knowing that there was still one more, him. Several years later, Voldemort announced his return by killing Harry's new wife, Ginny. This time, Voldemort was much better prepared. After losing the protection from his Horcruxes, he resorted to a more extreme method. He used an ancient ritual that allowed him to contact a different world, the Netherworld, home of all demons. The war lasted decades and ended with the destruction of 100% of the Earth's surface and almost all humanity. The few survivors had to hide in underground bunkers, protected by both magic and the latest technology they had access to. After decades of war, Harry made a last-ditch effort to kill Voldemort, who is now nearly invincible thanks to the help of the demons. After a long battle that ended in the deaths of every single soldier who accompanied him, Harry achieved victory and killed Voldemort after destroying the demonic artifact that protected his life. Due to his injuries, Harry died shortly after. Unknowingly, he had just destroyed the last Horcrux, preventing Voldemort from ever returning. His death also triggered something else. During his early days, Harry had come into contact with all three of the Hallows and became the master of them all, even if he did not know it yet. His own death was the last necessary step to fully become the one and only Master of Death. This title came with privileges, but also with obligations. Unlike the rest of the mortals, Harry's soul did not go into the afterlife once his body perished. Instead, it ended up drifting along the river of limbo until a suitable body became available. The next time he opened his eyes, he discovered that he was in the body of a younger version of himself. Arc 1. In this arc, Harry learns that he is now in a different reality, which we'll call Universe 2. In this universe, history was very different from what he remembered. He was born almost a month later, meaning he no longer fit the requirements of the prophecy to become the boy who lived, leaving Neville as the only possible candidate. With no one else to choose from, this version of Voldemort focused his attention on the Longbottoms, leaving the Potters and the other members of the Order of the Phoenix to be taken care of by his minions. After Harry was born, and knowing they were still in a lot of danger, the Potters moved to their family's ancestral home. Not only were the protections much stronger, but the only one who knew about the location of this manor was Sirius Black. They knew there was a traitor in the Order, so they didn't dare to spread information about their whereabouts. The traitor turned out to be none other than Wormtail, much to their surprise. Remus had been the one under the most suspicion, so he had preventively left the country. After Voldemort demanded Wormtail reveal the location of all the members of the Order, Wormtail disappointed him by saying he only knew of a few of the less important members. But he saved his life by revealing where to find Sirius Black, and that he knew how to locate the Potters' main family manor. Sirius was captured and tortured to death, but never gave up a single bit of information about his friends. Thanks to this, James and Lily, along with Harry and their newborn daughter, were able to survive the war and thrive. Voldemort eventually found the Longbottoms and went to kill them himself. Because of the prophecy, he thought he was the only one fitting to kill this chosen boy, and his arrogance prevented him from thinking about the possibility of losing. The Dark Lord killed most of the Longbottom family, leaving only Augusta Longbottom, who survived her injuries, and one of Neville's uncles, who was traveling through Germany at the time. But when Voldemort went to administer the killing curse on the young boy, his spell bounced back to him. Luckily for the wizard, the protections on Neville were not strong enough to completely deflect the curse with its full strength, and Voldemort survived, though his soul and body were greatly damaged, forcing him to flee the scene. Bellatrix Lestrange, along with her husband and brother-in-law, went looking for their master after he failed to return in time. They found him in a forest near the Longbottom house, gravely injured and barely conscious. Voldemort ordered his most trusted followers to take him away from England. He needed time to recover completely and to plan his return. A few years after this, Wormtail, who is now a fugitive, was found by a group of Aurors. After killing one of them, the rat was able to escape, but his identity as a rat animagus was exposed. Not seeing a better choice, Wormtail decided to leave the country and go in search of his old master, who everyone believed to be still alive. Arc 2, Remus visits the Potters, and during a casual talk, he mentions something about unusual vampire activity in Romania. Harry pays a visit to his family vault at the deepest part of Gringotts. While he is there, he discovers the vaults of the four founders are right next to his families. He also spots the vault that belonged to the legendary Peveril family. When he gets a bit closer, Harry feels a connection with the vault, or at least with some of its contents. There is something in that vault that seems to be calling for him, but he does not have the chance to open it under the strict vigilance of the goblins. During this arc, Harry learns that some of the Horcruxes are missing from the locations where they were supposed to be. He is unable to find the diary at the Malfoy's house, nor the Ravenclaw tiara inside the Room of Requirement. Strange occurrences are happening at Hogwarts. Castle continues to suffer from tremors, and Harry eventually realizes that the source of those tremors is inside the Chamber of Secrets. He expects to have to fight a basilisk when he goes in there, but instead finds much more. After killing 3 basilisks, he encounters a behemoth-sized basilisk. With the lives of his sister and her friends at risk, Harry resorts to using a grand sorcery that ends up costing him his wand and the 7-array Arkstone artifact he had previously created. He only has a vague theory about how this gigantic basilisk came to be, but months later, the truth is revealed with the help of Professor Silverbell, the chief of the time department at the Ministry and the #1 expert when it comes to time magic. He is also a tiny gnome. He calls it a convergence, a temporary union of 2 different timelines. They become connected due to weaknesses in the walls that separate realities. Those weak points occur in locations with very high concentrations of magical particles. When that happens, it becomes possible for things or living beings to cross from one reality to the next, even without their knowledge. What happened in the chamber was a massive convergence, where countless basilisks from countless different realities ended up all trapped in the same one. After they began to consume each other, the protective magical arrays from the Chamber of Secrets ended up acting as the container for an ancient ritual. This ritual enabled the basilisk to become stronger and bigger by devouring its siblings. By the end of the ordeal, what was left was one massive basilisk that had eaten everyone else, and 3 lucky survivors who escaped the massacre by fitting through the cracks in the walls. Professor Silverbell also mentions that these fractures in the walls of reality are only going to get worse until entire universes start to collide with each other, causing the destruction of one or both. This will continue to repeat until there is only one universe left in existence, as it was originally meant to be before time travel was invented. The professor had already predicted that this was going to occur eventually, but something seemed to have triggered the entire multiverse to begin its collapse many centuries before it was supposed to happen. He also says that unless the anomaly that caused the trigger is removed, the complete collapse of all realities will occur in the very near future. After hearing this, it does not take long for Harry to reach the conclusion that he is the anomaly in question. Dumbledore promises to find an alternate solution, but Harry knows that this is very unlikely to happen. One day, he is going to have to make a decision if he wants to protect his loved ones. Arc 3, Harry learns he is now the Master of Death after absorbing the inactive remnants of the Three Hallows and fully awakening his latent abilities. Lord Parkinson, who had been pretending to be the Dark Lord in Voldemort's absence, finally achieves his goal to become the Minister of Magic and begins his plans to have complete control of the country. Everything is going well until his failed attempt to kill Harry Potter, followed by his next failure, involving the werewolves, trolls, and Death Eaters, 1 week after the end of the school term. I can't take it anymore. Calm down, Pansy. I know how you feel, but we must be patient. Lady Parkinson sighed again. It had been 2 weeks since her husband had pulled her daughter from school in a rush, even though there was only 1 week left to finish, and asked them to stay at the main family manor. Pansy had to tell her friends that she was going on an early vacation, even when she had no idea what was going on. But Mom, how long is this going to take? I can't even contact my friends. What about my plans for the summer? Pansy had been patient enough during the first days, but after her father had continued to deny her any explanation about why she had to stay locked at home, she was beginning to lose her mind. Martha, Pansy called, but no one answered. Where is the maid? Oh, I'm not sure. She hasn't answered my calls all morning. Aurora Parkinson made a worried expression. I'm sure your father had her occupied with something. Lord Parkinson only allowed a few selected servants to work at their main manor. But recently he had sent them all away, except for the head maid, Martha, who was left to take care of the meals and some basic cleaning. And when is he coming back? Pansy asked. He didn't return last night as usual. Lady Parkinson glanced down at the table. I'm sure he will be here soon. Pansy threw her mother a look of suspicion. Do you know what is going on? Is there some sort of crisis at the ministry? I'm not sure, Pansy. Your father will give us some explanation. Have some patience, please. What she just told her daughter wasn't exactly a lie. She did not know what could have happened now that her husband was so paranoid about it. Of course, she wasn't oblivious to her husband's darker side or his past as a follower of the Dark Lord. She even agreed with many of their points, even if she didn't like their violent methods. After the disappearance of Lord Voldemort, she had hoped that her husband would take it as a chance to make things right, to leave behind that dark side of his. Everything seemed to be going great, until a few years back, when her husband became more secretive and quiet. Like he was back then, everything became worse when he was declared Minister of Magic. She saw him become surrounded by questionable individuals like Walden McNair, Antonin Dolohov, and even Yaxley after this one came out of prison. Aurora was sure that her husband did not become minister without doing something illegal or immoral, but he would not tell her about it. Instead, he would be constantly having secret meetings with those who followed him closely. It almost reminded her of what the Dark Lord used to do. Wanting to shake away those thoughts, Aurora looked around the dining hall. Her eyes moved to the large grandfather clock on the side. It's getting a bit late. Maybe I should begin to prepare something for dinner. Pansy almost jumped at hearing this. You want to cook? Lady Parkinson began to laugh when she saw her daughter's reaction. You know, I used to bake when you were little. I don't remember that. Martha is the one who prepares all our meals. Father says that the kitchen is no place for people of our status. Pansy recalled hearing that many times before. Yes, he does say that, and that is why she didn't cook often. But back in my house, I was taught that a noble lady should know their way around the kitchen and the bedroom. She gave Pansy a playful wink. Mom, Pansy became clearly embarrassed. Come on, you can keep me company. She stood up from her chair. And maybe you'll learn something. I don't want to learn to cook. That's what servants are for, Pansy huffed. It won't hurt you to learn a few basic things. Maybe one day you will use those skills to make someone happy. Aurora gave her daughter a side glance and saw her mood change. Speaking of, how are things going with that boy? Potter, was it? Well, Pansy looked at the ground. We haven't spoken in a while. Is this because of what happened that day? Aurora knew about how those Slytherin seniors tried to use her daughter to lure Potter into Hogsmeade and attack him. She had a good talk with their parents after that, but she wished her husband had done something more for once. That was not your fault. Harry said that too, but I should never have gone along with those boys. I should have warned Harry earlier. See, he understands. I have only met Mr. Potter very briefly, but he seemed like a very mature boy for his age. Lady Parkinson smiled. It's not just that. I'm sure that Daphne also likes him, Pansy said with a depressed tone. Greengrass? Aurora lifted an eyebrow. She was fairly familiar with Lady Greengrass. She was one of the most beautiful women she knew, and for the few occasions where she spotted her eldest daughter, it appeared that she had inherited much from her mother. Well, a bit of competition won't hurt you. Competition? Pansy looked confused. She never had to compete for anything before. You are all still very young. You will have plenty of time to conquer Mr. Potter next year. I'll give you some tips, she suggested. Pansy's mood seemed to improve after that. Really? Like what? Let me think. At that moment, they heard the fireplace become ablaze with green flames. Dad is here, Pansy exclaimed. How odd. He normally uses the flue from his studio. Aurora stared at the green flames and saw the figure of her husband emerge from it. But she immediately realized that something was wrong when she saw his face. Get your things, we have to leave, Lord Parkinson screamed, his expression contorted with fear. Both Pansy and her mother became alarmed. You are hurt. Aurora just noticed that her husband was not only terrified, but his robes were in a terrible state, and his left arm was bleeding. Where is Albert? Lord Parkinson ignored his wife's concerns while he looked around the hall. The butler, you sent him away, remember. Perseus, tell me what is going on. Who attacked you? Aurora asked. Pansy approached her father. Dad, what is going on? You lock us at home, then you disappear, and then Lord Parkinson turned his gaze to her and screamed. Now. This was so out of character that neither Pansy nor Aurora knew how to react. One thing that everyone could agree on when it came to Lord Parkinson was that the man was always calm and composed, no matter the situation. Pansy had never seen her father lose his mind in such an extreme way, while Aurora hadn't seen him like this since. Perseus, is this about? She did not want to ask. The words stuck in her mouth. Those bloody traitors, all of them, bloody hell, I'm going to kill them all. Lord Parkinson was not in the mood to listen at the moment. He clutched at his wound while pacing around the dining hall as his wife and daughter waited for an explanation. After a minute of this, he stopped and looked at them. Forget your things, we must leave now. We can go to the beach cottage in Italy. No one knows about that one. We have a cottage in Italy. Pansy definitely didn't know about that. We haven't been there in 15 years. The house must be a mess. And you haven't told me what is going on yet. Who are we running away from? Aurora was now sure that her husband had gotten involved in something very dangerous and probably illegal. She could only hope it had nothing to do with, come on, get in the fireplace. We have to leave now before it's too late. They will come here soon, Perseus Parkinson exclaimed. Who is coming here? Pansy was beginning to panic also after seeing her father like that, even though she didn't understand anything that was happening right now. How can anyone get here so easily? We have only given entrance to the Malfoys and they are gone, Lady Parkinson said. Over many years, Lord Parkinson had been extremely careful and reserved when it came to showing the location of his many properties to the public. Only one of them was used for parties, while another was used for important meetings. But the main house, the Parkinson Ancestral Manor, they had only ever revealed the location to those who were to join their family. Lady Parkinson was only granted entrance the day of her engagement. Lucius Malfoy's son, Draco, was meant to marry Pansy. So they allowed their family access to their house when their engagement became official. But then Lucius died, and the betrothal was cancelled by Lord Parkinson, who felt that the Malfoys had lost too much of their status and wealth and were no longer worthy of such a marriage. A short time after that, both Draco and his mother Narcissa had disappeared in mysterious circumstances, never to be seen again. Aurora, as well as many of the ladies she spoke with on occasions, believed that Lucius had gotten involved in something shady. The man was well known for collecting dark artifacts. Perhaps a deal went wrong and he was killed as a result. So most believed that both his wife and son were already dead, perhaps killed by the same person who ended Lucius's life. Lord Parkinson's expression changed when his wife mentioned the Malfoy name. The Malfoys are the worst of them all. They are all ungrateful traitors. After everything I have done for them, for our cause. Wait, have you seen Draco? Pansy was shocked. She never thought to hear about that boy again after he disappeared in such a way. Narcissa and her son are alive. Aurora was shocked to hear this. I'll explain things later. Lord Parkinson took a handful of flue powder and threw it onto the fireplace. Farnese cottage. The powder turned into green smoke, but the flames failed to ignite. What? No, Parkinson yelled. The flue is not working. Aurora got closer to the fireplace to take a better look. How can that be? You just used it. They must have closed it from the ministry, Lord Parkinson concluded. Beads of sweat fell across his face as he stared at the fading smoke. But Dad, you are the minister. Who can do that to you? Pansy didn't understand what was happening, just that it was something very bad. Well, use apparition. Come here, hurry. Lord Parkinson held his wand out and lifted it in the air. Pansy and her mother knew this was not the time to question him any further, so they immediately grabbed onto him and prepared to be pulled away. But nothing happened. Dad, Pansy glanced up at her father's pale face. I can't apparate, Lord Parkinson said with a trembling voice. An anti-apparition ward? Aurora exclaimed. But how can that be? What about our protections? No one should have been able to get so close to the manor without triggering their own safety wards. But if there was an anti-apparition charm in place, this meant that intruders were already around their home. What do we do? Aurora was truly scared now. Whoever had her husband so terrified was here now, and they could not escape. The family was startled by a series of tremendously loud noises. They heard something similar to an explosion, followed by the sounds of things breaking and scattering everywhere. That came from the main entrance, Lady Parkinson said. Mom, I'm scared. Pansy said, barely containing her tears. We are doomed. Lord Parkinson appeared to have given up by now. He let go of his wife and daughter and walked to a nearby chair, where he sat down after placing his wand on the table. Can't we escape with brooms? We can maybe go to the last floor and fly away from there, Aurora suggested. We cannot escape anymore. Not from him. It doesn't matter what we use anymore. He will find us no matter where we go. Lord Parkinson slammed his hands on the table. Perseus, the Dark Lord? He didn't let her finish her question. Both Pansy and Aurora stared at him with a mixture of horror and disbelief. The Dark Lord, he is back, Lord Parkinson continued. Everyone who didn't immediately return to his side is probably dead already. But you were one of his most loyal followers. Why would he? Aurora then realized, looking at her husband's expression. What did you do? She shouted, What did you do? She ran to his side and pulled him up by his robes. Lord Parkinson did not want to look at her, so he moved his gaze away. I just wanted to be in charge for a while. I didn't think he would come back. You didn't, Perseus, please tell me, yo. Pansy screamed when the door of the dining room was blasted apart. I'm sure that one was open, miss, a female voice said. Oh, but it is more fun that way, another woman answered with a proud and smug tone. The Parkinsons heard the steps of several people getting closer. Aurora held her wand in hand. Pansy, come here. She hurried to pull her daughter behind her. Lord Parkinson moved his gaze to the destroyed entrance, but made no motion to pick up his wand or stand up from his seat. Two women entered the room first, followed by two more figures who had their heads covered by black robes. Aurora immediately recognized the dark-skinned beauty on the right. Trisha Zabini? And who? She gasped in shock when she saw the other woman. This was a face she had not seen in many years, but she didn't seem to have gotten older. If anything, she looked younger. Despite her skin being much paler and her eyes having changed color to an unnatural yellow, she would never forget the face of the Dark Lord's most devoted follower and the most deranged witch she had ever met in her life, Bellatrix. You are alive, Bella gave her a mocking smile. That is a very rude way to greet someone after so long, Aurora. I hope you don't mind the sudden visit, but we just let ourselves in. What do you want? We have never been enemies. What is this about? Aurora knew this was all her husband's fault, but she could only hope they could talk their way out of this one. Her eyes moved to the two covered individuals behind the women. One was very tall and towered over Bellatrix, while the other was much shorter than the two women. Your husband didn't tell you what he did. Bella looked at Parkinson, and he lowered his head. He has done something unforgivable while our beloved lord was away. A terrible act of treason. Aurora also glanced at her husband for a moment with a stern face. I haven't heard the details, but whatever it was, I am sure we can work out some compensation. We have been loyal subjects of the Dark Lord for many years, Miss Bellatrix. Have you? Bella smiled. Why don't you rip away that dress and show us your dark mark then? I'm afraid that I never received that honor, Aurora answered. No, you did not, Bella stated, because you never were a true follower. Your husband was. She pointed at him. And for the past years, he has stolen the identity of our Dark Lord and ruled over the outer circle followers. What? Lady Parkinson could not help but shout. You heard me? That disgrace of a man took advantage of the fact that only a few selected individuals had seen the face of our Lord and pretended to be him. That's how he became minister so easily. Now do you understand the severity of his betrayal, my dear Aurora? She looked at her defeated husband again. How could you? This was far worse than what she had imagined. We are doomed, she realized now. There was no way to talk their way out of this. Miss Bellatrix, my daughter, at Lee's Crucio. Bellatrix had her wand pointed at Lady Parkinson before she even began to speak. The curse hit her chest and she began to scream. She lost her grip on her wand and it rolled beneath the table. Pansy had been standing right behind her mother and received a small dosage of the curse too, making her fall backward while screaming as well. Bellatrix released the curse. "No, we can't make this so quick. Besides, I'm sure there is someone else who wants to say a few words." Bella turned around and glanced at the shorter person who had been standing behind Lady Zabini. "Isn't that right, Draco?" The short figure stepped forward while removing his hood. His face had not changed much since his disappearance the previous year, but his skin was much paler and his eyes were now completely yellow, just like Bellatrix's. "Thank you, Aunt Bella, for giving me this chance." Draco turned towards the last hooded figure and gave a deep bow. "And thank you too, my lord." The hooded individual raised his face slightly, but even so it was impossible to discern his features, as if an unnatural fog was preventing them from being seen. "Have fun, young Draco, but don't delay much," the chilling voice said. Aurora managed to raise her head from the ground as she heard it. The Dark Lord. It had changed, but this was definitely the voice of Lord Voldemort. Despite having only met him once in person, it was not something she could ever forget. Pansy recovered from the pain she had suffered and stood up on shaky legs. She had no time to be terrified about being in the presence of the Dark Lord himself, because she was too surprised to see Draco again. "Draco?" The boy's gaze was also fixed on her. "Hello, Pansy, it's been a while. Have you missed your fiancé?" he said with a grin before he began to approach. "Wait, my lord." Lord Parkinson finally reacted from his stupor as he saw this. "My daughter, can you at least spare my Silencio," Bellatrix shouted. The spell she threw at Lord Parkinson not only silenced him, but also threw him across the hall. "You won't speak again unless the Lord gives you permission," she added. "Please." Aurora tried to stand up, but the effects of the Cruciatus curse were still lingering on her. With every movement she made, it felt like dozens of knives were being stabbed all over her body. "Ah!" she screamed before collapsing back on the floor. Draco ignored the plight of Lady Parkinson and continued to advance towards Pansy. "Draco, what do you think you are doing?" Pansy took a step back. She could feel the danger very clearly. Those new eyes that Draco had now showed her nothing but cruelty and bloodlust. The blonde boy chuckled. He very much enjoyed her current expression of fear. "I have been dreaming about this for a long time. I want to make you suffer, Pansy." "I haven't done anything to you," she shouted while continuing to step away from him. Draco pulled a knife from his belt. The knife was only around 4 or 5 inches in length, but the moment it was out of its sheath, the blade began to emanate a baleful purple mist. It would not take a scholar to deduce that it was a cursed blade. Just a simple scratch could be a death sentence. "You haven't done anything to me." "You took everything from me," Draco screamed at Pansy. He was now very close to her and she had nowhere else to run. Her back was pressing against a stone wall. I didn't." "Shut up, I don't want to hear your excuses, I just want you to die." Draco raised the knife in the air. "No," Pansy screamed and covered her face with her hands. Before Draco could finish his motion, he felt movement behind him. When he turned around, he saw the figure of Aurora Parkinson charging at him. "Leave my daughter," she screamed. This might have worked against him in the past, but the current Draco was different. He twisted his body at an impossible angle and avoided the charge of Lady Parkinson. As she passed by him, he moved his right hand at lightning speed and plunged the blade of his knife into the woman's ribs. She yelped in pain for a second before he used his free hand to push her away. Her little remaining strength abandoned her, and she fell down right next to her daughter. As the curse began to take effect, her screams of pain became louder. "Mom!" Pansy panicked and took hold of her mother. Aurora clutched at her sides. The pain she was feeling now was comparable to the Cruciatus curse she suffered before. She could not speak or think, she could only scream. "What did you do to her?" Pansy exclaimed. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she watched Draco return a cruel smirk to her. "The same things I'm going to do to you." Just moments later, the screams of Lady Parkinson stopped. It had taken less than a minute for the curse to end her life. Pansy cried while clutching her mother. "No, please no." Draco glanced back at his lord. He knew he could not enjoy this for much longer, so he got to work. "Let's end this." Just at that moment, he noticed that Lord Parkinson was running at him. The man could not speak, but he had at least recovered from the blow inflicted by Bellatrix moments before. He had lost his wand too, but that didn't matter to him anymore. He just wanted to grab Draco and crush him with his own hands. "HMPH," Bellatrix huffed before disappearing from the spot where she had been standing. Like a gust of wind, she appeared between Draco and Lord Parkinson. Before the man could take even one more step, she extended her leg and gave the man a powerful kick on his chest. Once more, Lord Parkinson went flying through the air before he crashed against some bookshelves. Bellatrix turned to Draco with a stern expression. "Stop playing, Draco. Our Lord's patience is limited." Draco nodded. He knew how right she was. He had already seen what happens to those who anger the Dark Lord. Pansy glanced up at him, but she said nothing at first. She just stared at him with as much hatred as she could muster in one look. She had never hated someone so much before. She knew she was about to die, but didn't want to give him the satisfaction of seeing her afraid anymore. Pansy closed her eyes while Draco lifted the blade over her. She didn't even listen to his last words. Her last thoughts were of a certain boy with green eyes and the regret she felt for never seeing him again. "No," Lord Parkinson yelled. "He broke my charm, not bad." Bella looked more impressed than otherwise. Draco saw as Lord Parkinson began to run at him, but he only took a few steps before his body was lifted into the air. "Enough." The tall figure wearing black robes finally stepped forward. "It is too early for you to throw away your life, Parkinson. I still have uses for you." "You," Lord Parkinson glared at the threatening figure with eyes filled with rage. "You killed them." His levitating body began to twist in unnatural ways. The man let out a blood-curdling scream as his bones began to crack. From behind the dark hood, a pair of red eyes emerged into view. "Monster." Parkinson began to mutter words with difficulty. "They will never follow a monster." The hooded figure extended his left hand from beneath the black robes. A hand made of pure white bones came into view and grasped Parkinson's face. "They will do what they are told." Three figures landed their brooms in a clearing near a small but cozy-looking wooden house surrounded by a forest on all sides. It was already getting late, but the full moon gave plenty of light. They left their brooms resting against a nearby tree and focused their attention on the house. "This is a waste of time," Alastair Moody grumbled. "I'm just glad we could leave the desk job for a while," John Dawlish said with a smile on his face. "I don't think this was a waste of time." James Potter had wasted no time performing an examination of the area surrounding the house. "I can't detect any protections, not even a simple alarm charm," he added. "That's suspicious," Moody said. "Oh, look," Dawlish pointed at the house. "That window appears to have been broken." Moody grinned. His mood had obviously improved. "Maybe we can have some action after all. Wands ready." He started to move towards the house at a slow pace, while his magical eye constantly moved around, searching for threats. "Be very careful. This could be something much worse than a waste of our time," James said. He had not shared what Harry had told him about Voldemort's return, but he could not help but keep his words in mind. Moody turned around and gave James a knowing look. "I am always vigilant." As the three of them approached the house, the first thing that hit them was the smell. "Ugh. It smells disgusting in there," Dawlish said. Moody frowned. "It smells like death, and not a recent one," James added. It just took a light charm and a quick peek through the window hole to find the source of the stench. A rotting corpse with a missing arm lay on the wooden floor of the living room, surrounded by a stain of dried blood, as well as other bodily fluids. "Dawlish, stay outside and keep an eye out. Potter and I are going in." Moody started to give instructions. "This man seems to have been killed a while ago, but you can never be too careful." "Yes, sir." Dawlish nodded and went to work. James and Moody decided to access the house through the window hole. Part of the wall had also been broken, leaving an entrance large enough to enter comfortably. It was hard to tell if some trap had been set up at the front door. James used a spell to clean the air and make the room more bearable to be in. The state of the corpse was terrible, and his face was barely recognizable. This man looks familiar," Moody commented. James thought the same, but that was not saying much. The magical population of England was fairly small, and by working at the Ministry of Magic for a few years, you could end up meeting most of them. "It appears that he died of blood loss. Whatever got rid of his arm was not a cutting charm. That is hardly a clean cut. It's almost like it was ripped apart from its socket." "What a nasty curse," Moody said. While he examined the body, James went to look around the room, trying to see if he could find something that could identify the victim, and he soon found it. Displayed above the fireplace were many trophies and medals. "Those are dueling trophies. There are so many of them." James felt the need to make the comment. It was truly an impressive number of prizes. "A duelist, huh?" "That didn't seem to have done him any good," Moody said. "No, this can't be him." James stared in shock at the name on all the trophies. "Potter, what did you find?" "Out with it. This is Anthony Dolohov. The moment he read the name, everything about this case changed for him. This was no longer a mystery murder. He knew exactly who had killed this man. He also knew the when and the why. Dolohov, of course, that is him. Now that he had a name he knew, Moody was able to recognize the familiar face, despite its rotten state. This guy was quite the piece of work. I can't believe the bastard is dead. I kinda wish to shake hands with whoever managed to take him down, Moody smiled. Was he even reported missing? James was not in the mood to smile. Not that I know of, Moody answered after thinking about it. But then again, I doubt he had many friends. Not friends, but you would think that his fellow Death Eaters would want to know what happened when one of their own goes missing. James knew there was something off about this case they were given. You may be right, and our beloved minister never said a word about this either. Moody glanced at the corpse while his magical eye moved around, searching for something, or someone. Who sent the report about this house? James asked. It was anonymous, and I was only told to come here to investigate this house. There was no mention of any corpse, Moody said. The three of us have been stuck in desk duty almost since Parkinson took his position as minister. They obviously didn't want us snooping around in their business, and now all of a sudden, Moody nodded. They sent us to investigate this house in the middle of nowhere with an anonymous report. It's like they had been waiting for the right moment to send us out. James noted. Moody gripped his wand. Be ready, this is TR. Dolish's screams were heard from the outside. Dolish, James exclaimed. Moody was about to poke his head out of the window when all of a sudden their teammate jumped in. We are surrounded, this is an ambush, Dolish screamed in a panicked voice. Surrounded? That's impossible, Moody said back. I have been constantly using my magical eye to scan the surroundings. If anyone had gotten close to the house, I would know it, he said with absolute confidence. You can go check yourselves. There are dozens of figures lurking among the trees. Dolish was extremely shaken up. Did you see what they looked like? Were they wearing white masks? James asked. You think they are Death Eaters? Moody asked. Dolish shook his head. It's too dark in the forest. I couldn't glimpse any details. Fine, I'll go out there and take a look. You two stay here and take cover, then we can Moody, James exclaimed in alarm. The veteran aura felt a tug on his leg and looked down. They had all been too distracted by what was happening on the outside to notice that the rotten corpse had been moving across the floor with its one remaining arm and was now clutching at Moody's leg, getting ready to take a good bite out of it. Depulso, James was the fastest one to react and take action. Dolohov's corpse was sent flying until it crashed against the fireplace, making a series of very unpleasant noises as its already decomposed body continued to break apart. Unfortunately, he did not act fast enough to prevent Moody from suffering a quick bite. Is that a zombie? Dolish exclaimed in horror as he stared at the still-moving corpse. Its remaining arm had been destroyed, so it couldn't do much more than twitch and look at them with its white, dead eyes. Oh, this is bad. Zombies have a cursed bite. James glanced at his mentor with worry, but then he realized something. The zombie had chosen the worst target. Moody huffed. They do. But this one, he tapped on his artificial leg, missed the mark. James sighed with relief, but they soon started to hear noises coming from outside. They were far from safe yet. Our brooms are outside. There is no way we can get them back now, Dolish pointed out. We can still apparate, but James didn't finish his sentence. If whoever set us up has at least half a functioning brain, they have put up some anti-apparition charms, Moody said. Bloody damn it. Dolish had just tried to apparate away but was unable to do so. What about our emergency portkeys? They can get through some wards, but I haven't gotten mine back since they took it. Dolish glanced at James, who shook his head. Me neither. I should have been more paranoid about this, Moody lamented. We don't even know what is outside. If they are just a few zombies, we may be able to blast our way through them and escape by just running until we are out of the wards, James suggested. They then realized something and shared a look with each other. The noises outside have stopped, Dolish pointed out. The three of them approached with care to the window hole to take a peek outside. They could see them clearly now that they were in the open under the moonlight. They were humanoid-shaped, but there was hardly anything human left in them. They were little more than skeletons with a thin layer of gray skin left over them and a pair of creepy red eyes. There were not dozens, but hundreds of them. And although they could not be completely certain, it was likely they were completely surrounding the house. Those are not zombies, James said. In fairy, bloody hell, no wonder I could not detect them. My eye doesn't work on dead things, Moody huffed. This is much worse than zombies and there are so many of them. We have no way to run past them, Dolish added. Like zombies, in fairy were reanimated corpses, but there were some key differences among them that made them much harder to deal with. Zombie is simply reanimated by placing a curse on a corpse. The curse will take control of whatever remains of the body and only move if a living being gets too close to it. Getting bitten by a zombie has the risk of having the curse spread through the bite. If not removed in time, the curse will kill its victim and reanimate them as new zombies. Inferi were made with a purpose in mind. They were constructed using corpses as materials. In reality, they were closer to golems than other undead creatures. Compared to normal golems, the Inferi were completely autonomous, but they always followed their creator's wishes. Their bodies had also been restored to achieve perfect mobility despite their gruesome skeletal appearance. To sum it up, Inferi were smarter and much faster than zombies. "They are moving," Dawlish yelled as he saw the first row of Inferi take off running at them. "Use fire," Moody commanded. "He was right," James muttered while staring at the undead army. He knew there was only one individual capable of having something like this. "Voldemort is back," Harry was right. If he had any doubts before, they were now gone. Incendio, inflammare, several Inferi were hit by the flames and would quickly be consumed by them. But while a small number of them were taken care of, the rest continued to advance. They could hear countless noises of the house being torn apart on the other side while they barely held the front. Moody turned around and found James patting his robes as if he was looking for something. "Potter, we need your help here. Start firing spells at something, for fuck's sake." "Hold on, I think I found it. My son gave me something." "Incendio, incendio." Dawlish was desperately throwing fire at the creatures. "I can't hold them." One of them managed to squeeze inside. Moody hurried and used a powerful wind spell to push it outside while fanning the flames still burning on the exterior. This gave them a small breathing window in the front, but the Inferi behind them were already inside the house. "What now? We can't use fire inside here. We will die too," Dawlish said. "Leave it to me." James tapped the wooden floor with his wand and created a robust wall in front of the door leading to the living room where they were as the creatures were trying to enter. This blocked the only other entrance, but it also meant that they now had only one way to escape the house. "Good one, James," Dawlish exclaimed. "Yes, but those guys are not that stupid. They will soon come this way," Moody said. "I found it." James pulled a small box from his robes. "Is that a portkey?" Dawlish said with a glimmer of hope. "No, this is an explosive artifact." James opened the box and took the item inside in his hands. It was a blue-tinted crystal covered in runes and encased in a metallic thin frame. "You said your son gave you that?" Even for Moody, this was a strange gift to give your father. "Cover me while I throw it. This should kill enough Inferi for us to escape," James suggested. "I'm up for anything that can get us out of here," Dawlish said. Moody pointed his wand at the opening. A large number of Inferi were charging at them once the flames went down a bit. "Flamma!" A wave of flames manifested in front of Moody and made its way towards the undead creatures. "Come on, Potter," James nodded. As per Harry's instructions, he carefully moved the tip of his wand in between the metallic frame until it made direct contact with the surface of the crystal. He then injected a large amount of his magic to activate it. The crystal began to shine with an eerie blue light, and something that looked like a tiny flame appeared inside the crystal. "I think it's ready," James said. "You think? Have you never used one of those?" "Whatever that thing is?" Dawlish asked. "I was told to activate it, throw it as far as I could and—" "To cover my eyes," James said. The flame inside the crystal appeared to be growing in size and becoming more wild. It had also begun to change color towards yellow. Moody noticed this immediately. "Throw that outside now." Both he and Dawlish used some fire magic to prevent the Inferi from getting close, while James approached the opening and launched the artifact with all his strength. James placed a shield in front of him and the other two auras after they all took a few steps back. He used one of the rings that Harry made to create it and powered it with as much magic as he could spare and hoped that would be enough. Dozens of Inferi were scrambling and pushing against each other to enter through the window hole. In the distance, a flash of light could be seen. A second later, they were hit by an extremely bright wave of golden flames that consumed everything in sight. "No." Dawlish began to feel the heat of the fire and screamed. The flames went through their shields like they were not even there. The light was so intense that even after closing their eyes and placing their hands on top, they could still see the golden light. For a moment, they thought they were all going to die for sure under the massive assault of the powerful flames. But the heat from this golden fire never went above a comfortable warmth. It was actually a very cozy and calming sensation, being enveloped in this strange fire. The event only lasted for 10 seconds, but to them it felt like hours had passed. When they felt the light recede, they opened their eyes with caution and looked around. It took a bit for their eyes to adjust to the darkness of the night, but when they did, they all were able to confirm that nothing was burned by the flames. The small wooden house was still standing, the same as before. And they were also completely fine, not even a small singe on their clothes. What was that? Moody was the first one to speak. I was sure those flames hit me. Why aren't we burned not even a bit? Dawlish asked. I don't understand it either. The fire did nothing. James was extremely confused at the moment. The event had been so strange that for a moment he even forgot about the most important thing. I wouldn't say that it did nothing. Moody stood up from the floor. Can you not hear it? Silence, James finally realized. Where did the inferi go? Dawlish asked. Moody looked outside. The clearing was completely empty. Potter, what in Merlin's balls was that thing? The ant apparition charms are gone now, James noted. Then let's leave this cursed place, Dawlish said. Hold on, something has just occurred to me. Moody appeared to be contemplating something. What is it? Dawlish is not wrong. We should not linger here longer than necessary. We don't know if there are more enemies around, said James. If this was an attempt by that blasted minister to take out his opposition, it is very likely we are not the only ones being targeted tonight, Moody concluded. Madam Bones, Dawlish exclaimed. She left work early today. She should be alone in her manor. If that is the case, she is a much more important target than us. James was very concerned. If they already sent an army of inferi to kill them, what did they send to kill the most influential person in the entire department? But there are only a few people who know about the location of T. I'll take you there, Moody interrupted Dawlish. Hold on to my tunic. We have no time to waste. The two auras did as told, and in the next instant, they disappeared from Dolohov's house. They reappeared in a different grassy clearing. The biggest difference was that instead of being surrounded by a thick forest, there were massive rocky walls all around them, like they were at the bottom of a cliff. The first thing they noted was the lake a short distance to their right, but after giving the area a passing glance, they all realized that something important was missing from here. Where is the house? Dawlish asked, what they all had been wondering. They had never seen the Bones Manor in person before, but as all ancient wizard dwellings, they were expecting a castle or some massive mansion at least. It is supposed to be, Moody pointed towards the darkest part of the clearing. Wait, there is something there. His magical eye began to emit mechanical noises as it moved. Dawlish squinted his eyes and began to approach. You are right, there is something there, it almost looks like. Instead of the expected large mansion, there seemed to be a mountain of something. It was too dark near the walls of the cliff, as the light from the moon became completely obfuscated. That's a mountain of rubble. James hurried to send a luminous charm in that direction. The area became bright for a few seconds, allowing the men to get a better look and to confirm James's suspicions. Madam Bones, her manor, there is nothing left. Dawlish could not believe what he was seeing. The Bones' ancestral home had been completely demolished, leaving nothing but an enormous pile of wood and stone. I can see someone, Moody exclaimed. The light from James's spell had begun to dissipate, but he was sure to have spotted a human figure standing there. I saw someone standing near the rubble, Moody said. Could it have been Madam Bones? Asked Dawlish. She also has a niece, right? Susan, I believe. We must find her too, James said. Moody stopped the two men before they rushed forward. Hold on, my eye can't detect any living things in the vicinity other than us, he said with a tone of warning. Wait, are you saying that? Dawlish's face became a shade paler. They had just gone through this. The dark figure ahead moved from its spot and walked towards a more illuminated area so they could now see it more clearly. Another inferius. Dawlish clutched his wand with force. James and Moody thought the same, just for an instant at least, because then the dark figure spoke to them. Looks like we have some pests left. The words were spoken in a low tone, but despite that, the group could hear everything perfectly, as if it was being whispered directly into their ears. Wands ready, full alert, Moody exclaimed. They did not need to be told that twice. That creepy voice had completely startled them. They then began to hear some strange noises. It was loud enough to get their attention away from the mysterious figure. It was a terrifying and unnatural screeching sound. They all thought the same at the time. No living creature should make a sound like that. And what made it worse was that the sound was getting louder and louder by the second. It was getting closer and fast. James soon pointed at the dark skies where he saw something pale and gigantic descending upon them. Before he could even utter a word of warning, that something had already landed. The creature was massive, beyond anything they had seen before. Perhaps it was around half the size of the former Bones Manor. It was easy to make that comparison because the creature had landed on top of the rubble, and it also solved the mystery of how the manor was destroyed. Its body reminded them of the inferi they had seen before. The shape of its bones was visible and barely covered by a thin membrane of pale flesh. Its eyes were bright blood red, even more so than the previous undead they had encountered. However, this creature did not have a humanoid shape. This was a completely different type of being, one they were all very familiar with. Despite its current putrid state, it was easy to say what this thing had been in life. A dragon? Dawlish stared in horror at the undead beast. An inferi dragon? How? Moody was at a loss for words. We need to leave now, James shouted. As terrifying as this massive beast was, James's eyes were locked on the dark-robed individual. Master, Darby appeared inside his room with a loud pop. Harry put down his quill and turned around to look at the house elf. Darby knew better than to disturb him while he was working, and especially this late at night. What happened? He asked with a hint of concern. His father was supposed to return hours ago, and he was afraid Darby's interruption was related to that. Big Master is back, Darby exclaimed. So he is back, he felt somewhat relieved. Wait, is he injured? This did not explain why Darby was so nervous. The elf began to stammer his words while trying to explain, but all Harry could understand was that he did not come back alone. Never mind, I'll go check. Where is he? Main hall, Sir Harry. When Harry entered the room, he immediately noticed the tense atmosphere. He found his father sitting at the table with a pale face and a cup of tea in front of him. On the other side was his mother with an expression of concern. Next to him were two auras he was very familiar with. Harry. James glanced at his son. Harry saw something in his father's eyes, something he had never seen there before, an extreme amount of fear. He had seen those eyes many times before, but never on James Potter. Dawlish was in even worse shape. The teacup in his hands was constantly making clanking noises as he trembled. Moody appeared to be fine on the outside, but anyone who knew the man well enough could tell otherwise. What happened to the three of you to end up like this? Harry asked. Those were all veteran auras who had seen plenty of action in their careers. Harry, did you call your son here? Dawlish glanced at Lily. He didn't think this was a conversation appropriate for someone of his age, no matter how brilliant he was. We saw him, James spoke in a somber tone. Harry didn't need to ask his father about who this was. What did he look like? James gave him a detailed retelling of what they went through that night and their encounter with the Dark Lord himself. But we can't be sure it was him. It has been more than 10 years since he disappeared. Why would you know who? Why would he return now? HMPH, think what you want, Dawlish, but I have no doubt that the bastard we saw, that was the old Dark Lord all right, Moody said. Harry was not listening to them. He was instead thinking about his father's words. A skeletal dragon, zombies, an army of inferi red eyes. It seems like he had delved deep into necromancy territory while in search of his answers, Harry thought. This was not a very surprising result. Necromancy was a popular area of study for those who wished to fight against death itself, and Voldemort had already been studying it before even the First War began. Reanimating a dragon could not be an easy feat. What else has he done? He wondered. He was also worried about what kind of method to preserve his life he was using now. Necromancy had several of them, but he was no expert in that practice. I'll have to do some research. Despite the grim nature of the news he had just received, Harry felt a lot more at ease than before. At least now he had a much better idea of what he was dealing with and could prepare accordingly. What about Madame Bones and Susan? Did you not see them at all? Lily asked. James shook his head. Everything was destroyed by that thing, the Bones Manor. There was nothing left. Had they been still alive, my eye would not have missed them, Moody answered her. And if we didn't leave as soon as we did, we would all have died there, Dawlish added. Lily nodded solemnly. She knew her husband would not have run away if there was someone he could save. Moody turned both eyes towards Harry. Tell me, boy, what the hell was that explosive you gave your father? Oh, that fire scared me silly. I really thought I was about to die, Dawlish exclaimed. Did you make that? Yes, that golden fire was very strange. It burned down every inferius in sight until there was nothing left of them, but it didn't burn us or the house at all, Moody observed Harry while he spoke. It actually felt very comfortable, Dawlish felt the need to add. James remained silent. He wasn't sure if his son had some good answers prepared for this. Although Harry never specifically told him, James had assumed this was something he had learned during his previous life. If he hadn't been in such a dire situation, he would have preferred not to use it at all and instead protect his son's secrets. Ah, that thing, Harry made an innocent face. I'm afraid that's family magic. Family magic? Dawlish asked. That is correct. The information about the artifact my father used, as well as its nature and the method of creating it. I found it all written in the Potter grimoire, so I cannot talk about it, Harry told them. Well, at least it will be written when I have time for that part. So it's not completely a lie, Harry thought. It was the next day. Moody and Dawlish went away to secure location given by Dumbledore, since it would not be safe for them to return home. This left the Potter family alone once more. They were all currently in the kitchen, having a late breakfast. You are not planning on going back to the ministry, right? Lily gave her husband a piercing glare. Of course not, I mean. Not for the moment at least, James answered. The minister had finally gained the courage to go after his opposition, so going back in there would be like walking into the lion's den. James was sure that this change in tactics was due to Voldemort's return. Otherwise, Parkinson would not have been so brazen about his approach. Did you get fired? Lyra asked without holding back. Lyra, have some tact, Lily scolded her. Well, kind of, I suppose I did, James answered. After all, having your boss trying to kill you must count as getting fired. Daddy got fried, Holly exclaimed in horror. No, not fried, Holly, I got fired, James said, but seeing his daughter's face of confusion, he tried again. It means that I lost my job. Like Ginny's dad, Lyra added. Did you lose it? Holly seemed to be thinking about something. You should ask Mipsy. I lose things all the time and she always helps me find them. Ah, thanks, I will ask her, James smiled at her. In any case, I will be spending more time at home. Will you be here for my birthday? Holly asked. Of course, James answered. All day, yes. Yeah, Holly celebrated. I'm glad Daddy got fried, she decided. He got fired, not fried, Lyra huffed. Anyways, James turned to look at his son who seemed to have just finished his breakfast. Say, Harry, about that family magic artifact you made, can you make more? James asked in a low voice. Family magic. You mean the grimoire? Lyra asked. How do you know about that? James moved his eyes between his daughter and son. What's a gry? What was it? Holly looked at her mother for help. Why don't we go to the library for a bit? Lily stood up from her chair and went to her youngest daughter. She had the feeling that her husband wanted to speak alone with Harry. Okay, Holly was always happy to lie down and read something after breakfast. Wanna come too, Lyra? Lily asked. No, I want to stay and listen to this. Lyra didn't like being left out of the loop. Now that she had learned the truth from Harry, she wanted to be more involved. It's fine, let her stay. She was going to hear about it sooner or later, Harry told his parents. James waited until Lily and Holly left to continue. Why did you tell her about that? I made a promise to her, Harry said. And how much did why? I know everything. Lyra gave her father a smug smile. I know where Harry came from and about his previous life. He even showed me some memories. Harry, you could have consulted us about this. I don't want her involved in these things. She is still a child. I'm 13 already, Lyra exclaimed. Exactly, James spoke back. She was plenty involved already, and she doesn't know that Voldemort is back. Harry shrugged. What, Harry, what did I just say? James frowned. It's best if she learns about it. That way maybe she can avoid getting into trouble, Harry said. Or at least I can hope so. That only happened twice, Lyra defended. In 2 years. Wait, twice? James didn't know about the basilisk attack in her first year of school, so he is really back. Lyra glanced at her brother. Is he as bad as? Voldemort is Voldemort. He is always going to be dangerous, Harry told her. Is there anything I can do to help? Lyra asked. She was well aware that she could not do much to help when it came to fights, but there had to be something. When the time comes, I will let you know. He wanted her as far away as possible, but she had Potter blood in her veins. Lyra was never going to just stand aside and do nothing, so if he just told her no, she was bound to do something dumb. Harry turned his attention back to his father. As for your request, those explosives are very difficult to make. I may be able to produce one more before the summer ends if I have enough materials left. What explosive? Lyra became curious. Just one. James had been hoping to get many more than that. That's a shame. If we had more than Voldemort, HMPH, you are really underestimating him. That artifact won't do much against anyone powerful enough, Harry said. Seriously, but it felt so strong. That's because you used it against some Inferi. The effect is just a bit more potent than a Patronus, and they take a lot of time to make. That's why I only made one. I see. James looked disappointed. He thought they had some incredible weapons at their disposal. Don't get me wrong, they would come in handy if he tries to make use of a large army of Inferi, zombies, or any other type of undead. It would also chase away Dementors, but don't expect it to kill them. Inferi, zombies, Dementors. Lyra became paler. I'll finish writing the grimoire in a month or so, Make sure to give it a read, but be very careful with what you share, Harry warned. That book is going to be the Potter legacy, take care of it. James raised an eyebrow. Why are you sounding like my grandfather now? Because he is super old, Lyra exclaimed. Do I need to jinx you? Harry stood up from his chair. Wait, Lyra stood back. I know one that makes your hair change color every 5 minutes. Or that one that makes you vomit slugs. Or maybe, Lyra took off running. I'm sorry. There were 12 rock golems in front of him. They were 10 feet tall, 3 meters, and wielded rudimentary stone swords. The blades weren't very sharp, but considering the weight of the weapon, plus the strength of the rock giants, it would be very easy for them to separate a limb with one good hit. All the golems had received the same command: to kill Harry Potter. They all began running at him, but instead of charging together with a frontal assault, they decided to make use of their numerical advantage. While some continued with a direct attack, others moved to his sides and back to overwhelm him with strikes from all directions. Fascinating. They are thinking on their own. I had only given them the objective, but didn't specify the how, so they are making decisions now. This had started as a simple training exercise, but now it was also a magical construct experiment. He had already been able to imprint some of his skills onto his creations, but these new golems appeared to have improved even further. Could it be another side effect of my fusion with the Deathly Hallows? Most of his magical abilities had become enhanced. He just didn't have time to test this one before. Whoa, a stone blade had just passed very close to his face. They are faster too. Fortunately for him, his physical abilities had also improved greatly. Thanks to this, he had little trouble avoiding the first barrage of attacks. He also had plenty of room to move, since he decided to perform this exercise in the backyard, after taking proper precautions to avoid his sisters from coming here and getting hurt by accident. The golem directly behind him just sent a powerful stab, aimed at where his heart would be. Harry jumped over it, landing on the blade of the massive stone sword, and then used it as a platform to jump once more. This time, he propelled himself above the golems around him and escaped from the circle of death they had created. I guess I better start fighting back before they try that again. His wand was already aimed at the first golem. Reducto, half the body of the golem was reduced to dust before it collapsed. These golems had some auto-repair properties for as long as they had some magic left, but there was no chance of repairing the damage Harry had caused to it. Let's see, what else? They began the encirclement once more. At first, Harry thought they were just repeating the same tactic as before, but then he noticed that, out of the 11 golems, only 5 were circling close to him, while the remaining 6 had created an outer circle to catch him if he tried to jump away. They are learning. He had not been expecting this. A gigantic stone blade came flying his way. His creations were not going to give him much time to be impressed. Gladius, his wand transformed into a 2-sided sword, and he used it to parry aside some of the attacks while avoiding the others. Divulsa, a baleful purple aura surrounded his blade. Harry made a horizontal slash across the chest of a nearby golem. The curse began to eat away at the stone surface. But he could not stop there, and continued to run his sword on the golems around him until he was able to create a gap in the encirclement and escape. 3 golems were currently being consumed by the curse, while a 4th one had lost its weapon. But then, the constructs on the outer circle went on the offensive. Harry's wand returned to its original shape. Torquio, a powerful current of wind, manifested in the area, with Harry as its epicenter. Despite their massive weight, the golems were pushed away by the wind. Some of them were sent away from him, while others ended up colliding with their brothers and being destroyed in the process. By the end of it, only 5 golems remained in a functional state. Bombarda, the first construct to stand up, was blown to pieces. The remaining 4 then began a last-ditch effort to reach Harry. Akio, he pulled one of the golems towards him, and once it got close enough, he aimed it at another one. Depulso. The golem was sent flying like a projectile, and when it collided with the other one, the 2 golems were reduced to small chunks of debris. The last 2 were mere feet away already. After using an explosive charm on one, Harry stored his wand and moved closer to the last one. The golem made a downward slash aimed at Harry's head. Instead of avoiding it, he took a step forward and stopped the attack with pure physical strength, something that should not be possible, considering that each golem weighed several tons. Ugh, damn, Harry knew he was pushing his body to its limits right now, but he needed to learn how much he could do in a controlled environment like this, instead of a battlefield. With him and the golem at an apparent standstill, Harry was considering what to do next. But then, he felt a presence nearby. A moment later, the golem's upper body was reduced to dust. It looked like you were having trouble with the last one. Harry moved away from the crumbling golem and glanced at the new arrival. I had everything under control, Daphne. The blonde girl was wearing an elegant blue dress and a large witch hat. My apologies then, she said with a soft grin. How was your summer with that woman? Harry asked. Miss Yafel is a wonderful teacher. I have learned so much from her. There was more emotion than usual in her tone. That went to show how excited she was. Wanna show me? Harry made a gesture with his wand. I appreciate the offer, but I don't want to get my new dress dirty. Perhaps another day, she answered politely. By the way, that was a very impressive display of magic. Harry raised an eyebrow. Were you watching the whole time? She pointed at one of the windows overseeing the garden. I have been meaning to ask you those golems. They look very similar to the ones at Hogwarts. Of course, I used them as reference, but my constructs are nowhere near the same level as them. A dozen white marble golems would have given me some serious trouble. So it wasn't you who made them? Daphne had wanted to ask him about it for some time, but the proper opportunity hadn't presented itself. Harry shook his head. Those were created a very long time ago, even before the castle was built. You mean even before Hogwarts existed, so they weren't even made by the four founders? Daphne was becoming more interested the more she heard. Who made them then? Harry gave her a mischievous grin. Perhaps another day I will tell you. Daphne knew he had just given her back her previous words. You can be very childish sometimes. How did you even make it here? I left clear instructions to not let anyone in the garden while I was training. Harry decided to change the topic. After speaking with her for a while, your mother let me come here to watch. She did, huh? He didn't really mind it. He had only asked her that to prevent Holly from getting hurt by accident. She appeared to be very busy, reading some ancient tomes. Harry nodded. He was well aware of what she was talking about. Lily had brought the majority of the tomes hidden back at the family vault in order to study them further. Her idea was to analyze all the spells and determine if any of them were worth adding to the new family grimoire after Harry had finished with his part. This time, James had no complaints about his wife reading books with illegal magic in them, since he was more aware of the dangerous situation they were all in. In fact, his father had been reading them too and learning from them. I saw one about rituals. Daphne had a tone of concern in her voice. I'm not planning on doing more of those, Harry assured her, especially not after what I know now. His body had been modified by the magic of the Deathly Hallows. The result of mixing the magic of any ritual with that one would have unpredictable results, making it impossible for him to delve into that particular branch of magic for the time being. Still, it wasn't like he needed it. Becoming the Master of Death had given him more benefits than what he would have gotten from the rituals he had planned on performing. The only concern he had now was the fact that he still didn't know what the downside was going to be. Although, I must say, there was a very interesting ritual at the end of that book, Daphne muttered in a somewhat low tone. What was that about? He didn't recall anything interesting in those books. Well, it was about, never mind. Daphne hid her rosy cheeks beneath her large hat. There was something else I wanted to speak with you about. Sure, but why don't we take a seat in the shade? It's getting too warm out here. Harry pointed at his favorite spot in the garden, the stone bench beneath the apple tree. The two of them sat down, and Harry noticed the expression of concern on Daphne's face. Did something happen? It's about Pansy. I haven't been able to contact her all summer, and she hasn't sent a single letter to me. Afraid something has happened to her. Harry frowned. The Parkinsons disappearing after Voldemort's return. That could only mean two things. They either ran away and are currently hiding in some small corner of the world, or my father said that the minister is acting very strange as of lately. He has also approached him several times to ask about the whereabouts of his daughter, but has gotten no satisfactory answer. Wait, so Lord Parkinson is still at the ministry, only Pansy is missing. Harry found this very strange. Did Voldemort forgive him? No chance. Did he perhaps take his daughter as a hostage to ensure his loyalty? Who said anything about missing? I just said that Harry, is there something you're not telling me? Do you know something? I just have some ideas, but he knew he had to tell her before it was too late. Her father was too involved with the Ministry of Magic and would become a target sooner or later. There is something you should know. I'm not sure if you're going to believe me, but at that moment Dobby appeared before them. Master, what is it, Dobby? We are in the middle of something here. Harry was about to have a serious conversation. You have a visit from the blonde miss, Dobby said. Harry pointed at Daphne. She is right here. Is that what he calls me? She glanced at Harry. My name is Daphne, she told Darby. She had never seen a house elf who was so bad at remembering names. Not that one. Darby shook his head. The weird one? Luna, Harry asked. Isn't she here to see Lyra? Darby shook his head again. They asked to see Master. Okay, fine. Harry knew there was little point in asking Darby. I'll go see. Do you mind if I accompany you? I haven't seen Luna in months, Daphne asked. He opened the door to the small hall and found Luna sitting on a chair, happily moving her legs and mouthing some melody. Her father, Zeno, was pacing around in front of the fireplace, looking very shaken. Harry, Luna smiled brightly, stood from her chair and went to give him a hug. Hello, Luna, did you have a good summer? It was fun. We went to an ancient druid cottage and explored the forests in search of unique creatures. Luna looked very excited. Did you find anything? Daphne had always been a bit skeptical about these creatures Luna always talked about. She had already seen enough weird things, so it wouldn't be much of a surprise if some of them were real. I thought I saw some moon frogs, but they may have been albino toads instead, Luna said. I see. Daphne had never heard of those. But then, Daddy found something in a book and we had to come home earlier. I'm sorry, Pudding. I'll make it up to you next year. But this couldn't wait. Zeno had dark rings around his eyes and looked extremely tired. What is this so important that you found? Harry asked. He could only assume it was something about the Hallows, but he could not imagine what else was left to find. He already had all three of them. Well, Zeno glanced at Daphne and hesitated to continue. It's okay, I trust her, Harry simply said. Daphne didn't say anything, but a smile appeared on her face. Very well, that is good enough for me. Zeno stared at Harry with an unusually focused expression. It's about the fourth Deadly Hallow, he exclaimed all of a sudden. Deadly Hallow? Daphne asked. The fourth one? There is no fourth one. Harry had never heard of this in 2 lifetimes. How could that be? This one is different than the other ones. This fourth Hallow was never given to anyone, unlike the other 3, Zeno explained. Can someone tell me what the Deathly Hallows from the tale? Luna answered her. Deathly Hallows, Daphne repeated. It sounded familiar, but she was still confused. Have you read the tale of the 3 brothers? Harry asked her. Of course, every child in the magical world has. Wait, by the Hallows you mean the 3 gifts from death? Daphne now recalled some of the details from that book. It has been many years since she read that story. Yes, those, Luna nodded, but that's a children's tale. You're talking about it like it's real. Is it that hard to believe, with all the craziness you have witnessed? Harry said. No, but are you serious? Daphne stared at him, still looking a bit incredulous. It's the truth, Zeno intervened. I witnessed it with my own eyes. He is in possession of all 3 Deathly Hallows. Daphne's eyes moved to Harry. Can I see them? I'm afraid not. They are inside me. Harry knew how this sounded. Inside you? Daphne repeated. Yes, Harry absorbed them and became the Master of Death, Luna said with excitement. I can still use their effects. As Harry said that, he disappeared from the spot. What? Where did you? Daphne yelped when she felt something touch her arm. You are invisible, she realized. Yes, he reappeared in front of her. This is what you used against those werewolves. She now remembered that he used something like that before. The cloak of invisibility. That's right. You've seen me use that cloak many times, Harry said. You mean that cloak was? Harry nodded. It was one of the Hallows. It had been passed down through many generations of my family. That's why I was so sad when it stopped working. And I told you to buy another one, Daphne muttered. It's fine. The Hallows stopped working because of me, because I took their powers without realizing it, Harry said. What about the other ones? The Wand of Power, Daphne recalled the name. Harry created a bubble of water above his hand. It made my magic much more potent. It also improved my wandless magic. Bubble of water turned into a block of ice, and then it began to change shapes until it transformed into a crystalline rose. Whoa, Daphne stared at the ice sculpture. She knew Harry was a master of transfiguration, but he did this silently and with no wand. All of a sudden, the rose broke apart and the pieces fell to the floor. It lacks finesse, though, Harry added. Still, it's very useful for other types of spells. Like for defense. Daphne concluded that he meant that. And the last one. What was it? The Stone of Resurrection? Zeno was the one who answered. It allows the user to communicate with the dead. Daphne gave Harry a nervous look. Is that what you used with the werewolf? He did not go into details last year. Yes, that is what I used back then, but I won't make use of this power without a good reason for it. Disturbing the rest of the dead is not something to use lightly. Even if that means you won't believe my words, Harry said. Daphne's look softened. She got closer to Harry and grabbed one of his hands. Even if you had shown me no proof whatsoever, I would have still believed you in the end. The two of them stood in silence, looking at each other for a moment. "Are you going to kiss?" Luna then asked. Daphne was startled. She let go of Harry's hand and took a step back, covering her face with her witch hat. Zeno coughed. "Sorry to interrupt, but I would like to finish what I came here for." "Right, the fourth Deathly Hallow." "What did you find exactly?" Harry asked. Zeno's got serious. "Over my many years of research, I have found references pointing to a fourth Deathly Hallow several times, but they were nothing more than speculations, rumors, or legends, even more so than the other three." But Harry assumed that Zeno's wouldn't have come here if rumors were all he had. Zeno's reached into his robes and pulled out a small tome with a black leather cover and something written on the top. A diary. Daphne spoke her first impression. Harry had to agree with her. By the looks of the book, it very much resembled a certain diary he was very familiar with. The name on the cover became clearer after Zeno's held it in his palms. A.N.P. Anthony Nathaniel Peveril, Zeno's revealed. "Was that one of the three brothers from the tale? I don't remember if the names were actually mentioned," Daphne commented. "No, but this Anthony was the direct descendant of the youngest brother, the one who was given the cloak of invisibility." Zeno's glanced at Harry. "It was, in fact, him who was responsible for the cloak ending up in the Potter family." "Really? Does it say the how and why?" Harry asked. "You'll have a chance to read it in a moment, but first, there is something else you need to see." He opened the diary around the middle. At this point, the Peveril family was in decline. Anthony was one of its latest members and the current lord of the house. The first half of the diary entries are very mundane and just describe the many struggles he had as the lord. But then, on the night of his 30th birthday, he received the visit of a mysterious figure. "A mysterious figure?" Daphne repeated. "You don't mean—" Harry could only think of one particular figure. Zeno's nodded. "It is as you think." The description given here matches perfectly with the one previously mentioned by his ancestors during their brief encounter with Death. "Death in person came to visit him?" Daphne asked. "He never uses that name directly. He wrote that someone wearing a black cloak that covered his entire body knocked on his door at night, claiming to be an old family friend." "Does it say what this individual looked like, beneath the cloak?" Daphne asked. The description was kept vague and simple, not delving into details. "I do believe this was done on purpose, perhaps for fear of punishment if he were to say too much." "Okay, let's leave the description aside. What did this individual want from Lord Peveril?" "From what he wrote, the visit was brief. This black-cloaked person inquired about Lord Peveril's ancestors and about the cloak left in his family's care. Before leaving, he gave Anthony Peveril a box and requested that he and his family safeguard this box until the person meant for it finally appeared. He also left a warning to him to never open the box or try to look inside, for whoever did so would suffer a terrible punishment." "What happened then?" Daphne said with interest. "He put the box in the safest place he could think of, his family vault, and then waited for this person meant for the box, but that never happened." "And he never tried to open it?" "I would have been too curious," Harry said. "Not everyone is so reckless," Daphne added. "He never did," Zeno's answered. "That visit left Lord Peveril truly scared and paranoid. Even his writing became different after that day." "So this box could still be at the Peveril vault?" Daphne asked. "That is what I believe, yes. If that was something left by Death for someone in particular, I doubt anyone else would be capable of touching it without suffering a terrible fate," Zeno said. After hearing the whole story, Harry recalled something important. "But how can you be so sure that this mysterious individual was actually Death, and that the box left behind was a fourth Deathly Hallow that no one had ever claimed?" Daphne felt that he was jumping to conclusions. "I think you may be right," Harry said all of a sudden. "Thanks, I think no, I meant him." Harry interrupted Daphne and pointed at Zeno's. "Around 2 years ago, I visited my family vaults and saw the one belonging to the Peveril family." "You saw the Peveril vault?" Daphne exclaimed. "Only a few knew about that vault, which remained untouched for centuries at the bottom of Gringotts underground caves. I didn't just see it. When I got closer, I felt something, some sort of connection, but it was very faint," Harry explained. "Like what you felt from the other Hallows?" Zeno's asked. "I think so. It's hard to be sure. This was much earlier." "Right, you are yet to awaken properly as the Master of Death. I'm sure the connection will be much stronger now," Zeno said. "You think that box was left for Harry?" Daphne realized what Zeno's was implying. "I believe it was left for whoever was chosen by the other 3 Deathly Hallows. It just didn't happen until now." "Guess we could make a trip to the vaults and check," Harry suggested. "And have you thought about how to open the Peveril vault?" Because I assume you don't have the keys, Daphne said. I do have the key actually, Harry said. This surprised both Xenos and Daphne. Why would you have the key to the Peveril vault? Daphne asked. A few years ago when I visited my family vault, we found it there in a small box hidden behind a wall. It was very weird, Harry admitted. I knew it. This must be fate. Xenos got exited, but those old vaults don't work with just keys. You need to be part of the family bloodline, Harry frowned. So we are still going to need a Peveril to open it for us. That family went extinct centuries ago, Daphne said. We don't have to look for anyone, Xenos proclaimed before moving his eyes to Harry. We have a Peveril descendant right here. Harry, a Peveril? Daphne gave him a dubious look. Xeno pointed to the diary before passing it to Harry. I believe it's from page 90 and onward. Lord Anthony Peveril saved a Muggle-born witch who was being chased by some Muggle villagers. Harry and Daphne began to read the later entries. After saving that girl, the Lord fell in love and wanted to marry her, but his remaining family was against it. Magical houses back then didn't care that much about blood purity, but they still cared about social status. Peveril family may have been in decline, but they still held a noble position among the small magical society of the era. This girl was just the daughter of some local Muggle commoner. She came from a humble family of pottery artisans. Anthony Peveril became outraged with his family, and by the end of a long conflict, he renounced his lordship and family status, passing it to someone else and leaving his house. If that's how things are, I'm willing to become a simple potter to be with her. Harry repeated the line written in the diary. That's so romantic, Daphne commented. Please tell me that this is not the origin of my house, Harry grumbled. His library contained little information about the founding of the Potter house, and this story was definitely not there. I do believe that is the case. If you continue to read, there is a lot more, Xeno said. Lord Anthony left the Peveril house, only taking with him a few possessions. But he did take the cloak of invisibility, and I suppose he took the family vault key too. He then married that girl and later adopted Potter as his new family name, although their firstborn son, Alexander Potter, would be the one recognized as the actual family founder. At least it explains how the cloak ended up as a family relic, said Harry. This also means that you really have some Peveril blood in you, Daphne commented. Wait, and what happened to the rest of the family? The diary doesn't mention much about them, but from what I learned from other sources, they didn't last long. The title of Lord was passed to Anthony's cousin, and after that, the Peveril house only lasted 2 more generations before vanishing from history, Xeno explained. I wonder what happened to them, Daphne said. Many old families end up disappearing over time. It is a common occurrence. Perhaps they got into conflict with another house more powerful than them and got wiped out, Harry said. Regardless of whether that story is true or not, the next step would be to visit the Peveril vault. Only then can we be sure, he added. Do you mind if I accompany you? Xeno asked. I have spent a large part of my life researching the Deathly Hallows, and this could be the culmination of a life's work. Of course I don't mind. Besides, you are the expert in these matters. I may need your help. Harry, Daphne looked at him. You want to join us? Harry asked. She already knew almost everything about him, so it wasn't like he had much to hide from this girl. That's fine by me, but I can't guarantee that we will find something interesting down there. It may still be a waste of time. Just seeing that ancient vault will be worth the trip. The excitement was reflected in her eyes. It is decided then, and what about you? Harry asked the last occupant of the room. Luna didn't appear to have much interest in their topic of conversation, so she remained quiet the whole time while reading a book. I don't like the goblin mines. They are stuffy and smelly. Fine then, you can stay here. Call Mipsy if you need anything or if you want to go see Lyra. Harry pulled his wand. Let's get to Gringotts then. How far are we going? Daphne asked. The cart ride had already been plenty long, and the goblin kept the cart going further and further into the underground tunnels. They had already passed the area where her family vault was located and just continued further. Even the illumination was getting dimmer, and she could not see any more vault doors around them. There is still a bit left, said Harry. Fascinating. Xeno was inspecting his surroundings. I once wrote an article about how the goblins were amassing a huge army in the depths of these tunnels and conspiring to take over the surface. What? Shouted the goblin while driving. Lord Lovegood. Daphne gave the man a pleading look to shut up. This was the worst possible place to anger the goblin. Oh, I mean, it was just something I heard from an unreliable source. Who told you that? The goblin was getting more anxious. Harry handed him a few galleons. My friend here is just speaking nonsense. Can we forget about his comment? The goblin grumbled something in his language and continued driving the cart. A few minutes later, they stopped before a massive crevice in the ground. "Have we arrived now?" Daphne looked at her surroundings. She saw no more railroads ahead, so she assumed it was here. "I can't see any vaults, though. It's just a bit ahead," Harry said before gripping the cart with force. Daphne appeared to be confused. "Ahead? There is nothing there, Harry. Why are you smiling like that? I have never seen you scream like that before," Harry commented after the cart finally stopped. "You knew," Daphne exclaimed. After stopping at what seemed like the end of the rails, the goblin pulled another lever and the cart was propelled down the hole at a 90-degree angle at a ridiculous speed. "I wanted it to be a memorable experience." "I'll give you a memorable experience." Daphne punched his shoulder. "We have arrived, you can get out." The goblin sounded somewhat annoyed already. "Zeno, you look a bit paler than usual," Harry noted. "Oh, I'm perfectly fine, Bleg," he vomited next to the goblin. "Ah." Daphne jumped out of the cart. "Damn wizard, get off my cart," the goblin shouted. "I didn't see that coming," Zeno said calmly as he didn't just unload inside the cart. "It must have something to do with Bleg. Out." "So, here we are, the ancient vaults," Harry announced. They could hear the goblin complaining in the back. "You know, I could clean that with a single spell," Harry offered. "No, we can have wizard magic here. It could trigger the alarm and we would all die." The goblin continued to use his dirty rag in the most efficient way possible. "What kind of alarm is that?" Daphne wondered. "I'm really sorry about that," Zeno apologized again. Harry had already given the goblins several more galleons. Otherwise, they would have received more than some insults in goblin tongue. "Where is the Peveril one?" Daphne looked around. Were only half a dozen torches illuminating this large circular chamber, so it was almost impossible to distinguish one vault from another. "Over here." Harry was feeling the same connection that he felt during his first visit, but this time it was much stronger. He quickly located the door with the Peveril symbol on top. "This is it. The end of my research," Zeno said with mixed feelings. "Hold it, wizard." The goblin dropped what he was doing when he saw Harry approach the vault door. "You can't do that. I haven't done anything yet," said Harry. "You were authorized to access the Potter vaults and only the Potter vaults," the goblin said. "If you try to open any other vault, the security—" "But if I can actually open the vault, doesn't that mean that I had permission?" Harry asked while taking something out of his pocket. The goblin glanced at the vault that Harry had in front of him. "Are you a Peveril? Distantly related?" Harry looked at Zeno. "Maybe." He then added, "Are we sure about this? Perhaps there is another way to access that vault." Daphne was starting to have doubts. Despite having the key, this may not be enough to open the vault gate if it also requires having enough Peveril blood. Maybe we could search for the descendants of the main family. After all, Anthony Peveril left his house a long time ago, and since then, his bloodline must have been thinned out in favor of others. "It will be fine. This is fate. Harry is the chosen one." "The door will definitely open for him," Zeno claimed with absolute confidence. Harry turned around and took a better look at the vault door. The design was a bit different from his family's. It looked much more ancient and rustic, but he could still easily recognize the place where he had to insert the key and put his hand. He looked back at the key he was holding. It was definitely as ancient as this gate, and it carried the Peveril symbol on it. "This has to work." Wait. "This is very irregular." The goblin was starting to panic. "We must return to the ground level and speak with the manager, Yellow Scar." "And then we have to go through all of this again?" Daphne asked. "Since I am already here, I may as well give it a try." Harry held the key with his left hand and placed his right one on the metallic plate, despite the goblin's complaints. Harry felt a pinch on his index finger and knew that some blood had been drawn and gave the key a twist at the same time. The group stood in silence, looking at the vault door, waiting with anticipation to see if it would open. The key was sucked into the gate without warning, and this one then began to make a series of noises. "This is different." Harry noticed that this was not what happened when his father opened the Potter vault. "It's opening," Daphne exclaimed. "See, I told you. Harry was fated to be here at this very moment, and to—" "Silence," the goblin screamed, startling everyone in the process. "Listen." Harry felt that something was wrong. The noises coming from the gate had stopped all of a sudden, and now there were different ones from somewhere else. "Oh no," the goblin hurried to return to his minecart. He wasted no time getting inside and began to pull levers, not caring any more about the mess that Zeno made. "Where are you going?" Daphne glared at the goblin. "The security measures, you blasted wizard. You have triggered the alarm with your reckless behavior. Now the defenses have been activated." Goblin pulled one last lever and the cart began to move backward. "Defense system," Harry could detect something opening, but it was none of the vault doors. The sound came from somewhere further away. "Hey, you can't leave us here." Daphne wanted to catch the cart, but it had already gotten too far away. "You are doomed." The goblin's cart disappeared into the darkness. "Maybe I was wrong after all," Zeno realized. "You think?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Still, it was me who created this mess." "Let me deal with them," he added. "Them." Daphne then began to hear steps. The source of the sounds was a large hole that had appeared between two of the vault doors. From this hole, a four-legged creature emerged into the main chamber. The feeble light of the torches did a poor job of showing its features, but for those who were a bit familiar with it, they could easily recognize it. "Is that what I think it is?" Zeno asked. "Because if it is, we are in some serious trouble. What do you think it is?" Daphne was sure she had seen it before in some books, but the name evaded her. "Try not to breathe too much." Harry stepped forward. "That is a nundu." A feline-like creature with dark leathery skin walked out of the recently opened hole. It had bright eyes that pierced the darkness of the cavern and a pouch around its neck with spikes all over its surface. As the creature moved and breathed, green poisonous smoke came out of its mouth. Any person who inhaled that smoke would be dead in mere seconds. Despite its relatively small size compared to other dangerous magical beasts, the nundu was considered one of the worst, and a full squad of 24 trained wizards was the minimum recommended to deal with this monster. "This is the security measure the goblin was talking about?" Daphne asked. "No wonder he was so scared," Zeno said. "They only lifted their eyes off the nundu for a second, and that was all it needed to lose it in the darkness." "Where D?" Daphne heard a loud sound on her left side and was startled to find the nundu had almost reached her but ended up clashing against a powerful barrier. Harry did not waste time using his strongest defensive spell. "Don't take your eyes off them," he warned. "Them." Zeno then saw something moving a bit further away. There were two more creatures like the first one. They were slowly walking out of the opening. "3 nundus," Daphne exclaimed. She had read terrifying tales about what a single one of these monsters could do. "Petra, Tredesim hasty." Harry did not want to give the nundu any time to recover after hitting its head against his shield and went on the offensive. 13 sharp stone spears formed from the ground beneath it and shot toward the target. This was one of his most efficient transfigurations and the same one he had used to kill a basilisk before, but against the nundu, it was useless. The spears were fast and their aim was true, but the magical feline was too nimble and quick. It managed to squeeze between the stone spears and escaped without suffering any damage. Harry frowned. He had hoped to end this quickly. The chamber was too small to use any of his most destructive spells without the risk of collapsing it, and with 3 nundus filling the limited space with their deadly poison, time was of the essence. In the next instant, his wand was replaced by his goblin steel staff. "Good thing I took precautions." Libera, 7 of the 9 arcs in his body became active and gained a bright shine. Harry's eyes changed color to a bright blue as his body was overwhelmed by a massive surge of magical energy. The nundu remained at the spot where it had landed and stared at Harry as if waiting for his next move. The other two did not show any intent to join their brother in the fight. Nundus were very prideful lone hunters. They would never share prey unless they intended to steal it. Instead, they moved their attention to the other 2 people in the room who were still behind Harry's barrier. Harry had finished his short preparation and went back at it. "Let's see how you dodge this." He conjured 100 steel blades all around the nundu in front of him. The beast made a startled expression. It clearly had not been expecting a single wizard to be able to do something like this. The blades began to move almost immediately after being conjured, not giving it time to adjust its position. With so many of them flying from every angle, it didn't matter how fast the nundu was, it could not escape this time around. Dozens of sharp steel blades impacted its body with tremendous force. Harry expected to see the creature become completely skewered, but the result was much more disappointing than that. "Are you serious?" Speed was not the only thing that made a nundu hard to kill. Its leathery skin had magical properties that made it as resilient as the strongest metal. Harry's conjured blades had only managed to inflict superficial cuts, but it wasn't like they accomplished nothing. The nundu roared in anger while glaring at Harry. It had been too long since anyone had managed to make it feel this much pain. "This is bad." Harry saw the other 2 creatures charging at the barrier, protecting Daphne and Zeno. He had confidence in his defenses, but those sharp claws would eventually be able to damage the runes and take them down. And even if they didn't, the deadly toxins exuded by these 2 would start to seep through the barrier. "I can't fail again." The next attack, I have to kill it no matter what, Harry thought. The Nundu stared at Harry and growled. The creature was not only arrogant, but also had a high level of intelligence and understood that this person was very dangerous. As an apex predator, it is rare for it to find an opponent that would force it to get serious, but it knew that this was no time to hold back and went on the offensive. Its eyes shone with more intensity, its leathery pouch became more inflated, while green toxic smoke escaped its mouth. And then, it disappeared from its spot. Harry held the staff in front of him to intercept the sharp claw of the Nundu. He saw the incredibly sharp claw beginning to cause an indentation on the surface of the goblin steel artifact, something that should be almost impossible. Depulso, the Nundu was pushed back, but was not deterred in the slightest. Its intent still lingered, and it was already preparing to charge again. Gladius. The staff transformed into a long, single-edged sword made of the same composition as the staff. Normal steel was not enough to cut through its tough hide, but goblin steel was several grades higher in terms of sharpness. However, he could not stop at just that. Divulsa. A baleful purple aura enveloped the blade. Accelerato. He felt his muscles tense as the enhancement charm took effect. This would allow him to move much faster, but would also tear his bones and muscles apart if he kept it for too long. The Nundu jumped in the air with both its claws ready to cut him into shreds. But then, all of a sudden, Harry disappeared from view. This took the Nundu by surprise and made it lose its focus momentarily. It all happened in less than a second. The invisible cursed blade slashed the beast across its chest before it had a chance to understand what had happened. Harry had not moved from his spot. He had merely used his ability to become invisible as a distraction to create an opening in its defenses. He then moved aside, allowing the Nundu to fall behind him. The cut had been deep, but not deep enough to reach its internal organs. However, Harry knew that this was already over. The Nundu let out an indescribable roar of agony when it felt the curse eating away at its insides. Its powerful hide could not protect it from this type of damage, and Harry had empowered the corrosive curse as much as it was possible to do so. Even a massive dragon would have been corroded in seconds with the amount of magic he put in it. When he glanced back, all that was left was a pool of blood and some bones. The two other beasts had stopped their assault on the magical shield when they heard the agonizing noises from their brother. It was then that they realized something. That wizard was not just another prey for them to hunt, but a predator like them. The creatures were intelligent enough to recognize they were in a dangerous situation, and against their usual instincts, it was best to work together and eliminate the threat. They then proceeded to ignore Daphne and Zeno, who were considered harmless to them, and focused on Harry. Great, now I have to deal with two of them at the same time. One had already been difficult enough. His eyes moved to one of his rings. It was still shining brightly, meaning it still had plenty of magic in it, but that was not going to last forever. Should I activate the other two and go all out? He considered it for a moment, but during the one and only test he had performed, the moment he activated the full 9 Arcstone array, it would be followed by a powerful surge of magic that would shake the surroundings with tremendous violence. If I end up collapsing the chamber, it will all be for naught. But it's not like I have run out of tricks. The two Nundus moved at an incredible speed and were already in front of him. His staff had recovered its original shape, but his body was still under the effect of the speed charm, allowing him to react faster. Incendium. Viridescent flames erupted forward like a volcano, covering his vision. Even with their incredible resistances, the two beasts knew better than to get hit by that cursed green fire. So, making use of their incredible speed, they moved away before being touched by the flames. Daphne and Zeno were watching everything from inside the protective barrier. Zeno was, of course, very worried, but the wizard knew his limits. The only thing he could accomplish if he tried to fight alongside Harry would be to get in his way and maybe cause them both to die. Daphne had a different idea in her mind. I have to do something. She could not stand there and continue to watch any longer. It wasn't that she didn't have trust in Harry to win, but more that she did not want to just be one more person being protected by him. She wanted to be at his side. Her eyes moved to the dead Nundu. There wasn't much left of it, but there was only one thing that interested her. That blood should be enough, she murmured to herself. Don't do anything foolish, little one. Those beasts are not to be trifled with. Zeno's usual playful and aloof demeanor was nowhere to be seen. I know what I'm doing, Daphne said with confidence. She was not one to rush into things without thinking. She had a clear plan in mind. I have not wasted my summer playing around, Mr. Lovegood. I can help him now. I have an idea of what to do. After saying that, Daphne ran out of the barrier without hesitation. Harry was too distracted by the two Nundus to realize that Daphne had left the barrier and was now running across the chamber. Luckily for her, the two beasts were completely focused on Harry and didn't care about chasing anyone else at the moment. When she reached the pool of blood, she knelt down in front of it, touching the thick liquid with her wand, and began to chant in Old English. "Seeketh those folk, seeketh those liketh thee." The blood began to stir. "Findeth those folk, and killeth those folk all." The pool of blood came to life. It divided itself into several equal parts and remained in the air, waiting for the final command, "Sanguinus Quidem." Daphne's wand was pointing at the two Nundus. The orbs of Nundu blood adopted the shape of sharp needles before flying to their targets, moving as fast as bullets. Harry had noticed an intense magical current behind him, but was not able to turn his attention away from these two. He was using his wand in his left hand, forming a barrier to block one beast while using his staff to fight off the other one. They did not give him even a second to breathe. And that was also starting to apply in the literal sense, as the air around him became increasingly toxic to breathe. Then, out of nowhere, some red spikes came flying and buried themselves into the flesh of the Nundus, making them yelp in pain. The blood needles were sharper than the average steel and were able to pierce the surface of their tough hides. But Daphne's magic was not finished yet. The needles used the wounds as an entry point to bury themselves into the bodies of the beasts and continue to cause havoc from the inside. The two Nundus let out roars of agony, and Harry felt their pressure completely disappear. The beasts knew they were in a dire situation now and did not think twice before turning around and trying to escape back into the opening they used to enter the chamber. "You think you can leave?" Harry said. As soon as the first one turned around, he plunged the tip of his staff into its back. Divulsa, the corrosive curse, was injected directly into the Nundu's body. The other one was already several feet away, albeit the damage caused by Daphne was making it move much slower than usual. Harry removed the staff from one beast and used all his remaining strength to throw it at the other one like it was a javelin. Depulso. As the staff left his hand, he added a wandless banishing charm for good measure. The staff became a blur until it caught the Nundu on its side, almost piercing it completely and sending it tumbling to its death. Harry could feel his body complaining from the strain he was putting it through, so he hurried to cancel his enhancement charm and close the connection to the 7 Arkstone array before collapsing to his knees. "Harry, are you okay?" Daphne saw the toxic smoke close to his face and used a wind charm to move it away. "I doubt that would kill me, but thanks." Harry stood back up. "And I'm fine, just a bit tired." He turned and looked at her worried face. "Seriously, I'm fine, by the way. Was that blood magic?" Daphne nodded. "I didn't want to learn it at first. That magic I just used, it is meant to kill people related to the target of the blood curse. Seems very cruel." "Magic is not cruel, just the people that use it," Harry corrected her statement. "That's what Miss Yafel said," Daphne replied. "Is it over? Can I come out?" Xenos asked from the other side of the room. Harry gave his wand a flick and removed the protection. "Totally safe. Those damn beasts are not standing up again." Daphne glanced at the last two. Their bodies had dissolved completely like the first one, leaving only their bones and some blood. "You know, the materials of the Nundus would have been worth a fortune. What a shame there is not much left. If I didn't use that curse, the ones dissolving on the ground could have been us," Harry said. "I wasn't complaining," Daphne huffed. "I just thought it was a shame to lose such valuable materials. And I think I helped you quite a bit this time, right?" She got a bit closer. Harry turned around and went to retrieve his staff. "I had everything under control." "Really?" "Because those two last ones appear to have been giving you a hard time from where I was standing." "Nonsense," Harry brushed her off. "I was about to take care of them with..." "With what?" she asked. "Now you'll never know," Harry shrugged. "But," he stared at her directly, "you were very helpful back there, so thanks." He turned to face the Peveril vault. "Well, if there are no more security measures, we can open this door now." "I don't think it will open with your touch. Your Peveril blood must be too diluted to pass the safety protocols," Xenos said. "Yes, I think we all noticed that," Daphne said. "But Harry may have another way." "Sure, I do." Harry tapped the gate with his staff. "You may want to stand back for this." The vault gate began to shake as Harry attempted to overpower the protections embedded inside. Despite how old this particular vault was, the goblins who created it had made sure it was extremely secure, even by modern standards. Harry knew there was a more efficient and discreet way of doing this. He recalled seeing Bill Weasley opening ancient vaults with relative ease and without triggering any protections. Unfortunately, that required a very specific set of skills he did not possess. The vault gate shook again. "Are you trying to break it or open it?" Daphne took another step back. She was beginning to doubt Harry a little bit. "I'm not sure. Whatever occurs first, I suppose," Harry said calmly. "I believe our goblin guide must be on his way to inform his superiors about our misdeed," Xenos commented. Daphne gasped. Everything happened too fast and she hadn't had time to digest it at all, but she had just realized something important. "The goblins are going to arrest us. By Merlin, we are criminals." "Relax, it's going to be fine. Let me deal with the goblins when they come here," Harry said. Daphne could not help but become more nervous at hearing this. "By dealing with them, you mean? I'm not going to kill them, okay? I have sort of an idea." "Sort of?" Daphne raised an eyebrow. "Yes, sort of, but that is for later. Now, allow me to concentrate. This work requires finesse." He huffed in annoyance. Daphne nodded and remained quiet. She may not know much about opening goblin-made doors, but she could believe it was a very difficult and delicate task. Harry continued to pour raw magic into the door, hoping to break the defenses that were keeping him from being able to use transfiguration on it. During the previous fight, he had made use of an external source of magic, so his personal reserves were still intact. He could feel something on the other side, calling for him. It was much more intense than during his previous visit, and it was getting progressively stronger. This must mean the gate is being weakened, or at least that's what he thought. Feeling a bit relieved to know that his method was showing results, Harry continued pouring more and more of his magic into the gate. Soon enough, sparks of light could be seen across its surface with their naked eyes. "I got you." He coursed even more magic, and this time it shook more violently. Harry knew it. It was almost there. All he had to do now is give it a last push. "But I must say, Miss Greengrass," Xenos started, "you shouldn't worry too much about the goblins. Our previous actions against the Nundus were merely an act of self-defense. I'm sure they will be reasonable." Daphne tried to ignore the vault gate shaking and considered Xenos' words. Maybe we can get away with only an apology and some monetary compensation. I mean, we haven't really caused any real damage." At that moment, the gate stopped shaking and making noises, like it had finally been defeated. "The defenses are down." "I think I can know." Before Harry could finish his sentence, the vault gate exploded into large metallic chunks that went flying everywhere. The gate had become unable to contain the immense amount of energy that had been concentrated inside, so when its protections finally failed, it blew up with violence. Daphne and Xenos hurried to drop to the ground and heard the pieces of the vault door passing close by and crashing against the walls of the chamber. For the next several seconds, they heard a cacophony of unsettling noise as everything around them seemed to be destroyed. Once it was finally over and silence returned, Harry looked back at the mess he had just created. There were large pieces of metal embedded into the walls, and one of them had hit one of the other vault gates, causing some serious damage to it. He was glad to see that Daphne and Xenos were fine. None of the parts were even close to touching them since they had been standing near the center of the chamber. This was not the ideal outcome he had hoped for, and this will certainly make things more difficult with the goblins, but what's done is done. He saw as Daphne and Xenos stood back up and looked around at the disaster before going back to stare at him with complicated expressions. Harry could not guess what they were thinking at this instant. So he just pointed at the hole left behind by the absence of the vault gate. I opened it." "You don't say?" Daphne had her arms crossed and a deep frown on her face. "I did tell you to stand back." "He did say that. And what happened to the whole 'this work requires finesse' thing you said before?" Daphne glanced around the chamber again. "I don't see much finesse here. This is certainly not the way but I suppose it doesn't matter much." Xenos didn't seem to mind it. "The goblins will not like this one bit," he added. "Those guys are never happy anyway. Let us go inside. No need to waste more time here," said Harry. Daphne peeked at the park entrance. As much as she wanted to yell at Harry a bit more, her curiosity about the contents of the vault was stronger than anything else. The three of them stood before the entrance. It was too dark to see anything beyond a couple of feet into the vault. "Here we go." Harry aimed his wand forward. Lumos. Harry's spell illuminated the entrance, but nothing of note jumped into their field of vision immediately. The vault seemed to be at least as big as the Potter one, maybe even bigger. It was hard to tell without seeing the walls. The floor was made of very simple gray stone, and there were no pieces of furniture, gold, shelves, or anything one would expect to find inside a vault. "There's not much in here," Harry pointed out the obvious. They then heard a loud crunch noise coming from below. "Wait. I think I stepped on something," Daphne said. The three of them looked down at the same time. There was just enough light to discern exactly what it was. "Ah!" Daphne screamed and took a big jump back to get away from the thing she had stepped on. There were bones on the ground, but these were not just random scattered bones. They were bones belonging to a human hand that was still attached to the rest of the skeleton. "A corpse," Xenos exclaimed. "Who dies inside a vault?" Harry created a few more spheres of light to get a better look at the skeleton. It was lying face down on the floor, and from the looks of it, it belonged to a woman. She was still wearing a long, elegant crimson dress, and her long dark hair remained mostly intact. It was hard to tell if the face was completely decomposed, but no one seemed eager to turn her around. "Who is that?" Daphne approached again, very slowly, and remained behind Harry. "Are you worried she is going to stand back up?" Harry asked her with a hint of mockery. "Of course not. That is definitely someone from the Peveril family." Xenos pointed at the sign from the Peveril house on the dress. "Makes sense. This is their vault," Harry said. "So we can discard a thief who sneaked in here and got trapped. Not that it was very likely to begin with," added Daphne. "And what about those over there?" Harry pointed ahead, and several orbs of light illuminated the place better. Daphne gasped when the light charms showed her the rest of the vault. In front of them, several more skeletons were now visible. "What happened here? How did so many people die inside this vault?" Daphne wondered. As they got closer, they counted 4 more corpses at different distances from the entrance. 3 were facing the vault door, like the first one they saw. It was like they all died while trying to leave the vault. It was very unsettling. The one Harry found the most interesting was the last one. This one had died while clutching at some sort of stone altar near the middle of the vault. "What do we have here?" This altar appeared to be the only thing inside this room. He moved the lights to observe it better. The altar itself had nothing of interest on it. No marks or drawings of any kind. It was like it was created in a rush. But on top of the altar was a box, a pitch-black box. "I believe we have found what we came here for." Xenos' eyes rested on the box. Daphne was the only one looking at the last skeleton, the one resting at the base of the altar. This one looked very different from the others. By the type of robes, it could be concluded this was a man. "Those robes are incredibly fancy." She recognized some of the materials, like the very high-quality dragon hide that formed the outside of his robes, or the mixture of precious metals and stones that decorated it. She had seen a few pompous lords dressed up in similar fashion during her visits to the ministry with her father, but it was a rare sight. "Wait, look at this." She spotted something glistening and knelt down to pick it up. Right next to the skeleton's right hand was a ring. It was golden with a black emblem decorating its surface. "Let me see." Xenos got closer and took a better look. "It's a family ring," Daphne said with absolute certainty. She had seen many of these types of rings already. The lord or lady of a house would be the only one who could wear them. A quick glance at the emblem on the ring revealed who this person had been in life. "I believe we are in the presence of the last Peveril lord," Xenos said. "And I believe we have discovered why the Peveril family vanished without a trace," Harry added. "These 5 people in the vault must have been the last members of the house at that time. That would explain why no one had come here to reclaim the family ring and take care of the bodies. But how did they enter here? The previous lord had taken the key with him before leaving. That's how it ended in my family vault," Harry said. "The goblins must have made another copy for them. After all, once the next Peveril lord took charge, he could use his family ring as evidence of his claim. The goblins could not refuse him entrance to his own house vault." Daphne had read a lot about the inner workings of Gringotts in her free time. "I'm more worried about what killed them." She looked at the position of the bodies. "It almost seems like they were trying to escape from something." "Yes, you may be right." Xenos' eyes moved to the box. "And I believe the culprit is right here." "The box, you mean?" Daphne glanced at it too. The box was very strange. Even upon close inspection, they could not tell what material it was made of. But the most striking feature was its color. It was the darkest tone of black they had ever seen. It was so dark that it almost gave the feeling that the box was absorbing the light coming from Harry's light charms. Whatever the box was made of, it was something very unnatural. Harry stared at the Peveril lord with a knowing look. "You couldn't help it, huh? You tried to open the box." "Death's warning," Xenos muttered. "It appears that the warning left behind was not a mere bluff." "Harry, are you sure about this?" After seeing those corpses, Daphne was more than worried. According to the diary, this was only meant to be opened by one chosen individual. Harry ran his fingers across the box's surface. It felt cold to the touch, but the connection was stronger than ever. Whatever it was that had been calling for him, it was inside this box. I have no doubt that Harry is the one meant to open this, Zenos said with confidence. You are also sure he could open the door, and if he isn't, we are going to end up like them. Daphne's eyes moved over the several skeletons scattered across the vault. I have a lot of confidence in this, Harry said, but you can wait outside of the vault if you want, I understand. Daphne sighed. Fine, open it, I'll stay. Very well. He picked up the box and held it in one hand. It was a lot lighter than he expected. There we go. He pulled on the lid, and this one opened with almost no effort. Zenos and Daphne stared intensely at the box. They were all holding their breaths as Harry pulled the lid up. And then, nothing happened. Well, what's inside? Daphne could not see the inside of the box from where she was standing. Harry was holding it too high for her to peek. How can it be? Zenos exclaimed. I don't know how to say this. Harry lowered the box a bit so now they could all see the inside. It's empty. Unlike the pitch-black exterior, the inside was very light in tone, and they could all clearly see that it was completely empty. Even Daphne could not believe it. This is impossible. No one else could have taken its contents without suffering from death's punishment, Zenos said. Could it have been a different master of death? Harry asked. There has never been another one since their inception. The Deathly Hallows have only been reunited once, Zenos explained. Still, Harry stared at the box. The feeling had not disappeared. He still felt its calling. But if the box is empty, what is? Oh. And realized the truth. Is the box? What do you mean? Daphne asked. I mean that there was never anything inside this thing. The box is the fourth Deathly Hallow. As Harry said this, the black box closed by itself. The lid became sealed shut and the opening disappeared, leaving a completely smooth black cube. What's happening? Zenos exclaimed. The black cube in Harry's hand began to dissolve before their eyes. Its previously solid surface turned into a dark, thick mist. Harry did not panic. He felt that this was supposed to happen. The cube had only been a temporary shape. That was not the real visage of Death's last artifact. Harry, Daphne was extremely nervous. She was watching as the mist began to encircle Harry. The cube had completely disappeared, leaving only the mist behind. The dark substance was so thick that it almost looked like a liquid. It was now covering Harry from head to toe. Harry's shoes were the only thing left visible. Harry, what do we do? Daphne wondered. Nothing, Zenos hurried to say. Look closely. He is not struggling or making any painful noises. Harry is fine. I believe we are about to see the real Hallow. Daphne did not take her eyes off Harry for 1 second. If he even gestured to ask for help, she was going to do something. But Harry never made a sound as the mist began to take shape. It seemed to mold around his body like a piece of cloth, but it still covered everything in such a dark tone of black that it almost seemed to eat away the light around him. I see now. I know what this is, Zenos said with excitement. Daphne had no idea what he was talking about, so she remained quiet. The material covering Harry had gone completely from gas to liquid and finally to solid. There was a thick fabric covering his body from head to toe, not even showing an inch of his skin. His face remained hidden beneath a cloak, and no matter how much they tried, they could not see his face at all. Then all of a sudden, a pair of green beacons of light appeared on his face. Daphne got startled and almost fell on her back. Zenos was smiling the whole time. The visage of Death, these are the robes used by Death herself. What a magnificent sight. Death, Daphne mumbled. It was true. Right now, the figure of Harry has been replaced by the god of death. Or at least the depiction that most people had agreed on when creating their drawings and paintings. The pitch-black robes moved slightly as he took a step forward. Its two shiny green eyes were now focused on the scared girl. Daphne felt shivers and had the sudden need to get away from him. Stop, don't get in, Daphne. It's me. The voice of Harry washed away her fear. The cloak was pulled back, revealing his usual face. Sorry for startling you. I was trying to get adjusted to this. It feels a bit strange. He moved his hands a bit while saying this. So this is the fourth Deathly Hallow. I was not expecting clothes, said Harry. He thought it was going to be some sort of weapon. Comparing Death's visage with simple clothes is a bit, Zenos murmured. So, you are fine. When I saw that black thing wrap all over you, I got scared, said Daphne. Harry looked at her. I'm perfectly okay, Daphne. I just need tea. They heard a commotion outside. Oh, what now? Daphne asked. That may be the goblins, I presume, said Zenos. That's all right. We got what we came for. Let us go outside and deal with the goblins, Harry said.